pleasure in these. Very nice set of chairs right here. Garden chairs. You can leave them outside or put them on the patio, or you even use them inside. What's your pleasure on these? Maybe a couple $100 to set them in. $200 to set those beautiful chairs. You couldn't get the seats woven for that. Anyone for $200. Any interest in those chairs at all? Pass those away. Next item we have is this lovely Adirondack twig bench. This is from an estate, the Plunkett estate over in Boothbay Harbor, and we are going to be selling an entire sale of Mr. Plunkett's stuff. We haven't scheduled it yet, but keep your eye open for that one. It's going to be all kinds. He collected everything you could imagine. That's going to be a fun sale, and it'll be here. Anyway, here, 60 by 60 inches on the twig bench. What's your pleasure on this? 80 I have it now, 90, 100. I'm 100 now, quarter and a half. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, at 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, at 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2 of that nice big twig bench, Adirondack twig bench. I have 1 1/4 with Jen and on an FC bid, now 1 1/2. At 1 1/4 anymore. All in, all done at 1 1/4, 1 1/2 with Jen at 1 1/4 and going and gone 1 1/4. 422 buys. They're going to be very happy. Next we have, this is from the Lang estate over in Rockport, Maine. This piece has never been used. We even have the cardboard box that it was in. Anyway, if you want to have a safety net around the wintertime or whenever the power goes out, costs $1,299 new. What's your pleasure on this one? 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. It's brand spanking new. At 3 1/4 and 3 1/2 anymore. Gonna sell it. At 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. Although I heard Emily 3 1/2 and now 375 should be everywhere. At 3 1/2, 375. We don't normally sell these, but this is part of the 375. Part of the estate we have to sell from Rockport, Maine. At 375 and 400, saving a lot of money if you want a nice generator. At 375 and selling once, selling twice at 375 anymore with the cardboard box it goes in. Anymore. Sold 375. Online bidder. Next we have, thanks Gary. Next we have 3 lovely silver mounted compacts. The one that's the real special one is this hand tooled silver one with granular decoration and amethyst. And what's your pleasure to know? This is no slouch either. This is an 18th century one in tortoiseshell with gold and silver inlay. 150. How much? 200? I have 200 now. 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/4, and 2 1/2 on the phone at 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 2 1/2 with Carol online, and now 275. We paid for 275 because we paid for one. The others are free. 300 I have, and now 3 1/4. I have 300, 3 1/4 on the phone with Carly, and 3 1/2. 3 1/2 with Carol, now 375. I have 350, 375 on the phone at 400. Lovely group. 400 I have with Carol. Did you say 400, Carol? I have 4 1/4 with Carly, 4 1/2 with Carol, and now 475. I have 475 on the phone, and now 500. I have 500. I have in 5 1/2. This one's very special right here. 550 I have in 600. It's a little purse actually. I have 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600. 600 with Carol and 650. I have 600. Look at those jewels. I have 650 and 700. Just needs to be polished. I have 650 and 700. 700 I have, and now 7 1/2. Here's a nice French one. 750 I have, now 800. I have gilded interior. I have 750, now 800. With 800 with Carol, now 8 1/2. At 800, 8 1/2. 850 and now 900. I have 850, now 900. I have 850, now 9. 850 is on the phone. 900 with Carol, now 950. Great little bunch of boxes. 950 I have on the phone, and now 1,000, please. I have 950 and now 1,000. 1,000 I have with Carol and 1,100. I have 1,000 now 1,100 on the phone with Carly and 1,200. I have 11 now 12. 11 and 12, 11 and 12 anymore. All in all done at $1,100. Those beautiful little boxes. Once, twice, it's on the phone and going, gone. Carly, 1,100. 373. Beautiful group of boxes. All right, next we have this. I love Fridays. We build Fridays to make them really interesting, and so you'll see the wide variety of things that we make this Friday sale with. Also, we do items that are generally pretty affordable to the world and anyone that wants to buy fun, interesting stuff, and it's all estate merchandise. So here we go. On the vintage Gucci canvas and leather tote, what's your pleasure on this? 250 I have, and 275. This came from a lovely estate on the ocean. 250 and 275. 275 on the floor and 300. 275 is on the floor and 300 on that Gucci bag, original period Gucci bag at 275. Once, twice, and for 300 I have on Live Auctioneers, and 3.25. I have 300 now, 3.25. I have 300 now, 3.25, 300, 3.25. It's 300 on Emily on Live Auctioneers, and went for 3.5. All in, all done at 3.25, 3.5 with Emily. Is that correct, Emily? 3.25. Any more? Oh, sorry, 300. Looking for 3.25. Any more? All in, all done. 300. Emily, 300. Next we have, these are fun. These were custom made for an executive of Bell Telephone in solid sterling silver with Native American ground turquoise inlay on the top one. And what's your pleasure on this one? These two here. May have a couple $100 set in. 80 I have 100 on the floor now, 1.25, 1.25, and 1.5, 1.5, 175, 175, and 200. I 175 is with Daryl now, and 200 with Darren. I 175 and now 2, and 175 for the two of those, not 100 apiece. I 175 and now 200. I 172, 200 I have, and 2.25, 2.25 absentee, now 250. I have 2.25 and 2.5. I have 200, where you going to get any more is like this. These are custom made. I have 2.25 with Darren, absentee bid. Once, twice, and with 2.5. Darren, 2.25. 389. Next, we have an entire set of this expensive. If you've ever gone looking for luggage, Hartman is one of the most expensive ones. Other than what's that? Oh, it's Hartman style. I thought it was marked on it somewhere. Anyway, on the Hartman style luggage, if you'd like, it has the leather fittings. What's your pleasure on this? Here we have $100 and set it in. This is from the Osher Estate in Portland. We're going to be selling tons of stuff from that house. Great paintings and furniture. This fabulous brick mansion in Portland. And maybe we have $100 and set it in, and 3 nice pieces of luggage. It's very nice. It was in the closet, hardly ever used. And he went for $100 for the nice 3 pieces of luggage. Nobody wants that? Once, twice, and passed away then. Moving on. Next we have... Next, we have this brand new Mont Blanc pen in the box. And on the Mont Blanc pen, what's your pleasure? 250 I have, and 275. I have 250 and 275 in this lovely pen by Mont Blanc. It's the one with the crystal top. It's the one with the crystal top. Beautiful condition. I have 250 and 275. At 250 once, twice, and 275 if you like that. Good Mont Blanc pen. I know they cost a lot in the store. Any more? It's 250 then, Carol. Online bidder, 250. Next we have, oh, look at this great group of period handbags. A whole group of period beaded handbags. Can you imagine the time it takes to make this handbag? This has, it looks like it has a silver fittings on it. Petty point, needle point. This one has early metal. These are all faceted metal beads. The hours and labor it took to make these. This was silver mounted also. What's your pleasure on those? 60 I have, and 70 I have, and now 80 I have. All the play 80 and now 90. 80 now 90, 90 now 100. 100 I have now a quarter and a half. One and a half here. 175. I 1.5 is on the floor. 175 there. 200 here and 2.25. I have 200 now. 200 all over the place. I saw a page first. 2.25. 2.5 is on the floor and 275. I have 250 and 275. I have 250s on the floor, 275 on you, and 300. I have 275 and now 300. I have 275. What a great group of handbags. At 275 and no money. At 275 once, twice, in for 300. To the floor, 53. To the floor, 53 buys. 275, 53. Next we have, these are lovely right here. Well, if you're a Lincoln enthusiast, these are an original pair of Bradley and Hubbard bronze cast iron Abraham Lincoln bookends. And on the right there, this nation under God shall have the new birth of freedom. What's your pleasure on these? 200 I have, and now 2.25. I have 200 and 2 and a quarter. Beautiful condition. 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half at 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. Where are you going to find another pair of these? They're beautiful sculptures in cast iron and gilding. I have 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. 2 and a half with Carol online on 275 if you would like these. I have 275 on the phone with Carly and 300. I have 275 and 3. Beautiful pair of bookends at 275, 300. I have with Carol now 3 and a quarter. I have 300 and 3 and a quarters on the phone with Carly now 3 and a half. I have 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. I have 3 and a quarter and only and 3 and a half, 3 and a half with Carol and 375. I have 350s online. 375 is on the phone and 400 now. I 375 and now 4 for that great pair of Lincoln bookends. I 375 and now 4. At 375 on the phone once, 400 in time with Carol online, and now 4 and a quarter if you'd like them. You've come so far. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter. That's only $200 a piece for those sculptures. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter. I have 400 once, 400 twice, all in, all done at 400. Are they good? 400, Carol. Online bidder. From the same family. These are from the same family again. These are cast bronze. These are signed by O.P. Mueller, 1922, the sculptor, in bronze. And what's your pleasure on these? 175 and 200. I have 175 and 2 at 175, 200. These are original sculptures at 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter online and 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. These are very rare. 2 and a half on the phone with Darren now 275. I have 250 now 275. I have 250 now 275 at 250 and 75. On the phone at 250 and 75 only. Original bronzes signed by the artist 1922. I have 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half with Darren at 2 and a quarter selling once, twice. Oh, 250 with Darren. Sorry, 250 and 275. Thank you. I have 250 with Darren on the phone once, twice, and for 275. Darren, 250. 423 buys. Those are nice bookends. If you didn't get the last beaded bag, look at this one here. This is a Victorian micro beaded purse with a jeweled frame. Think of the work that went into making this little boy. All micro beads and custom fitted with jewels on both sides. Here, hold it right up like that. And what's your pleasure in this? This should bring some real money. What's your pleasure in this one? Here, I have $100 and set it in. 100 I have, and now a quarter. I have 100 on the floor, now a quarter in that rare bag. I have 100, 1 and a quarter. Well, I have 1 and a quarter Carol. 1 and a quarter online, now 1 and a half. 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half with Jen, now 175. I have 150, 175, spectacular bag. I have 150, now 175 with Emily on Live Auctioneers, now 200. 200 I have with Jen on the phone, and now 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarters online with Emily, and now 2 and a half. I have 2 and a half with Jen on the phone, 275. I have 250 now, 275. I have 250 now, 275, and then 275 with Emily on Live Auctioneers, and now 300. 300 I have with Jen, and now 3 and a quarter. I have 300 with Jen and 3 and a quarter. Where are you going to find another one like this? I have 300 and 3 and a quarter, beautiful condition. 3 and a quarter on Live Auctioneers, and 3 and a half. I 3 and a half on the phone with Jen, now 375. I 350 now, 375. I 350 once. 350, 375 in time on Live Auctioneers, and 400 now. 400 I have with Jen on the phone and 4 and a quarter. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter, 4 and 4 and a quarter. I have 400 once, 400 twice. So we all in on it. 400 with Jen on the phone. Sold. I'm sold. 400 to the phone. How much is it? 373 buys. 400. Next we go to, oh, look at this piece right here. This is a fabulous Victorian gilded with the original walnut frame with gilded trim. It's gilded and cast zinc. Here, you want to hold it like that? And what's your pleasure in that rare piece right there? How much? 90 I have, and 100 I have. Now 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. At 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. At 1 and a quarter, and 1 and a half. 1 and a half and 175. I 150 now 175. I 150 now 175. That beautiful sculpture right there. That's what it is too. It's a sculpture. Where are we? 150 on the phone, now 175. 175 and now 200. I have 175 and now 2. It's 200 on the phone with Jasmine, and now 2 and a quarter. I have 200, 2 and a quarter. You won't find another one like this in this condition. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. Beautiful piece of Victorian. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. All in, all done at 200 once, 200 twice, going for 2 and a quarters with Jasmine on the phone now. Sold to Jasmine on the phone at 200. 427. $399 the buyer. There we go. 200. 200, yep. Next, we have two Art Deco sterling silver cases, 8.74 ounces of sterling silver. And what's your pleasure on these Art Deco cigarette cases? 250 have and 275, 75, 300 have and three and a quarter and 3.5. I 3.25 with Carol and 3.5. I 3.25 and 3.5 at 3.25, 3.5 at 3.25 and 3.5 anymore. And a pair of Art Deco sterling cases at 3.25 and selling 3.25 once, twice, and for 3.5. Carol, 3.25. And next we have all kinds of fun stuff. Oh, Carol Fairberry. My gosh, he is so popular. Carol Fairberry, and this one's Ebb Tide Maine Coast Woodblock Original Pencil Signed Piece, beautifully framed. What's your pleasure on this one? 4.25. Sorry, 4.25 with Carol and 4.5. I 4.25 with Carol and 4.5. I 4.25 and 4.5 at 4.25, 4.5 with Carol online at 4.25, and he went for $4.50 on that original black and white woodblock by Carol Fairberry. 4.5 and 4.75. I 4.50 and 4.75 on the floor at 4.50 and 4.75. I 4.50 once, 4.50 twice, and 4.75. He's going nowhere but up every time we sell him. 4.75. Number 321. 4.75. 321 buys. Next we have another one. This is a hard one to find. This is Storm on the Maine Coast woodblock on Japan paper. A very fine paper. And what's your pleasure on this one? 2.25 and 2.5. I have 2.5 and 2.75. I have 2.50 and 2.75. I have 2.50 and 2.75. This is a rare print by him. I have 2.50 and 2.75. 275 and 300. 300 I have on the floor and 3.25. I have 300 now, 3.25. It's on the floor at 300 and selling. This is one of his rare ones. I have 300 now, 3.25. I have 300 once, 300 twice, and for 3.25, go 3.25 in time and 3.5. I have 3.25 with Carol and 3.5 if you'd like it. I have 3.25 and 3.5. At 3.25 once, 3.25 twice, and 3.5. It's one of his rare prints. Any more than 3.25, gonna go. 3.5 in time with Carol and 3.75. I 3.50 and 3.75. Think about it. We've sold a lot of these, but not this one. I 3.75 and now 400, Carol. 3.75 and now 4. I 3.75. Should have started at 500. It's a rare print. I 3.75 and now 4. At 3.75 and selling once. At 3.75 and selling twice. 400 in time and 4.25. I have 400 now, 4.25. At 400 once, 4.25 and 4.5. I have 4.25, 4.5. At 4.25 and more. At 4.25 once, 4.25 twice, 4.5. Don't lose it. And 4.75 now. We 4.50 and 4.75. Should have started at 500. Easy. I 4.50 once, twice in for 4.75. All in, all done at 4.50 with Carol. Any more? Sold, Carol, 4.50. Online bidder. And the last of the Carol Fairberries for this auction is not 1020. Eternal Conflict, Sea and the Land. Another rare one in a very sort of Art Deco, mystical style. And what's your pleasure on this one? 2.25 and 2.5. 2.5 on the floor and 2.75. I have 2.50 and 2.75. Another rare print. I have 2.50 and 2.75. These are large format too. Don't forget the others are small. 75, 300 on the floor and 3.25. I have 300 now, 3.25. I have 300 and 3.25. These are large formats, and they didn't do a lot of those. 3.25 and 3.5 on the floor and 3.75. I 3.50 and 3.75 and 400. I 3.75 online and 4. I 3.75 with Carol and 400. At 3.75 once, 400 I have and now 4.25. I have 400 now, 4.25. It's a great one. I have 400 now, 4.25. At 400 once, 400 twice, and for 4.25, I'm gonna lose it. Any more? All in all at 400. 4.25. Almost lost it. 4.25 and 4.5. I have 4.25 and 4.5. Think about it. I have 4.25, 4.5, but think quickly. I have 4.25 once, 4.25 twice, and for 4.50 on that rare print by Carol Fairberry, large format ones, which we never get. Any more? Sold, Carol, 4.25. Oh, this is a cute little thing right here. This is signed by the artist. It's on a amethyst geode, but it had the flowers are carved in pink coral. and bronze, of course, and gilded bronze. What's your pleasure on that? 200 I have, and two and a quarter, and two and a half. Two and a half and 275. I have 250 and 275. Cute little sculpture. I have 250 and 275. She's all happy watering her flowers. I have 250 and 275. I have 250 once, twice in for 275. Look at that quality of that amethyst. Any more? 250 once, twice in for 275. It's Carol 250. Oh, look at this. Ooh. Amethyst Cathedral Form Geode. This came in on free appraisal day. Look at this beautiful piece right here. Everybody likes this. And on this, what's your pleasure on this one? 550 and now 575. I know it's 600. It's 600 next. I 550 now 600. I 550 now 600 at 550 and 600. With Carol at 550 and 600. She has multiple. There's multiple bids. So it's open at 550 and 550 once, twice in for 600. We all in, all done at 550. Where you're going to get another one, no matter how much money you have. All in, all done. Carol 550. Next we have, oh, look at this beautiful porcelain sculpture right here, large format. This is by the Royal Dutch Porcelain Company, and on that right there, in that large beautiful piece right there, this is from the Osher Trust Estate in Portland. Again, this was in one of the great rooms. And what's your pleasure in this fabulous sculpture right here? What? 50 I have, 60 I have, 70 I have, 100 I have, now a quarter, one and a quarter, one and a half, 175, of course, 200 I have, two and a quarter, it's a $1,000 sculpture. I have 200, two and a quarter, I have two and a quarter, two and a half, 75, 275, of course, and 300 is no brainer on this one, three and a quarter. This is a $1,000 sculpture. I have $300 on the phone, three and a quarter if you want it. I have three and a quarters on the floor, and three and a half. I have three and a half. Look how the size of this thing, and it's perfect. Three and a half is on the phone, and 375. I have 375 on the floor, and 400 now, and 400. This rare, large format sculpture. I have 375 and now 400, and 375 once, 375 twice. It's on the floor, and then you went for 400. We're all good. You got it. 375 to 29. Next, we have a cased coin silver ladle. Boy, if you ever wanted to have punch and style, look at this. It's beautifully engraved with the family name on the top, but even the bowl is all beautifully chased and engraved in a presentation, velvet-lined, custom Italian box, I'm sure. And what's your pleasure on that? Hold it right there. Thanks. Sir. What? 60, 7. Somebody wants to rent it for the night. 70, I have 80, I have 100 now, a quarter. I have 100 all over the place, one and a quarter, one. I have one and a quarters on the floor, one and a half. One and a half, of course, 175 on the floor and 200. I have 175 and now two. That fabulous ladle. At 175 is on the floor and 200. Hello. At 175 and 200. Beautiful, beautiful piece. At 175 and 200, I have and two and a quarters on the floor and two and a half. I don't blame you. I love that ladle. I have two and a quarter and two and a half. I have two and a quarter on the floor and two and a half. At two and a half and 75. I have two and a half, now 275. I have 250. When you're going to serve your friends punch, they'll know you have style, buddy. I have 250 and 275. With Emily on Live Auctioneers at 250 and 275. Any more? All in, all done. A fabulous ladle. I don't think it's ever been used. You got it, Em. 250. Live Auctioneers strikes again. There's so much fun stuff here today. And now we have a 14-karat gold-filled hunting case ladies' pocket watch with the slide chain. And what's your pleasure on this one right here? 175. I'm in stereo. I have 175 and now 200. I have 175 and now 2. 175 and now 2. At 175 and 2 anymore. At 175 and 200 if you like it. 200 on the phone and 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. Nice unit with the chain. I have 200, 2 and a quarter. I have 200 on the phone and 2 and a quarter anymore. With Darren on the phone at $200 once, $200 twice. Darren, 200. 401. Next we have this lovely decanter and stand with sterling labels. Look at this. Cut glass bottles with sterling silver labels. This one says cognac. And the bottles are beautifully engraved with flowers. Look at the quality. It's probably Irish crystal. And what's your pleasure on this guy? This is from the Osher estate. What's your pleasure on this one? 50 I have and 60. It's all unreserved. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. The labels are worth that a piece. 60, of course, now 70. I have 60, now 70, and 60, now 70. 70, of course, and 80. I have 70, now 80, 80, now 90. I have 80, now 90. Beautiful decanters. I have 80, 90, now 100. I have 90, now 100. Look at that holder. I have 90, now 100. 90, now 100 I have, now a quarter. 100, beautiful condition. Just needs to be polished. I have 100 in selling. 100 once, 100 twice. Anyone for 100 and a quarter. Boy, if you want to drink in style, this is it. 1 and a quarter and 1 and a half. And 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, and 1 and a quarter. Impress your friends. At that price, you can drink all the booze, throw the thing in the fireplace. I heard they do that. Those rich fellas. I have 100 and a quarter and 100 and a half. 1 and a quarter once, twice, and went for 1 and a half. Who's got the 1 and a quarter? Emmy, 1 and a quarter. Live auctioneers. Next, we have another good watch. This is an Illinois watch company Goldfill 19 jewel double roller pocket watch. What's your pleasure on this one? 70. 100 I have, and now a quarter. 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, and 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, and 75. 75 and 200. I won 75 and 2. In the original box, working, I won 75 and now 200. I won 75 and now 2. 175, 200 with Carol and 2 and a quarter. I have 200, 2 and a quarter. I have 200, 2 and a quarter, 200, 2 and a quarter. 200 once, 200 twice, in for 2 and a quarter, all in, all done at $200 with Carol online. Any more? Carol, 200. Next, we have 2 engraved coin silver spoons by Saunders Pittman, 1780, American silversmith from Providence, Rhode Island. And on those right there, what's your pleasure? 90 I have, and now 100, and now quarter, 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, and 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, 1 and a half is on the floor, and 175, 150, and 175. Look at this fabulous chase engraving on the top of that, all the way down the bowl. 175 and 200, early maker, 175 and now 2. At 175 and 2, that's not even $100 a spoon. Think about it. At 175 and now 200. At 175 and now 2, at 175 and 2. Any more than 175 and 200 if you like it on that beautiful pair of 18th century coin silver spoons and selling at 175 and sold at 175. Live auctioneers. Next, we have another good pocket watch in the original box again. A Waltham 10-karat gold premier 17 jewel pocket watch. What's your pleasure on this one? 150 I have and 175. I have 150 and 175. These are all from the same family. Beautiful condition. I'm running. I have 150 and 175. At 150 and 175 on the Waltham in a 10-karat gold filled case, just like brand new in the box. At 150 once, twice in for 175. Any more? Sold 150. Next, we have a Continental Silver on Copper jewelry box. Look at the workmanship on this piece right here. This is all repoussé figures. All repoussé figures. Beautiful condition. It came in on free appraisal. Lovely jewelry box right there in blue velvet lined. What's your pleasure on that? For probably around 1870, 1880. What's your pleasure on that? $100 I have, now a quarter. I have $100, now 100 quarter. That beautiful jewel box. I have $100, 100 quarter. At only $100, 100 quarter anymore. 1 and a quarter and 1 and a half. At 1 and a quarter with Carol, 1 and a half should be 1 and a half and 175. This is a spectacular piece of sculpture. At 150, now 175. At 150, 175 and 200. At 175 and 2. Look at the workmanship in this 200 I have and 2 and a quarter. I have 200. This is a vintage piece. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. I'm going to sell it only $200 and 2 and a quarter if you like it. You won't find another one for that price. Look at the workmanship on the top of this thing. The silver's all good too. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. 200 with Carol once, 200 twice, and for 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. Don't lose it. It's good. It's a good one. I have 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter once, 2 and a quarter twice, and for 2 and a half. All in, all done at 2 and a quarter. We are 2 and a quarter Carol. They're getting all the good stuff. Next, we have a Baume & Mercier gold-plated and stainless steel quartz watch, ladies' watch in beautiful condition again. A nice one. These cost a lot in the store, and we have the box again. It's amazing that, and it even has the papers with it. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on that Baume & Mercier? You may have $100 to set it in. 70 I have, 80 I have, and now 90. I have 80 against 90, now 100 I have, 100 and now 1 1/4. I have 100 with Emily, now 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. Beautiful. Ladies watch. At 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2 with the original box. At 1 1/4 and 1 1/2 and 175. You can put it on and wear it out here today. At 150, now 175. At 150, now 175. At 150 with Carol, 175 anymore. At 150, 175. All in, all done. At 150, 175 with Carol and selling. And sold Carol, 150. Online bidder. And another great punch ladle right here. Look at this one. This is a Wallace and Sons Queen's pattern, sterling silver ladle right there, 12 inches long. And what's your pleasure on this one? 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. 150s on the floor and 175. I 150 and 175. 150s, 175. 200. 200 on the floor and 2 1/4. I have 200 on the floor. Gentleman seated right and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. At 200's on the floor and selling at 200 and 2 1/4. Beautiful condition ladle in the Queen's pattern. At 200 once, 200 twice, and for 2 1/4. 200 a gentleman, 25. 200 to 25. Next we have. You guys are doing a great job, by the way, running. This is a rare Omega Electronic F300 DeVille chronometer in beautiful condition with the box. What's your pleasure on this? 175 and 200. I have 175 and 200, that rare wristwatch. 200 I have and 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4. At 200, 2 1/4 anymore. All in, all done at 200, 2 1/4. The rare electronic Omega F300 chronometer. Nice band on it, ready to go. I have 200 once, 200 twice, and for 2 1/4. It has the day, date, and everything. I have 200, 2 1/4. Anymore. Sold 200. Online bidder. Next we have the H. Stern Sapphire Collection wristwatch right here with the box. It has the inner box and the outer box, never used. It was gifted to someone. And what's your pleasure on this one? 750 and now 800. I have 750 and 800 and 750 and 800. Beautiful watch, never used. We did have the battery replaced. It's all running condition, ready to put on your wrist. I have 750, now 800. 750 once, twice, and for 800. Emily, 750. Next we go to this Continental Silver Spirit Lamp, a rare spirit lamp right here. You would put a wick coming out of here and a type of fluid inside, and off. What's your pleasure on that? Which 60 I have, and now 70, 80 with Jen, 90, now 100. I have 90, now 100, 90, 100 I have now quarter on that early spirit lamp. I have 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter, 1 1/4 with Carol, 1 1/2. Beautiful condition, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, at 1 1/4, 1 1/2. It's all handmade, At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. Gonna sell it. All in, all done at 1 1/4 with Carol anymore. 1 1/4 Carol. Next we have, here's a rare one. I've seen little ones like this, little tiny travel clocks, and when you close them, they wind, but I've never seen this size ever. And what's your pleasure on this one? 450 I have, and now 75 and 500 and 550 and 600. I have 550 with Carol and 600. I have 550 and 600. These are the ones that they're of the period when the hands and the numbers glow in the dark. I have 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600 on this lovely travel clock. I have 550 and 600 anymore. All in, all done at 550 and 600. The stand goes down like that, and off you go to travel. I have 550 once, twice, and for 600, 550. Next we had two great early boxes earlier. Now we have two more early boxes. Look at these little guys. This one's all reticulated, and this one has a basket of fruit on the top. And what's your pleasure on those lovely little baskets right there? 70 I have, and now 80. I have 70 now, 80, and 70 now, 80. These are early 80. Of course, now 90. I have 80 now, 90, 80 now, 90. And the beautiful silver boxes. They're from they're 90. They're probably around 1800 they would have been made. 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 now, quarter, 100 now, quarter. No money. I have 100, 1 1/4. Going to sell 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. Those beautiful boxes. What a lovely gift to give someone. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. Last call at 125. Anyone to a 150. All in, all done at 1 1/4. Carol, 1 1/4. Next we have a Hester Bateman sterling silver helmet form creamer. London, 1789 is when that would have been made in beautiful condition. What's your pleasure on that? 2.25 and 2.5. I have 2.25 and 2.5 at 2.5 and 275. I have 250s on live auctioneers, now 275. I have 250 now 275. I have 250 and 275 at 250 and 275. Any more at 250 and 275? We need 275 if you want to play. 275 is too late. 275 Carol, now 300. 300 I have now 3.25. A rare Hester Bateman piece. I have 300 now 3.25. I have 300 with Emily now 3.25. Is that right, Emily? 300 is with Emily on live auctioneers and 3.25 if you want that rare Hester Bateman creamer. I have 300 once, 300 twice. I went for 3.25. Good work, Carol. I have 3.25. She snuck it in at 3.25. 350. I have it now 375. It's on live auctioneers at 350 and 375. And that rare Hester Bateman piece. I have 350 and 75. I had 350 once, twice, and for 375. We all in, all done at 350 once, twice, and sold. 350. Live auctioneers. You know, auctions really are a sport. And if you want to win, you got to keep bidding. It's true. Don't let your wife hold your hand back or your husband hold your hand back. Keep on bidding. Look at this. So this is a very early Hester Bateman. Whoop, sorry, wrong one. This is a William IV period sterling silver pap boat. It is hallmarked by Joseph Angel and John Angel, 1835. A pap boat was used to give medicine or food to somebody that was ill. And so you say, Bob, you don't feel well. And you give him a shot of whatever. And what's the pleasure on the pap boat? 1.25 and 1.5, 1.5 and 175, 175 and 200, and 175 and 2, 200 I have and 2.25. I have 200 with Emily and 2.25 in that rare piece. At 200 now, 2.25. I have 200 and 2.25 anymore. All in all done at 200 and 2.25 on the pap boat at 200 and 2.25. You never know when you're going to need it. Flu season. You can put whiskey in that, you know. I have 200 now, 2.25. I have 200 once, twice in for 2.25. Emily, 200. And next, this came out of the Deborah Payne estate. Has all the documents on the back from the artist. Show on the back of that, would you? Has all the documents. This was hanging on behind the sofa we're going to sell. There's a beautiful contemporary gray sofa we're going to sell on Sunday, and this was hanging over. It's a very great looking piece. It's 18 inches high by 59 inches long. And what's your pleasure on that? 3.25, 3. I have it all place. 3.5 is on the floor. 375, 400. I had 370, 400 on the floor, and 4.25, 4.25, and 4.5. Would you go 4.5 and 475, 500, 500 on the floor, and 550, 550, and 600 on the floor, and 650, and 700. It only hurts for a minute, hon. I have 700 and 7.5, and now 800. Stop it. I have 750. I have 800 on the floor. Now 8.5, and now 900. It's on live auctioneers. It's 8.5, and now 9. 9, I have 900, 950, 9.5, and now 1,000. I have 950, now 1,000. I'm sorry, honey. I have 950, now 1,000. Look great on your wall. I have 950, now 1,000. I have 950 with Emily, live auctioneers. Several people want this because it's a lovely thing. I have 950 once, 950 twice, and for 1,000. You came so far. Well, I don't like you. I have 950, now 1,000. Any more? It's only, listen, there's a 6-pack between you and that thing. I have 950 online. 950 once, 950 twice, you went for 1,000. Emily, 950. 950, live auctioneers. That's a really cool thing. And it did look great over that lady's sofa. Next we have Carl Thiem Dresden porcelain cashpo. Larger than life. Usually they're very little. This one has the gilded ram heads in beautiful condition with the nice Dresden mark on it. And what's your pleasure on the cashpo? 90 I have it now. 100 I have it now. Quarter. I have 100 now. Quarter. I have 100 now. Quarter. 100 now. Quarter. 100 now, quarter anymore. All in, all done at 100, one a quarter, one and a half now. I one a quarter, need one and a half for that beautiful pot with the gilded ram heads. I one a quarter, one and a half with Carol at one a quarter only. Wow, that's reasonable for that. That's one and a half from the Osher estate. This is from the Osher estate. She had wonderful things. I one and a half now, 175, Carol. I have 150 with you, Carol. And now 175. No money for this. At 150, 170. Look at the condition of this thing. 24 karat gold. I 150, 175. 150 once, twice, and for 175. We all in, all done at 150, 175 with Carol. Any more? 175. 175 and now 200. Thank you. I 175 and now 200. Okay, I have 175 and now 200. 175 is on the phone and not online with Carol. I have 175 once, 175 twice, and for 200. 200 I have, and now two and a quarter. I have 200 with Carol, now two and a quarter. Should have started there. 200, two and a quarter. Any more? All in, all done. 200 with Carol, two and a quarter. Beautiful piece from the Osher Estate, Portland, Maine. Any more? Sold, Carol, 200. Oh, look at these. Also, these were on the dining room table of the Osher Estate. They're carved wood and 22 karat gold gilded candlesticks. And on those right there, they're nice early ones, by the way. The nice early ones in great condition. Great condition. All the original gilding on the ball feet. It's amazing. They survived. These are very early. What's your pleasure on these? 50 I have, 100 I have, now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. I have 100 now, 100 a quarter, and one and a half. No money for these. I one a quarter, one and a half. These are period candlesticks. I want it in carved and gilded wood. I one a quarter, one and a half. And one a quarter, one and a half anymore. These are absolutely stunning. I one a quarter once, one a quarter twice, and one for 150. Nobody needs beautiful candlesticks like this anymore. It's one a quarter, 73. 125, 73. Next we go to, oh, look at this. I like this painting. This came out of a house in Portland also. We couldn't figure out who did this. A character painting compilation of movie actors circa 1945, we figure. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? A couple $100 where? Couple hundred where instead of it 200 and go $100 where 100 I have right here 100 and a quarter. I have 100 and a quarter, one and a half and 75. I have 150 now 175. I think it's well worth it if we could only identify who painted it. I have 150 now 175. It's on the floor at 150 175. Once, twice, a nice vintage piece. Any more? 150 53. Nice buy on that. Next we have sculpture after Augustus Moreau, France, 1861-1906, 26 inches high. Look at this lovely bronze. Has the original name plaque on the front. And what's your pleasure on this guy right here? May we have a couple $100 to set it in. 200 where? 200 where instead of 200. Answer the piece at 200. 90 I have, and now 100. I have 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. There's no money for this bronze. I have 100 now quarter. Wow. I have 100 now a quarter. That's a lovely one a quarter, one and a half. That's a lovely bronze after Moreau. And it has a carved green marble base. I have one a quarter, one and a half. At one a quarter, one and a half, at one and a half, and 175. Way under the money for that. I have 150 now, 175 and 200. I have 175 and 2. Bargain time. I have 175 and 2 and that lovely big bronze. I have 175 and 2. Any more? All in, all done, it'd be 800-900 in the store. 200 I have and 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. At 200 once with Carol and 2 and a quarter. Way under the money, but it's unreserved. We're going to sell it. 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. Wouldn't work so hard. It wasn't worth so much more. I have 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. That lovely bronze. At 2 and a quarter once, 2 and a half and 275. I have 250 and 275. Wouldn't buy that in a store for 3 times that. I have 2 and a half and 275. At 250 once, twice, and for 275 and going. Once, going twice. At 250, who has it? Carol has it at 250. Any more? It's sold at 250 then. Online bidder. And next we go again from the Osher home. Look at this piece right here. Lovely silver leaf and so this lady's house was a few $1 million. She had it all restored and she furnished it with all this great stuff, and she only stayed there one night in 20 years. Everything is like brand spanking new, and no expense was spared to furnish this house. We're going to be selling all the furnishings. There's fabulous paintings and all kinds of stuff. Anyway, on this chinoiserie decorated and gilded table lamp, what's your pleasure on that? I have 200. I have 200, and now two and a quarter, and 2.5. I have 2.5 on the floor, and 75, 300 on the floor, and 3.25, and 3.5. I have 3.25, and 3.5, and 3.25, 3.5. At 3.25, 3.5 anymore. Beautiful, beautiful lamp. Very expensive shade. I have 3.25 with Jen, 3.25 and 3.5. Probably got turned on once in its lifetime. I have 3.25 and 3.5. Oh, 3.5 and 375. Yes, and 400. I have 375 with Jen, now 400. Absolutely bid at 375 and 4. Everyone else is out. Jen, 375. Number 3 buys, 375. Thank you, dear. Oh, this is a sweet little painting right here. This came to us from Northeast Harbor, Maine. This was found in one of the big estates in Northeast Harbor. And on that right there, it's a Papa Owl brings home dinner to Mama and 5 baby owlets in the nest, circa 1880. Let's see that, yeah. I didn't get a chance. Oh, yeah. Look at how it's painted. Lovely painting. And it has a couple little marks right here. But if you want it, we can give you the name of 2 wonderful restorers that do great work and very inexpensively. And what's your pleasure in that painting right there? 475 and 500 and 550 on the floor and 600, 6 with you and 650, 700 and 750, 800, 850, 900. No, I have 850 now, 900. I have 850 now and 900. That wonderful painting of the owls from about 1880 from Northeast Harbor. I have 850 now, 900. I have 850 now, 900. 850 now, 9. Sweet little picture. At 850 now, 900. Owls are very in right now. I have 850 now, 900. Any more? You got it, Carol. 850. Nice picture. Next, we have a very unusual. Hubley made a lot of door stops in cast iron, but this is an oversized one in original paint from a local estate. What's your pleasure in this one? You have a couple $100 and set it in. Do you got a phone on that? Phone's out. $200 where? And it's $200 on that nice doorstop with a fruit basket, oversized Hubley doorstop. Anyone for $100 then? 100 I have, of course, now a quarter. There's several hundred in the store. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter anymore. All in all, then, at only $100. That beautiful 1.25, 1.5. No money for this. At 1.25, 1.5. Nice oversized Hubley doorstop. Selling 1.25 once, 1.25 twice, and with 150. God, that should bring more. We're gonna 150 and 175. I 150 now, 175. I 150, 175. Look at the condition of this thing after all these years. Beautiful condition. I 150 and selling once, twice, any more? It's 150 then. Live auctioneers. Next, we have a pair of early Continental Majolica. These were probably water flasks, or they could have been canteens for some type of liqueur. They're very early. They still have the original carrying cords on them. And these are from the Sally Jeffsey Raphael collection. And what is your pleasure on these? Or the leaf design on them? And what's your pleasure on these? 1.25, I have at 1.5. I have 1.25 and 1.5 at 1.25, 1.5. These are very early. I have 1.25, 1.5. I have 1.25, 1.5 anymore. 1.5, of course, and 175, 175 and 200, and 175 and 200. They're probably Italian. I have 175 and now 200. I have 175 and 2 anymore. All in, all done at 200 I have, and 2.25, 2.25 and 2.5. They're lovely. I have 200 now, 2.25. 2.25 and 2.5. At 2.25 with Carol all the way now, and 2.5. At 2.25 and 2.5. At 2.25 once, twice, and for 2.5. You won't find any more of these. Not for that price. At 2.25 and 2.5. At 2.25 once, 2.25 twice, and for 250 with Carol all the way at 2.25. Any more? Carol, 2.25. And we are now approaching lot 1049. And this is 3 pieces of French continental country pottery. And what's your pleasure in this? A couple $100 I have. 2.25 and 2.5. At 2.25 and 2.5. At 2.25 and 2.5. At 2.25, 2.5. Look at this one with the scrollware with a pewter lid. I have 2.25 and 2.5. Got the guy's initials on the top. JG. If you have a JG for your initials, you need this. 2.5 and 275. At 250 and 275. At 250 and 275 anymore. At 250 and 275. At 250 once, twice, and 275 with Carol and 300. I 275 and now 3. I 275 and 300, 275 and 300 anymore. 300 with Sylvia on what? Oh, bid square. I 300 on bid square and 3 1/4. I 300 now 3 1/4. I 3 now 3 1/4 anymore. At 300 once, twice in for 3 1/4. 3 1/4 with Carol now. Back to bid square to want to go 3 1/2. I 3 1/4 as on with Carol online, and now 3 1/2. I 3 1/4, 3 1/2 anymore. At 3 1/4 once, twice went for 3 1/2. All in, all done. 3 1/4, 3 1/2. Carol 3 1/4. That's from the Lang Estate in Rockport. And Gary's putting up here a nice A.D. Muggin slate case mantle clock, a lovely 8-day clock, French clock, circa 1900. In the last 8 days, we have the pendulum and the key, appears to be working. And on that right there, what's your pleasure, that nice clock right there. 60 I have, and 70 and 80, 80, now 90, now 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, beautiful clock, 100 quarters on the phone, 1 1/2. I 1 1/4 on the phone and 1 1/2. I 1 1/4, lovely clock, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. It's got a bevel glass face on it. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. At 125 once, twice, and for 150, and beautiful little clock. Anymore? 1 1/4, Carly. 349 buys, 125. Thanks, Gary. Oh, I like this. Another owl. That's the only other owl we have, I think. Shola Ringa is the artist. Somerville, Mass. Barn owl, rather. And what's your pleasure in the barn owl? 100 I have a now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. Anymore? 1 1/4 here, 1 1/2 there, 175. I 150 here, 175. Nice picture. Comes from a house in South Thomaston, Maine. I 150 now, 175. With the gentleman seated at 150 once, twice in for 175. Yes, sir. 150 to number 4. 150 to number 4. Next we go to George Tuzaroff. Standing fashionable lady with wide brim hat in glazed ceramic. Done in 1992. What's your pleasure on this piece right here? Very stylish. 70 I have, and now 80. I have 70 now, 80, and 70 now, 80s. Much better than that. I have 70 now, 80, and 70 now, 100. It's a known artist, all signed. I have only $70, 80. I have now 90. 90 now, 100. I have 90. It's a known artist. I have 90 now, 100. I have 90 with Carol. Is that correct? 90 with Carol, now 100. Looking for 100. We're going to sell them. Going to sell that lovely girl. 100 I have, and now quarter. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Look at this beautiful piece. They'd look good in a shop that sells fashions, Carly. I 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. At 1 1/4 once, 1 1/4 twice, in for 150. So, Carol, 125. Next we have so many different things in this sale, but that's what makes it fun. Boy, if you ever wanted to have a complete and valuable drafting set, this is in a rosewood case with a nickel silver inlaid of the man that owned it. But look at the tools. They have ivory fittings on the tools. This comes out, and there's another whole section, and this comes out. I mean, this is a serious set of tools. And look at here, all the paints and and pencils to do colored charts. Never seen a better one. I don't think it's ever been used. Even the papers are not disturbed on the brushes. And what's your pleasure on this? 2 1/2, and now 275 and 300. At 275 and now 3. At 275, 300 I have, and now 3 1/4. 3 1/4 is on the floor and 3 1/2. I 3 1/4 on the floor and 3 1/2. You'll never find a better set of these. I 3 1/4, 3 1/2 anymore. All in all, then at 3 1/4, 3 1/2. I can't believe it. It should be bringing several hundred. Sold 3 1/4. Number 14. That's an incredible set of tools. Hey, here we go from a drafting set to a guitar. That's what's fun about Fridays. All kinds of stuff. And this is from the estate of Fern Gordon. It's a Guild M20 acoustic guitar circa 1967. What's your pleasure in the guitar? 900. Carol's not going to open at 900 anymore. I have 900, now 950. I have 900, now 950 in the case. At 900, now 950 anymore? 950 where? Right here, 950's on the floor, now 1,000. 1,000 I have, and 1,100. I have 1,000 now, 1,100 on the floor, and 1,200. 1,100 on the floor, and 12 anymore. At 11 once, 11 twice, in for 1,200 on the floor. Gentlemen seated in front of me, 1,100, 1,200. Sold, 1,100, number 15. 1,100 to 15. Next we have, this is from all of these next pieces are from a lady who actually was at these concerts and got these things signed by Eric Clapton and so on and so forth. This is an original Eric Clapton signed album of a ninth studio album, and what's your pleasure on that? From a house in Down East Maine, 450 have and 475. I 450 and 475. I 450 and 475. I 450 and 75 anymore. Where are you going to get another one of these? Signed by Eric Clapton, beautifully framed, 475 and 500 and 550. I 500. This has been hanging on there and on the Walnut Estate for years. 550, 600. I 550 and 600. I 550 and 600. 550 and 600. I 550 once, 550 twice. Don't lose it. 600 if you like it. We all in, all done at 550 and 600. It's going to go. It's gone. 550, Carol. Online bidder. This is a binder of 208 harp-themed posters. This man was a harpist, and he collected all these vintage postcards of real photo and litho photographs of harps. And on that right there, there's 208 postcards and photographs. What's your pleasure on this? Then we have $100 and set it in. Maybe have $100 and set in a beautiful collection. If you know somebody that's a harpist, this has all the different forms and periods of harps in the world. And he went for $100 that lot. No one's in the harp. 50. It's got to be sold. I have 50 and now 60. That's no money. 60 on the floor and 70. I have 60 now 70. I have 60. I had 60 on the floor now 70. 70 now 80. 80 now 90. 80 now 90. It's unreserved. I have $80 now 90. 90 on the floor now 100. I have 90 now 100. At 90 now 100 anymore. All in, all done at $90 once, $90 twice on the floor, and he went for $100. That fabulous album. 100 I have, and now 1 1/4. I have 100 now, 1 1/4. I have 100 once, 100 twice, and for 100 1/4. Gonna go anymore. Live auction is 100. All right, we're on 1057 now. We got more instruments. All right. So we have three fretted musical instruments all at one time. An electric guitar. Oh my gosh. We got a banjo, a little tiny, what's that, a ukulele maybe? And then a banjo and a electric guitar and an amp. What's your pleasure in that whole group from the Fern Gordon Estate? 175 and 200. I hit 200 I have and 2 1/4. And 2.5, all over the place. 275, 300, 300, 3 1/4 on the floor, and 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 75, 400. I have 400 on the floor and 4 1/4, 4 1/4, 4 1/2, 475, 500. No, I have 475. The floor's out and you're out. It's with Carol at 475 and now 500 for all those instruments in that amplifier. This is from the Gordon Estate. And what you played, that's a Ion Stratocaster style electric guitar. And an Epiphone Studio 10 amplifier at only $475 and now $500. I $475 once, twice, and for $500. We all in, all done at $475 anymore. It's $475, Carol. And next we have, this is from the same lady that had the signed album from Down East Maine, actually Blue Hill, Maine. And this is a signed 1980 Bonnie Raitt concert poster. And what's your pleasure on this? $350. Did you say that too, Sylvia? Oh, Carol, $350 and $375. I $350 and $375 on the Bonnie Raitt poster. I $350 and $375. I $350 and $75 anymore. At $350 once, $350 twice, went for $375 on the poster anymore. All in, all done at $350. Carol is $350. And then we have a pair of Herman Kardon Go and Play 2 Bluetooth speaker and a KEF LS50 speakers. The whole group won money from the Lang Estate in Rockport, Maine. Everything in their house is like brandy new. What's your pleasure on these? 4 and a quarter, and 4 and a half. 4 and a half is on the floor, and 475. 75 with Jen, 500. 500, 550. I have 500 and 550 for all the speakers. I have 500 and 550. Watch, it doesn't hit this. 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600. Let's keep it just like that. I have 550 and 600 for the whole group of these nice brand new speakers. I have 550 and 600. I have 550 once, 550 twice. And for 600, any more. They're gone at 550. Online bidder. 550, online bidder. And from the same lady that had the other sign posters, look at this one. This is the original 1971 poster of Fillmore East New York City final concerts. And on that it had Jay Giles. Remember Jay Giles? And the Allman Brothers and all those people, Johnny Winter, Humble Pie, Frank Zappa and the Mothers of Invention, Alice Cooper, all the great guys of our era. What's your pleasure? 300 I have, and now 3 and a quarter. I have 300, now 3 and a quarter, 3 and 3 and a quarter. 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half at 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half, beautifully framed. I have 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half at 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half anymore. At 3 and a quarter and selling, at 3 and a quarter once, 3 and a quarter twice, and for 3 and a half. The only one like it that we have. It's sold 3 and a quarter. Emily, did you get that? Live auctioneers, 3 and a quarter. And off we go. We have a collection of musical memorabilia from 1930 to 1970, Harrington and Merritt. And on those right there, that huge collection of photographs right there. What's your pleasure on this? 250 I have and 275. I have 250 and 275. All the famous people in there. I have 250 and 275. At only 250 and 275. Look at the amount of photographs of all these famous people. 275, thank you, and 300. 300 I have and 3 and a quarter. I have 3 and 3 and a quarter, 3 and 3 and a quarter on the floor and 3 and a half. I have 3 and a quarters on the floor and 3 and a half. 3 and a half and 75 for that big group. I have 350, now 375. I have 375 is on the floor and 400. And it seems like a reasonable price for those. 400, now 4 and a quarter. I have 400, now 4 and a quarter. Would you go, sir? I have 400, now 4 and a quarter for that huge group. I have 400 and 4 and a quarter anymore. At 400 once, twice, in for 4 and a quarter. With Emily, 4 and a quarter. 4 and a quarter. With 4 and a half, and now 475. I have 450 and 475. Well, they're worth it. That's a great group at 450 and 475. I have 450 and 75 anymore. All in all, done with Emily at 450 and 475. 475 with Sylvia on Bid Square. 500 now when Emily, now 550. Get back in there. I have 500 and Emily, now 550. I have 500 now 550 and 5 and 550. I have 500 and 550 anymore. At 500 with Emily once, with Emily twice. At 500, that large group of photographs. Anymore. Sold, Emily, 500. Live auctioneers. Next we have this little miniature chest right here. Piedmont Manufacturing diminutive maple storage chest right there. Has beautiful dovetailing on the sides. All exposed dovetailing with a Chippendale bracket base. What's your pleasure on this? 90 I have, 100 I have, and now quarter. 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, 175. 150 is with Absy bid with Jen, now 175. I 150, 175 anymore, and 150 and a lovely little chest at 150, 175 anymore. Jen, your buyer. 363, 150. Next we have, Greg Mort. Look at this. A local artist, Greg Mort, a lovely still life. Stewardship is the title. 1991 color lithograph, pencil signed and numbered by from the Lang estate. It's original Greg Mort. What's your pleasure on that? What's your pleasure on that? May we have? You got a phone on that? And 100 where? 100 I have on the floor. Now 1 and a quarter. I have 100 and a quarter. I have 100 need 100 and a quarter. I have 100 need 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. I have 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. Couldn't buy the frame for that. I have 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, and 150 is online, and 175. I 150 is with Sylvia, and 175 with Darren on the phone, and now 200. I 170. Look at this beautiful image at 175 and now 200. I 175 is on the phone with Darren, and now 200. At 175 once, 175 twice, and for 200. That 200 I have with Sylvia on Bid Square, and now 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter with Darren on the phone and 2 and a half. We paid for the frame maybe. I have 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half anymore. At 2 and a quarter once, 2 and a quarter twice, and for 250 with Sylvia, and now 275. Still a bargain. I have 250 now 275. 275 with Darren on the phone, and now 300. I have 275 and 3. At 275 once, 275 twice, and for 300. 300 with Sylvia. She's in it again. I have 300 now 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now 3 and a quarter, 300 3 and a quarter from the Lang estate, Rockport, Maine. 3 and a quarter with Darren on the phone, and 3 and a half. I have 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. At 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half anymore. 3.25 once, twice, in for 350. Sylvia's back in at 350 and now 375. 375 and now 400 on the Greg Mort. At 375 and now 4. At 375 and 4 anymore. At 375 once on the phone. At 375 twice on the phone. Anymore. All in, all done. Sold. 375. Phone. Hey, today's such a lovely day to go out whale hunting. I looked out the window over the ocean this morning, and it was so, so beautiful. The tide was way out, and the gulls were swimming in the water, and you saw all these little tiny icebergs in front of the house with the sun hitting on them. And on that, what's your pleasure? A couple $100 away, 100 I have, and now quarter. 1.25, and half on the floor, and 75 and 200. Back in, I have 175 with Jen, now 200. I have 175 and 2 on the harpoon. It's a Nantucket togglehead whaling harpoon for those of us that care. I have 175 and now 200. At 175 once, twice, and for 200. All in all, at 175 with Jen. They're going to be real happy. They got it. You're a player. 384, 175. And off we go to the next one. Oh, here we go. A large vintage glass fishing float in the most beautiful aqua color. I want to know how they made that. When you think about it, you had to blow this into a mold somehow and without breaking it. And it's thick glass. It's thick, thick glass. This came out of another local estate. What's your pleasure on this one? 1.25 and 1.5. Boy, if you ever want to have a nice one, this is it. I'd take the rope off myself and just have it as a sphere. 1.5 and 175. I have 150 and 175. Never seen a bigger one that's not damaged. I have 150, now 175. I have 175 and 200 with Emily at 175 and now 2. Look at the color of that thing. I have 175 and now 2. At 175 once, twice, and for 200. Boy, if you had a shop with nautical stuff, you need this. At 175 and now 200. I have 175 and now 2. I have 175 once, twice, and for 200. With Emily at 175. Is that correct? Anyone for 200? That lovely piece. Emily, 200 with Carol. 200 with Carol. Now 2.25. I have 200, 2.25. I almost sold it. I have 200 now, 2.25. I 2.25 with Emily, 2.5. I 2.25 and 2.5. Any more? 2.25 once, 2.25 twice. And for 250, we all good. You won't find another one. Emily, 2.25. We got to move on. Live auctioneers. Some really fun stuff here today. Oh, boy, you want to see a lovely inkstand. Look at this. It has cut glass bottles insert, and it pulls out. Let's see. Yeah, this pulls out. Let's see. How do we do that? If I can get it to pull out. Hold on a second. I want you to see what's inside of this. If I can get a hand. My hands are too big. Hey guys, get one of you guys to pull this out for me, will you, while I'm selling it, please? You got to see the inside of this. This is the most complex one of these I've ever seen. Yeah, I'll hold it. You pull it out. Somebody jammed it in there. We had it all the way out the other day. Somebody jammed it in there. Anyway, there's a picture on the screen, but when it there we go. Now, turn it around. Look at this. Talk about a traveling desk. Look at this. It has a compartment for all your letters and stuff. Oop. And this locks down. And you have more compartments here to put stuff. Anyway, incredible thing. What's your pleasure on that? 375 and now 400. I 375 and 4, 375 and 4. I 375 and 4. That's a really incredible piece with cut glass inkwells. I 375 and 400 if you like it. Look at the quality of this thing. I 375 and now 400. Just needs a good polishing. 400 I have and 4.25. I have 400 with Carol and 4.25. I have 400, 4.25. I never seen another one like it in the 56 years I've been doing this. I have 400 now, 4.25. Any more? Last call. It's sold for 400 then. Online better. Just let the boys fool with it after. Next we have Main clock and gauges. And on those right there, what's your pleasure? 200 I have in 2.25. I have 200 now, 2.25 on the clock engages at 200 and 2.25. I have 200 and 2.25. One is a vintage Chelsea U.S. Navy 24-hour clock with Bakelite case. I have only 2.25 and 2.5. I have 2.25, 2.5, and 2.25, 2.5. At 2.25, 2.5, at 2.25, 2.5 anymore. All in all on at 2.25, 2.5. Anymore. It's sold for 2.25 then. Next, we have a rare, early Peruvian silver 900 grade silver drinking vessel. And on that right there, this is all handmade and hand chased. And Peruvian is marked right there. What's your pleasure on that? 150 I have, and now 175. I 150, 175. At 150, 175, that beautiful piece of silver. 175 is on the floor, and 200. I 175 on the floor, and 2 should be everywhere. I 175 and 2. At 175 and 2, that beautiful handmade piece in silver. I 175 once, twice, and for 200. All in all, then at 200 I have in time, and 2.25. Still a bargain. I have 200, 2.25. There's almost 7 ounces of silver in this thing. I have 200 now, 2.25. I have 200 now, 2.25, 200, 2.25. Scraps for more than that. 2.25 and 2.5. I have 2.25 and 2.5. I'd hate to see it get scrapped, though. It's all hand done. 2.25 and 2.5. At 2.25 and 2.5 anymore? At 2.25 once, twice, went for 2.5 in time, and 275. I have 250 and 275. Beautiful condition. I have 250 and 275. Look at the quality of this thing. 250 once, twice, in for 275. Anymore? Sold 250. Live auctioneers. Next, we go to a wonderful artist, John Stobart. He was lived in Massachusetts, Florida, and from the United Kingdom, of course. Died in 2023. Lovely man, very talented. New York, the foot of South Street in 1876. Beautifully framed from a local estate again. The framing alone on this would be around $350 to $450 easily. What's your pleasure in this? We have $100 set in. 100 I have, and now quarter. I have $100 and 100 quarter, $100, 100 quarter. I have 1.25, 1.5, at 1.25, 1.5. No money for this at all. At 1.25, 1.5, that lovely piece signed by John. I 1.25 once, twice, 1.5, 175, and on the floor, and 200. I would. These were at the shop in South Thomaston. These were like $1,000. I 175 on the floor, and 200. I 175 on the floor. Gentlemen seated right at 175, 200. I have them 2.25. Would you go? I have 200. What a bargain. Haven't paid for the frame yet. I have 200 now, 2.25. It's all unreserved. I have 200, 2.25 anymore. At 200 once, 200 twice, and for 2.25, it's going to go. It's 200, Carol. Online bidder. Nice buy on that. Okay, next item we have is a 7-piece Wilcox silver plate coffee and tea service from a house over in Gardner, Maine. And boy, if you ever wanted the most incredible silver tea service, this is all engraved. It has cloven hoofed feet on it. Never seen one in any better condition than this. It was in a showcase in the house where it came from. Even has the covered butter dish. What's your pleasure in that? 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 1.25, 1.5. Perfect condition, 1.5 and 175, 175 and 200, and 175 and 2 should be being several hundred. It's all gold washed inside. I 175 and now 2. At 175 and 2, 175 and 2 by the Wilcox Silver Plate Company. Don't think it's ever been used. I 175 and now 2 in that gorgeous set. At 175 and 2, boy, if you want to serve coffee and tea in style, this is it. 175 once, twice, and for 200 in that beautiful set. Any more? It's 175. Online bidder. Next, we have a framed French broadside poster, Art Nouveau poster of actress Sarah Bernhardt, and went by after Alphonse Mucha. We do have an original Alphonse Mucha going to be in June with a huge collection of arts and crafts furniture that came out of Belfast. And on this lovely print right here, what's your pleasure? 70, now 80. 80, now 90, 90, now 100, 90, now... Can you imagine trying to frame this, how much it would cost? Wow. I have 90, now 100. 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, no money. 1.25, 1.5. At 1.25, 1.5, at 1.25, 1.5, 1.5, and 175. I 150, now 175. I 150, 175 and 200. I 175 and now 2. At 175 and 2 in that beautiful frame poster. At 175 and now 200. Any more? All in, all done. At 175 and 200. It's 175 then. Next we have, this is a great one right here. This is a framed French rail travel poster, 1912, by Leon Constant Duval. And on that right there, Voyages of Normandy. And what's your pleasure in this? Maybe 300 I have in 3 1/4. I have 4 1/4, even better. 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2 and 4 1/4, 4 1/2. At 4 1/4, 4 1/2, 450 and 475, 475 and now 500. It's on live auctioneers at 475 now 5. At 475 now 500. At 500 on the phone with Carly and now 5 1/4. 550 I have rather than 600. I 550 need 600. I 550 need 600. I 550 on live auctioneers at 600 if you want it. I 550 and 600. Lovely poster right there. I 550 once, 550 twice. You went for $600 if you want it. Any more? 550 live auctioneers. And cruising along to number 1073. 1073 is this lovely little 19th century needlepoint footstool, all carved walnut and all done in needlepoint. The little base is all carved walnut, probably around 1880. And what's your pleasure on this? 90 I have and now 100. I have 90 now 100, 90 now 100. That lovely little stool. 100 I have and now 1 1/4. 1 1/4, 1 1/2 on the floor, 175 and 175. I have 150 a gentleman on the floor, 150, 175. Think of the workmanship in that. I have 150, 175, 175 there and 200 now. 200 here and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2 and 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore. It's on the floor here, 2 1/4, 4 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2. I have it on the floor right there, that gentleman. 250 I have and 275 and 275. No, I have 250 is here with Darren and 275. At 250 and 275? Your way. 250 to 78. 250 to 78. We put new batteries in this, right? Okay. Here's an Oneida silver plate tea service with tray. Look at this one here. It has the kettle that you can put in the Bunsen burner here, and you can warm the water as it sits here, and it's mounted so you can tip it. When you're ready, you can tip it right into the cups. What's your pleasure in that whole group right there? And that whole tea service. 50 I have and 60 now. It's unreserved. I have 50 and 60. It's beautiful. They just need to be polished. I have 60 now. So what do you have? 60, now 70. I have 60, now 70. That's a lot of stuff. I have 60, now 70. Beautiful condition. Just needs to be polished. I have 70, now 80. Look at the size of that butler's tray. 80, now 90. I have 80, now 90. 90, now 100. I have 90, now 100. No money. 100 I have now 1/4. I have 100 now 1/4. That thing will 1 1/4 polish up beautifully. 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2 at 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. 1 1/2 at 175. At 150, 175. You pull out this pin and you can tip it like that while it's on the heater right into your cup. I have 150, now 175. I have 150, now 175 anymore. With Carol at 150, is that correct? Any more? 150 once, twice, and for 175? Carol, you got it. The days of luxury living. Here we go. This is a small cast iron fountain crest, probably by J.W. Fisk. A standing sea nymph, 8 inches high. What's your pleasure on that? How much, hon? 60. I have now 70. 70's on the floor, now 80. I have 80, now 90 on the floor, now 100. 100 now 1/4. I have 100 now 1/4. I think it was really a hood ornament. I have 100 now 1 1/4. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I think it is a hood ornament. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. And 1 1/4 once, 1 1/4 twice. In for 150. 1 1/2 and now 175. I 150 now 170, 175 and 200. I 175 and now 2. I 175 and 2. It still has the fittings underneath where it would have gone into the radiator, I think. I 175 and now 200. And 175 once, twice, in for 200. All in, all done at 175. Emily, 175. Oh, look at this. Oh, yeah, that's nice. And white and gray marble, 2 carved little seals. And what's your pleasure on this lovely little piece? 250 I have, and now 275. I have 250 and 275. A lovely little sculpture right there at 250 and 275. We couldn't figure out who did it, but it's got to be a Maine artist because it was in a very fine estate locally. I have 250 and 275. Look at the sweet faces on those seals. I have 250 and 275. Boy, this would be a lot of money in a gallery. I have 250 and 275 anymore on that nice little sculpture. I have 250 once, 250 twice, 275 is going to go. It's unreserved and 300 now. I have 275 looking for 3. I have 275 looking for 300. I have in 3 and a quarter. Well worth it. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter. I have 300 only and 3 and a quarter if you'd like that lovely little pair of seals at 300 once, 300 twice, and for 3 and a quarter. Any more? It's $300 then. You're getting all the heavy stuff, Gary. Look at this. Alex has got in the original box. Can you imagine this surviving all these years? This is a gift set in the original padded silk box with the label inside. Crown Staffordshire porcelain tea set retailed by Alfred Pierce and Company. And on that right there, which a pleasure. If you want to give somebody a gift, a beautiful tea set, look at this right here. All marked. Which a pleasure on this. 100 I have and now quarter. Should be everywhere. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. Never unbelievable to find it in the original box. I have only $100, 100 and a quarter. I have $100 only and 100 and a quarter. Should be all over the place. This is an incredible set. Thin porcelain. I have 100 once, 100 twice. Going to sell it. It's all here to go. Any more? Any more? 1 and a quarter and 1 and a half. 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half should be bringing $300-400. Going to sell it. I have 1 and a quarter once with Emily. 1 and a quarter twice. Anyone for $150? Any more? 1 and a quarter, Emily. Live auctioneers. Next we have a 5-piece continental porcelain dresser desk set. This comes out of the house in Portland. Look at the quality of this. Is all applied flowers. The letter holder, the double inkwell, the letter opener, the stamp holder, and this was for melting your seal, your wax seal. You have a candle in here, and you'd have a wax seal to seal your envelopes. And what's your pleasure in that lovely set right there from the Osher Estate in Portland, Maine. We have a couple $100 to set it in. 200 where I said 200, 100 then. Here to be sold. 50 I have and 60 now. Boy, this is 60 and 70. Look at the quality of this thing. I have 60 and 70. Carol, don't you think this is probably German porcelain?
Probably German, but it wasn't marked 70.
70 I have now 80. I have 70 now 80. 80. I have 70 now 80. 80 now 90. I have 80 now 90. 80 now 90. I have 80 now 90. 80 now 90 in that set. No money for this at all. I have $80 now 90. That letter holder is exquisite, and so is the inkwell with a little angel with holding a envelope with a dove. I have only $80, 90 if you want it. 90 I have it now 100. Wouldn't work so hard. This is really valuable. 100 now a quarter. I have 100 now a quarter. It's unreserved. We're going to sell it for only $100. I can't believe it. Any more? 100 once, twice, and for 1 and a quarter. 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. This is a lot of great material for no money. I have 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half with Carol at 1 and a quarter. Any more? We got to go. 1 and a quarter once, twice, and with 150. It's 1 and a quarter then. What a nice set for that money. Oh, look at this. Here's a painting of children, oil on panel, of children playing, oil on canvas rather, in a French style frame, a gilded French style frame. What's your pleasure in that? 3 and a quarter, and 3 and a half. I had 3 and a half and 75. 375 and 400 and 375 and 4. I 375 and 4. This came out of a lovely estate overlooking the ocean in Belfast. I 375 and 400. I 375 once, twice, and for 400. Any more? Any more? 375 then. Take it away. Oh, look at those. Lot 1080 is 52 antique. The Pickett tobacco tin tags. Derby winner is the name of the tobacco. And the Pickett was as the winner of the American Derby and Brooklyn Handicap. And these were, each one of these, somebody was a wicked tobacco chewer because each one of these was stuck on the tobacco pouch or the block of tobacco. And somebody saved all these through the years. And what's your pleasure? What's your 50 I have and 60 now. 60 and now 70. I have 60 now, 70 and 60 now, 70. I have 60 now, 70 and 60 now, 70 anymore. 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80. There's 52 of them. I have 70, now 80, and 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80. Going to sell them. I have 70 once, 70 twice. 70 for $80. All in, all done. It's $70.80 if you like it. On all those tags. In nice condition. I have 70 once, twice, and for $80. Who has the 70? Live auction is at $70. Anyone for $80 for that nice collection. Any more? $70. Emily. And 1081. 1081 is a wonderful little painting of the St. Bernard dog. This came out of a house over in Wiscasset. And on right there, what's your pleasure on this one? $200, 200 I have, and 2 and a quarter. How much? 275 and now 300. I have 275 and now 300 I have with Carol, and 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. I have 3 and a quarter on live auctioneers, and 3 and a half. 350 is on the phone with Carly, and now 375. I 350 now 375. I 350 now 375 at 350 and 75. I 350 is on the phone once, twice, and for 375. Sold to the phone 350 Carly. 393 350. Next we have the other one. This is from the same family again, oil on canvas of the St. Bernard dog. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this one? I have 200, now 275. I like that better, and 300. I have 275 and 3 on the St. Bernard. These were both in the same room in the same estate in Wiscasset. I have 275 and now 3. I have 275 and 3, 275 and 3 anymore. All in all, now 275. Once, twice, and it's 275. Next we have, we're going to do a run of dogs right now. When I lauded this, I thought it'd be a good idea. And this is by Hushka Carola Spaeth, head of a King Charles Spaniel, pastel on paper, original done 1942. What'd you pleasure that lovely King Charles Spaniel? 80 I have, 100 I have, and now quarter. 1 a quarter and a half, and 75. I went 75. I have 175 with Jen, 200, 200 and 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half, 2 and a quarters on the floor, and 2 and a half. The floor is out. It's with Carol now, 2 and a half and 275. I have 250 and 275 and that sweet little King Charles Spaniel. I have 250 once, 250 twice, and for 275 and that original piece. It's 250, Carol. Next we have a lovely Westerstrand Swedish gilt wall clock. Look at this piece right here. That's all carved wood and gilded on this 8-day time and strike clock. What's your pleasure on that? Which 50 I have, and 60 now. 60 and 70. I have 60 on the floor, now 70. 70, of course, now 80. Should be 300. 80 on the floor, 90, and now 100. I have 90, now 100. 90, now 100. It's a fabulous piece right here. At 90, 100 I have, of course, and 1 and a quarter. I have $100, 1 and a quarter. Look at the carving on this thing. I have 100 now and a quarter. I have 100 now, 1 and a quarter, and only $100, all carved and gilded. Here you go. I have 100 now, a quarter. Way, way, way under the money of that beautiful clock. Any more than $100, all in, all done. 100 it is. Live auctioneers. Great buy on that. Next we have these lovely right here. Look at these. These are silver-plated dolphins, and they have Portland glass Tree of Life shell pattern dishes in beautiful condition. And what's your pleasure in those with the Portland glass tops? Maybe we have a couple of dollars set in. 260 I have, and 70. 70 I have, 70, 80. 80 now 90. 90 now 100. I have 90 now 100. 90 now 100. 100 I have, of course, and 1 and a quarter. I have 100 now, 1 and a quarter. These are fabulous. I have 100 and 1 and a quarter. I have 100 now, 1 and a quarter. 100, 1 and a quarter. Look at the quality of these with dolphins. These are probably around 1880, 1890. I have $100 only, 100 and a quarter if you want them. Any more? All in, all done at only $100. A beautiful pair of Tazes. Any more? 100 it is. Live auctioneers buys. Next we have more 4 pieces of silver and silver-plated table items right here that Liz has. And these are, they're sturdy too. These are, and some of these are silver and some of it silver plate. These are all engraved, these cordials right here. What's your pleasure in this?
50.
How much? 50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60, sorry, Liz. 60 now 70, 70 now 80, of course. This is sterling mounted. 80 now 90. I have 80 now 90, 80 now 90. I have 80 now 90. 90, these are sterling too. 90 now 100, 100 now quarter. Look at those great tongs. 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. I have $100, 100 quarter. These are beautiful liquor bottles. I have $100, 100 quarter. Any more? All in, all done. These are silver too. 1 a quarter and 1 1/2. There's a lot of silver here. I 1 a quarter, 1 1/2. 1 a quarter, 1 1/2. Any more? All in, all done. Only 125 and selling for that whole group at 125 once, twice, and 175 and 150. Anyone? It's 1 a quarter then. Next we have a signed and Nash iridescent art glass vase. Beautiful vase like that. Look at that beautiful quality in that gasoline glaze finish like Tiffany did and Lotz did and a lot of the other famous glass makers on Douglas Nash purchased from Lowe's Comfort Tiffany in 1928. And what's your pleasure? 300 I have, now 3 1/4. I have 300, 3 1/4. That beautiful vase is 12 inches tall. That's a large piece. I have 300, now 3 1/4. I have 300, now 3 1/4. And that lovely piece of Nash art glass. Look at the quality and condition of this piece. It's all signed and numbered underneath here. I have only $300 and 3 1/4. At 300 once, 300 twice. Going to sell for only 300. Live auctioneers. Any more? 300 live auctioneers. Next we have, if you like pumpkins, we have them. 7 glass and stoneware pumpkins in the style of Robert Landry from the Lang Estate in Rockport, Maine. Look at that, all kinds of these. These are free-blown ones, mercury glass ones. What's your pleasure on all these? 50, I have 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60 and all those hand-blown pumpkins in glass and stone. and stone. I 7, how much? 80, now 90. I have 80, now 90. 80, now 90. They're expensive to buy if you had to buy them individually. I have 80, now 90. 80, now 90 on all the glass pumpkins at 80, now 90. Be great to give at gifts and for Thanksgiving, Halloween, any of those times. We have 90, Carol? 80. And 90 we're looking for. I have 80, now 90. Any more? 90, now 100. No money for these. Quickly, I'm going to sell them. I have 90, now 100. For all those 7 pumpkins, 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. If you have to buy them in a store, 3, 4, 5 times that. I have 100 once, twice, and for 1 1/4. We all in, all done at $100. We are $100. Online bidder. We are now approaching lot 1089 or 1089. 3 art glass paperweights. These are real good ones right here. And on the paperweights, right here, I have what? A couple $100 where? 1 1/4 and 1 1/2, 1 1/2 and 175, 200, 200 and 2 1/4, 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2. These are good early ones. I have 2 1/4, all in Millie Fury. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore. Once, twice, at 2 1/4, 2 1/2. It's 2 1/4 then. Nice group of paperweights. Another group right here. We have 4 this time. And on these right here, what's your pleasure? This one has a little village scene hand-painted inside of it. This one has a flower control bubble and amethyst-colored control bubble. What's your pleasure on that one? Then we have $50 and set it in. $50 where and set it in. And it's still $50. No one still knows at all? And it's still $50? 50, I have them 60 now. I have 50 and 60 for all of them. I have 50 and 60, going to sell, unreserved. I have 50 once, twice, and for $60 for 4 paperweights anymore. It's $50. Online bidder. Next look at these. These are lovely. These are from the Osher estate in Portland, Maine. Again, these are all silver overlay. What's great about this one is silver overlay on cranberry glass. Over on cranberry glass. We didn't have time to polish these. But anyway, what's your pleasure in these? I had 300. I had 300, 300 where? 1 1/4. 1 1/2 and 175, 175 and 200, 200 and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4 on the floor and 2 1/2, and 2 1/2, Jen, and 75, 275. I have 250 with Jen at 275, 275, 300, 300 and 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4 with Jen all the way at 300 for all those wonderful sterling silver overlay over blown glass perfumes. This is the rare one right here. That's the one. That's $300 right there by itself. Anyway, I have 300 now, 3 1/4 anymore. 300 once, twice, and somebody's going to be 3 1/4 in time and 3 1/2. No, I have 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. 3.5 and 375. They're just waking up to the value of these. I 3.5 now 375. I 350 and 375 from the Osher Estate in Portland, Maine. Boy, these will shine up beautifully. I 3.25 and 3.5. With Emily at 3.25 and 3.5. I'm looking for 375. Thank you. I 375 and now 400 for the group. I 375 and now 4. I 375 and 4 and 375 and 4. 400 I have now 4.25. I have 400, 4.25. They'll shine up beautifully. They're all sterling overlay. I have 400 now 4.25. 400 once, twice, and for 4.25. We all end on at 400, 4.25. We good? 400. Live auctioneers. Next we have this John Cook for Phoenix Studios, the Lily glass lamp. And on that right there, is that got bulbs in it? It does. Unplug that. No, I want you to unplug it and plug it right there. Just unwind that and plug it right in there. And on the lamp right here, the John Cook for Phoenix Studios Lily lamp after Tiffany, after the Tiffany design, signed and dated 1986 on this one right here. A Tiffany one like this would be several thousand. You got enough cord, just plug it in right there. There you go, Alex. Whenever you come up with lamps, make sure they're ready to plug in. Well, the other one lit up. There you go. Yeah. And on the lamp right there, what's your pleasure on that lovely lamp? 375 and now 400. I had 375 and 400. Look at the color through the 400 I have and now 4.25. It's in bronze. Even the switch has art glass on it. 4.25. I have 400 now 4.25. This needs 4.25 and 4.5. I have 4.25 and 4.5, 4.25, 4.5 anymore. At 4.25 with Carol, and the 4 is going to sell. At 4.25, 4.5 from the Osher Estate, 4.5 and 475. At 450 and 75. At 450 and 75. At 450 and 75. 475 and now 500. I have 475, 500. I have now 550. I have 500 now, 550 and 600. Beautiful lamb. I have 550 and 600. Has that beautiful purple iridescent gasoline glaze on it in bronze. 600 and 650. I have 600 now, 650, 650, 700. I have 650 with Carol, now 7. At 650 and 700 from the Osher Estate, Portland, Maine. At 650 once, 650 twice, and for $700. We're all good at 650 once, twice, and I think Carol has it. Carol, 650. Online bidder. Thank you, buddy. Next we have 2 vintage glass perfume bottles with silver. This one has silver overlay, and this one is heavily, deeply cut, blue cut to clear on that little scent bottle right there with a sterling top. What's your pleasure on that? 80. I have a now 90. I have 80 now 90, 80 now 90. At $80.90 if you want it. At only $80.90 if you'd like it. Beautiful scent bottle right there. At 80 once, 80 twice. In for $90. We all in a good at $80? Looks like we are. $80, Emily. And next we have 7-piece Royal Worcester Blind Earl China pattern. Look at this. And what's your pleasure on this? 70. I have an 80. What a beautiful pattern. What a beautiful pattern. And I have 70 now 80. At 70 now 80 and 70 now 80. At only $70 now 80. Any more? 80 now 90. I have 80 now 90. Look at the quality of this. I have 80 now 90. 80 now 90. Can you imagine having your tea in that? 90 now 100. A 90 now 100 for the whole set. 7-piece Royal Worcester set. 100 I have in Blind Earl China pattern. 100 now quarter. A quarter. I have 100 now quarter. 100 now 1 1/4, 1.5. This is also from the Osher Estate in Portland. What do you have, Carol? 1.5 now 175. I 150, 175 is beautiful stuff. I 150 now 175. I 150 once, 150 twice in for 175. Any more? At 150 any more? All in at 150 for that entire group. And sold 150, Carol. Next we have an academic studio figure study. This was from the Sally Jesse Raphael collection in upstate New York. And on that painting right there, what's your pleasure? I have 600 on the floor and 650 now. It's 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700 and 750, 800. I have 800, 850. No. I have 800, no 850. I have 800, no 850 at 800, 850. With Carol now online at 800, 850. From the Sally Jesse Raphael collection, I have 800, now 850. Any more? 800 once, twice, and for 850. It's sold, Carol, 800. Online bidder. Nice original, probably Boston studio portrait, Boston studio art. Also here from the Sally Jesser Raphael collection right here. We think it's by a Danish artist. She had a fabulous collection of Danish paintings. What's your pleasure in this? 80 I have it, now 90, now 100. 100, now quarter. I have 100 now, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, at 1 1/4, 1 1/2. It looks like it's probably by one of the expressionists, 175 and 200. I 175 and now 200, 200, 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4, and 200, 2 1/4. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/2. It almost looks like it's one of the German expressionists at 2 1/2 and 275. I have 250 and 275 at 250 and 75. At 250, 275 with Jasmine on Live Auctioneers. Now 300, 300 and 3 1/4. At 300, 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4. I have 300, 3 1/4. It has an old appraisal on the back of it. It said was appraised at 1,500. 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. There's the old appraisal that was with it. 3 1/2 and now 375. I have 375 and 400. I have 375, 400. I have them 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. I have 400, 4 1/4 anymore. All in, all done at 400, 4 1/4. 4 1/4 in time with Jasmine. 4 1/2 with Carol. Now 475. And now 475. I have 450, now 475. Quickly, we're going to sell it. At 450 once, 450 twice. It went for 475. Any more? It's gone at 450 then. And we're approaching 1097 right now. And 1097, oh, some more great silver overlaid objects. Boy, if you like to drink in style, this is silver overlay on a hand-blown deep amber glass with sterling overlay. That one says rye. This one says scotch. And this one can say whatever you want it to. Sterling silver with the stoppers. And what's your pleasure on all these? 50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60 on all those nice pieces right there. At only $50 and 60 of course, and 70. I have 70 now, 80. There's sterling overlaid. 70 now, 80, and 70 now, 80 now, 90. All early blown glass. 90 now, 100. I'm 90 now, 100. 90 now, 100. 100 I have now, quarter. I have 100 now, quarter. 100 now, quarter. 100 only. 100 a quarter if you like them. Boy, those brown ones are fabulous. They're heavy, heavy blown glass and sterling silver mounted. I have 100 now, quarter. 100 once, 100 twice. And for 125, missing the boat on these. Any more? Who has the 100? Carol, 100. Online bidder. Next we have lot 1098 is another piece from the Osher Estate. Look at this here. All hand carved in silver leaf with a very, very expensive silver leaf trimmed shade from the Osher Estate in Portland, Maine. What's your pleasure on this one? Maybe a couple $100 and set it. I'm sure it costs a few hundred easily. Maybe that just for the shade. You got it? You got the right one? No. That goes this way. There you go. And $100 where? Look at that beautiful lamp. That's all hand-painted silver leaf to match the shade. It's carved and painted silver leaf wood. And $100 where? 50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60. This cost a fortune new. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. 60 and 70. I have 60 and 70 from the Osher Estate. 70 now, 80. I have 70 now, 80. Probably cost you $500, $600, $700 or more. 80 now, 90. I have 80 now, 90. I have 80 now, 90. None of these things were ever used. I have 80 now, 90 now, 100. 90 now, 100. Look at the quality of this thing. I have 90 once, 90 twice. Anyone for $100? That beautiful lamp. 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100. Think what you'd pay in a designer shop for this. Hundreds. I have $100 once, $100 twice, and for 1 1/4 for that lovely lamp. Any more? It's unreserved. Sold $100. We have to move on. Online bidder. Next we have a 19th century Pennsylvania carpenter's toolbox in yellow pine, right here. Oh, thanks, Darren. With brass fittings. Oh, look at that. We figured it's Pennsylvania because of the Pennsylvania pinwheels. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 300 I have, and now 3 1/4. I have 300 with Jasmine, and now 3 1/4. 3 1/4 on the phone, and 3 1/2. I 3 1/4 and 3 1/2, and 3 1/4, 3 1/2. On the phone with Carly at 3 1/2 with Jasmine online, and now 375. And now 375 on the phone with Carly and 400. I 375 with Carly and 400. I 400 with Jasmine online, and now 4 1/4. I 400 now 4 1/4. 4 1/4 on the phone with Carly, and now 4 1/2. I 4 1/4 now 4 1/2. At 4 1/4, 4 1/2 any more than 4 1/4, 4 1/2 on the phone once. 4 1/2 on time with Jasmine, and now 475. 475 on the phone with Carly, and now 500, and now 500. I have 475 on the phone at 5, looking for 5. At 475 on the phone once, 475 on the phone twice, and for 500. We all in, all done? Phone 475. 318. Thank you all. A lot of interest in that little box. Next, we have another lovely John Stobart, bigger than better than the last one. And on the John Stobart, the Charles W. Morgan at Chubb's Wharf by moonlight. Original lithograph, pencil signed by the artist, and beautifully framed. And what's your pleasure in this? I have 300 and now 3 1/4. I have 300 on the floor, now 3 1/4. I have 300 on the floor and 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4. I have 300 on the floor and 3 1/4 anymore. All in, all done at 300 and 3 1/4. 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. The floor is out. It's with Jasmine. I 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. 3 1/2. 375. Wonderful piece. I 3 1/2 and now 375. I 350 and 375. Probably cost $500-600 to frame it. I 3 1/2 and 375 with Jasmine at 350 online at 350 and selling 350 once, twice, in for 375. Jasmine 350. You get that, Liz? Next, we have a Staffordshire Wealden-style pottery recumbent lion, 19th century. These are very rare and hard to find and lovely condition, and it has the original price tag inside of it from probably the 1920s of $450 on that little Wealden piece right there. What's your pleasure on that? 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2 at a rare piece. Original price tag of $450 is still in it from the 1920s or 30s. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2. That lovely little lion at only 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/2, of course, at 175, and 200. These are so rare and perfect condition. I 175 and now 200, 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. 200, 2 1/4. He's worth it. I have 200, 2 1/4. Has the original price tag still on it for $450 years ago. I have 200, 2 1/4 anymore. At 200 once, twice, at 2 1/4. Anyone who has the 200? Jasmine's at 200. Aim for 2 1/4. That lovely little rare lion. Any more? 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 2 1/4 with Emily. 2 1/2 wouldn't work so hard if it wasn't such a rare thing to find. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 once, 2 1/4 twice. Aim for 250. Going, and any more? You won't find another one for that price. Any more? Sold. 2 1/4. We have to move on. Thank you. And now we're at on 1102. 1102 is 7 miniature English porcelain figures, including a hen on a nest, a little boy reading, a pair of these little, look like guinea pigs, a mouse, ducks. What's your pleasure on all that? 70. I have now 80. I have 70 now, 80, and 70 now, 80. At 70 now, 80 anymore? All in all, it's $70. It's going to sell. 70 once, 70 twice, and for $80. That nice little group of porcelain miniatures. Any more? It's $70 then. Next, we have some more tobacco tags. 229 this time. These are all from the same estate. Pressed tin tobacco tags. It's called Venables Old Virginia. And on those right there, 229 of them. What's your pleasure? 60, now 70. I have 60, now 70, 60, now 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80, 70, now 80, 80, now 90. I have 80, now 90, 80, now 90. 229 of these 10 tags. I have 80, now 90. Remember, these all would be stuck on the bag of tobacco or a plug of tobacco, whichever I prefer. This is early stuff from the turn of the century. I have 80, now 90. With Emily all the way at 80, is that correct? And 90 now. 80 once, 80 twice, and for $90. We all good at 229 of these tags. $80 it is. Live auctioneers. Here we go. Another nice group right here. 6 shell and metal smoking accessories, including pipe and snuff boxes. All what's interesting about these is some of them are brass and silver mounted, and they open up on the bottom of the shell. They open up the bottom of that, looks like a clamshell. This one opens up. They all open up. So this one's silver mounted. This is a very early one right here, probably English 19th century. Another silver mounted one, English 19th century. And a pipe made out of a shell with a silver mount, which a pleasure in all these great pieces right here. 170, 200, I have them, 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. I have 2 1/4s on the floor and 2 1/2. 2 1/2 and 275. I have 250 and 275. Those are rare, rare, rare. I have 250 and 275. These are all handmade with shells and custom silver mounts. I have 2 1/2 and 275. 251s twice and 275. They're going to be happy, Jen. 426. 250 for those. Those came out of a house in Camden. So did these. 3 mother of pearl purses with hand-painted decoration. Again, this is a huge collection of these pieces from a house in Camden. Her mother had a house in Camden and in London. And what's your pleasure in these? How much? 50, I have in 60 now. I have 50 and 60 on the floor and 70. I have 60 on the floor and 70 now. I have 70 now, 80 on the floor now, 90. 80 on the floor now, 90, 80 now, 90. At 80 now, 90, no money. At 81, 90 now, 100. I have 90 now, 100 for the 3. I have 90 now, 100. All those 3 little shell purses made at the turn of the century. I have 90 now, 100, 90 now, 100 anymore. Anymore. Once, twice, and it's $90 then, Carol. Next we have 1106 is a Turnbridge ware jewelry box. Look at this. This is all micro inlaid. All micro inlaid, checkered inlay. It's got it all. It opens up like this. It's all silk padded, baby blue silk padded inside. I mean, it's an amazing thing. And this came out of a house over in Richmond, Maine. What's your pleasure on this one? 70, I have, and now 80. I have 70 and now 80. The workmanship, what's that? 80 and now 90. Look at the workmanship in this. 80 and now 90. It has drawers on the side, too. 90 now 100. 90 now 100. I have 90 now 100 I have, and now 1 1/4. I have 100 now 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, and now 175. I have 150, 175. I 150 once, twice in for 175. The workmanship in this is amazing. I 150 now 175. Any more? 175 and now 200, and 175 and now 2, and 175 and now 2 if you want it. I 175 once, 200 on the phone with Carly and 2 1/4. I have 200 now 2 1/4. I have 200 now 2 1/4 anymore. 200 once, twice, and for 2 1/4. 200, Carly. 427. Thank you. Next we have, a nice little painting right here, the Nelson Children's Swimming painting right here. Signed Nelson on the back, and on the children's swimming, oil on panel. Oil on panel, what's your pleasure in this? 60. This is nicely done. Let's see. It looks like a signature right there. 70 now 80. 80 now 90. 80 now 100 I have on the floor, now 1/4. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, at 1 1/4, 1 1/2, at 1 1/4, 1 1/2, at 1 1/4, 1 1/2. This is from Sally Jesse Raphael's collection again, at only 1 1/4, 1 1/2, at 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. All in, at 1 1/4 anymore. 1 1/4 it is. Next we have a collection of 5 continental enamel glass vessels. And this is from the Osher estate again. The Osher estate, look at this. This is a free-blown gold enameled rose bowl, cranberry fluted gold decoration, free-blown enamel decoration, more enamel decoration. What's your pleasure in that group? 60 I have in 70. I have 60 now 70, 60 now 70. No money for this 70. Of course, now 80 on this original art glass. I have 70 now 80, 70 now 80. One of these is worth more than that. I have 70 now 80. I'm going to sell it all free blown in cranberry to clear with gilded enamel. What do we have? 80? 80 now 90. I have 80 for that whole lot, now 90. No money. I have 80 now 90, 80 now 90. Sir, if you want to switch over, that pole is right. There you go. Now I can see you. I have 80 with the gentleman, now 90. 80 once, 80 twice, and for $90 on all that glass from the Osher estate. Great buy. Any more? You got it. $80 to 56. $80 to 56. How come they're giving you all the heavy stuff? Next we have a Victorian cranberry opalescent hobnail art glass vase. Look at this. This is spectacular. This is a period hobnail piece. You see they have a ground pontil It's cranberry shiny on the top, and then as it shades down through the pink to the clear, it's frosted. Never seen anything of that caliber in years. And what's your pleasure on that one? 50 I have, and now 60. I have 50 and 60. That rare piece of art glass, 60 and now 70. I have 60, now 70, 70 on the floor, now 80. I have 70, now 80, and 70, now 80. This is a rare piece of art glass. 80, now 90. I have 80, now 90, 80, 90 on the floor, now 100. I have 90, now 100, 90, now 100. And 90 only, and now 100 if you'd like it on that rare piece of art glass. Beautiful condition. And 90, now 100, 90, now 100 anymore. All in, all in at $90. Boy, sleeping on that one. That's a great piece. $90 at 53. And here we go on this one, a 1970s Danish folk art wall hanging textile. Beautiful piece right here. And what's your pleasure on this? I have 600 and 650 now. I have 650 and 700. I have 650 now, 700 and 750, 800. I have 750, 800, 850, no. I have 800 Carol now. At 800 Carol, everyone else is out. I have 800 now, 8.5. I have 800 now, 8.5. At 800, 8.5 anymore. At 800 once, twice, and for 850 with Carol all the way now. The empty's out, the floor's out, and it's Carol, 800. Next we have an African batik, a full-length portrait of Maasai woman standing with hands on her hips, batik on silk, all framed and ready to go. What's your pleasure on this? It's raised in some areas. What's your pleasure on this? Maybe we have $100 and set it in. $100 from the Osher estate. 50, I have 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60 anymore. 60 and now 70. I have 60 now 70. Beautiful piece. 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80 and 70 now 80. Expensively framed. I have 70 now 80 and 70 now 80 anymore. As 70 once, 70 twice. I went for $80. All in, $70. Carol, you have it 70? Any more? It's $70 then. It's all unreserved. And look at these. This is from the another local estate. 2 Victorian shellwork sewing boxes from the 19th century. Look at the quality of the workmanship on these sewing boxes. It's amazing. What's your pleasure on these? 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. I have 100 only, and now 100 a quarter if you'd like it. 100 once, 100 twice, and for 1 1/4 on those 2, period, 19th century, 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2, at 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Still a nice buy at 1 1/4, 1 1/2. The workmanship is amazing from the Victorian era. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore? Sold 1 1/4, Emily. 5 auctioneers. And 1113. It's more shell work from the same family right here. And on that right there, on the 3-piece, this is a fabulous box right here with wooden framework, and it opens up, and it has places for your rings and stuff. And on that one right there, which is a pleasure on this group, 200 I have to open, and 2 1/4 now. I have 200 now, 2 1/4 in this early Victorian handmade shelf pieces. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have only 200 now, 2 1/4. At 200 once, 200 twice, missing the boat on this jewel box. I have 200 now, 2 1/4 anymore. All in 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 on live auctioneers now, 250. I have 2 1/4 now, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 once, 2 1/4 twice. Going to sell it only 225. Emily, 2 1/4 then. And the last group of those, more Victorian shell work from the same family again. Look at this picture frame. Hold that right up, Liz, like that. And 2 shoes in shell, and a little wall box with a mirror. And what's your pleasure on this group? 175 and now 200. I 175 and now 2. From the same family, that's the last of their shell stuff. I 175 and now 2. And 175 once, 175 twice, and for 200 on all those pieces of shell work. Any more? It's 175 then. Online bidder with Carol. Next we have this lovely little bronze of a boy ringing a bell. And I looked at this earlier, and it's quite early. It's probably at least 18th century or earlier. It's on a little marble plinth. And what's your pleasure on that little guy? Well, we have $100 set it in from a house in Palm Beach. $100 where? $100 where? And he said $100. $50. Pass them away. Next object. Next object we have a pair of bronze pheasants, a pair of vintage centerpiece game birds, a male and female pheasants. What's your pleasure on these? in bronze, 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I 1 1/4 only, 1 1/2 if you'd like them. They're in bronze now, and they're period. I 1 1/4, what's that? 1 1/2, and now 175. I 150, 175. At 150 and 75, they're elegant. I just need the dust taken off them. I 150, 175, and 150 once, twice in for 175 with Carol. Any more? 150 it is, Carol. Online bidder. 150 to online bidder. Oh, look at this. A collection from the Osher estate again, a collection of Victorian era hand-blown art glass. They call these bride's baskets. This one's in a Millefiori glass. Another one, and what's your pleasure? These are all of the period. What's your pleasure on the whole group? 50 I have and 60 now. We used to sell these 20 years ago for $300 a piece. This would be $300 20 years ago. 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80. No money for this original art glass. 80 now 90. 80 now 90. 80 now 90 from the Osher estate. I have 80 now 90. Gonna sell it. They want it all sold. No money. $80. A lot of money to be made on this group. I have $80 now 90. 90 now 100. And 90 now 100. Anyone for $100 on that nice 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. Pay attention. I have 100 now quarter. What a buy. I have $100, 100 quarter. All free-blown art glass vases from the turn of the century. I have 100 once, twice. I'm going to sell. Sold, $100. Next we have a Mount Washington rose amber glass biscuit jar on this rare piece of Mount Washington art glass with a silver-plated fittings like they always should have in a peach and frosted color. What's your pleasure in this? 80, I have 90, 100, 100. Need 100. I have 90 now, 100, 90 now, 100 on the phone, now 1 1/4. I have 100 now, 1 1/4. A Mount Washington, rare. I have only $100. 100 once, 100 twice, and for 1 1/4 on that rare piece of art, 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2 now, a very rare piece of art glass. In the biscuit jar, they call them. 1 1/2 on the phone with Paige, and now 175. I 150 now, 175 with Paige on the phone at 150 only, and selling this rare biscuit jar. 150 once, 150 twice. Paige, you got it.
331.
Thank you. 150. Congratulations on that one. Next we have mother of pearl and shell coin purses with silk interiors from that same lady that had collected all of these. This one has a silver mounting on it, blue silk liner. Another one, a blue silk liner. And on the three of those, what are you going to pay for these? There we have what? $100 where? 70, I have now 80. I have 70 now 80. A huge collection, this lady. 80 now 90. I have 80 now 90, 80 now 90, now 100, and 90 now 100 on those wonderful pieces of shell work. I have 90 now 100, and $90 only, and $100, $30 a piece. 100 I have now quarter. 100 1/4, 1 1/2. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4 with Carol all the way, and 1 1/2 anymore. 1 1/4 once, twice, in for 150. It's 1 1/4, Carol. And next we have a group of 8 mother pearl shell purse form boxes. And all of these, this one has a little chain so you can wear it over the shoulder. And all of these, what's the collection? This one has the name on it. And all these little purses right here. What's your pleasure in all these? 150 have now 175. I 150 now 175. And 150 for that huge collection. I 150 and 75, 8 of them. 175 and 200. At 175 and now 2. At 175 and 175 and now 2 if you'd like it. At 175 once, 175 twice, and for 200. A nice grouping right there. All these are from the same family. They collected them throughout their lifetime. At 175 and now 2. It's 175, Carol. And we're approaching 1121 now. 1121. Oh, 2 German ceramic Vesta cases in a figural form on those little Vesta cases. And what's your pleasure in these? 400. Yeah, these are rare. 400 now, 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 450. It would have to go, right? Or a quarter. Thank you. I'm glad you guys know what I'm doing. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. With Emily at 400 now at 4 1/4 if you'd like them. I have 400 once, twice, and for 4 1/4 for the 2. Any more? Emily, 400. Live auction is. Next we have 2 Staffordshire Pratt glazed pottery recumbent deer. And on this right there, on this early Prattware, what's your pleasure on these? 100, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 175, 200, 200, 2 1/4. These have the original price. These have the original price tags on them too. They're 400 p. 3.5 with Emily and 375. I have Emily at 350 and 375. At 350 and 375. At 350 and 75 anymore. All in all, then at 350 and 375 on those early Staffordshire Prattware glazed pottery deer. 350 once, twice, anymore. It's 350 then. Next we have, oh, look at this cool stick and ball hat rack with mirror. An early stick and ball hat rack with mirror. What's your pleasure in this? In oak. 150 I have it now, 175. These are so hard to find. I have 150, 175. I'd like to know how they made that out of one piece of wood that carved through there like that. I 150 now, 175. This came out of a house in Ellsworth. I 150 now, 175. At 150, 175. Any more? 175 on the floor and 200. I would think so. I have 175 and now 2. At 175 and that great piece of stick and ball work. At 175 and now 2. At 175 once, twice, and for 200, it's 175, 53. Excuse me. And now we have Robert Owen, clown reading Wall Street Journal in the park. And on that, from the Osher Trust. What's your pleasure on this? What's your pleasure on this? Maybe we have $50 and set it in. $50 wearing that frame print right there from the Osher estate. Anyone for $50? And for $50? $25. They want it sold. And even for $25. Couldn't buy the frame for that. On the clown. Anyone for $25? 25 I have, and now 35. I have 25 and now 35. At 25 and 35 anymore? Sold. $25? 5 auctioneers. Next we have a Sister Corita by Sister Mary Corita Kent. And on that right there, what I have, 300 I have, and now 3 1/4. 3 1/4 and 3 1/2 at 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2 at 3 1/2, and 75 and 400 on the floor. I have 400 on the floor now, 4 1/4 and 4 1/2 and 475, 500, 550. I have 550, 600. No, I have 550 now, 600. I have 550 with Carol and 600. I have 550 and 600, 550 and 600 anymore. All in, all on at 550 with Carol anymore. Floor is out, Jen's out. 550 it is, Carol. Next, we have 2 pieces of early hand-blown Venetian glass. And what's your pleasure on these? With 150 with applied blue, cobalt blue trim. These are all hand-blown from the 19th century. And which I have 150 open and 175. I 150 now 175. Beautiful pieces of Venetian art glass. I 150, 175. Any more? With Emily at 150 and now 175 for the pair. Now they should be bigger than that a piece. We're going to sell it. I 150 once, 150 twice, and 175. It's 150 Emily. Next we have a 7-piece Bohemian etched glass jug and tumbler set. Look at this. This is pewter mounted. It has a fully engraved hunting scene with a man with his dog. It's all faceted on the top. Beautiful set of drinking material right here. And every one of these has got stags on it and different animals. What's your pleasure in that group? How much? 60. I have 60. We paid for one of the glasses. And now what? And now 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80, 70, now 80. Come along now. This is a great early piece. I have 70, now 80, and 70, now 80. 80, of course, now 90. I have 80, now 90, 80, now 90. This is fabulous engraving on it. 90, now 100. I have 90, now 100, 90, now 100. Look at the top of this. 90, now 100 should be $300. I'm going to sell it. I have $90 only. I have only $90. 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. What a bargain. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Every one of these tumblers is engraved, fully engraved, deeply engraved with stags and so on and so forth. We have 1 1/4, Carol, and 1 1/2 would be next. I 1 1/4 going to sell it. A 1 1/4 once, 1 1/4 twice. Boy, that's a great set for no money anymore. It's 1 1/4 then. 1 1/2, we'll take it. I 1 1/4. I didn't say sold, luckily. I 1 1/2, now 175. I 150, now 175 in this beautiful set. 150 once, twice, any more. 175. They're missing the boat on this. I 175 and now 200. I 175 and 200. Even the handle is free blown and applied. I 175 once, twice, and for 200. Sold 175. We got to move on. A lot of stuff to sell. Next we have a walnut Kroger mantle clock right here on that nice little Kroger mantle clock and walnut time strike clock with the fancy gilt pendulum. It has what they call a barometer form pendulum. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? Here we have $100 and set it in. $100 wearing that rare Kroger. 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. I have 100, one a quarter, 1.5, 1.5 we need. 1.25, 1.5. It has a rare pendulum with a barometer on it. I have Carol, 1.25, need 150. I will need 150 if you want that nice clock. I 1.25, 1.5, and 1.25, 1.5 anymore. It's got that rare pendulum, 150. The pendulum's worth that. You can never find that pendulum. I 150, now 175. I 150, 175, and 150 and 75. Any more? Page, 150? 557. Hey, Chris, or whoever, take that pendulum off that clock, okay, before you keep moving it. Next we go to a silver-plated plateau. So if you have a dinner party or you have a big dresser and you want to put all your fancy stuff on it, it's a beveled mirror with silver plate plateau. What's your pleasure on that? 1.25 and 1.5. I 1.25 and 1.5 and 1.25, 1.5 on that nice plateau. It's all faceted cut along the mirror. I 1.25, 1.5. At 1.25, 1.5 anymore on that nice silver-plated plateau. Just needs to be polished. We'll have to get some polish out next time. I 1.25 once, twice, and 1.5. It's 1.25. Emily. Some great buys on some fun stuff here. Here we go with the lady with the shells again. These are all collected shells with poems on it. This is the Our Father. This is a Sunday with a poem. Another one with a poem. This one has a scene of a rabbit going through the woods. What's your pleasure on those? 50, I have 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. For all of those, no money. I have 50 once, 50 twice, and 60 and 70. I have 60 now 70. I have 60 now 70. 70 now 80. 80 now 90. These were done at the turn of the century when people were getting these as gifts. I have 80 now 90. And these cowrie shells. I have $80 with Carol, correct? I have only $80 and now 90 if you like them from the house in Camden. 80 once, twice, and for 90. Sold $80. Somebody's eating something with a ton of garlic on it. I can smell it from here. 13 mother of pearl coin purses on the coin purses. There's 13 of these from that same lady that collected all this mother of pearl and shell material. What's your pleasure on 13 of them? 1.25 and 1.5. I 1.25, 1.5, and 1.25, 1.5. 1.5 over here. No, 175 and 200. 170, 200 I have on the floor and 2.25. I have 200 on the floor and 2.25 for 13 of them. 2.25 and 2.5. No, floor is out. I have 2.25 with Emily and 2.5. At 2.25, 2.5 anymore. At 2.25 once, twice, and for 2.5. 2.5 for Carol and 275, new player. I 250 now 275 for 13 of these little coin purses. I 2.5 and now 275. They're all from the turn of the century. 250 once, twice, and for 275. Carol 250. Next we have a pair of Staffordshire pearlware recumbent deer figures. Look at these little guys. Pearlware they are on the recumbent deers in pearlware. What's your pleasure on these? 90 I have, and now 100. I'm 90 now 100, 90 now 100, and 90 now 100 on the pair of these little pearlware pieces. At 100 I have, and now quarter, 1.25, 1.5. I 1.25, 1.5 seems reasonable for those. I 1.25, 1.5, and 1.25, 1.5 at only 125 and selling. At 125 once, twice, and for 150. Are we all in on 1.25? We are 1.25. Who got those? Live auctioneers, 1.25. Next we have a Staffordshire pearlware recumbent deer, circa 1830. A nice early one right here. And what's your pleasure on this little deer? 80. The original price is still on it from years ago. It's $295. I'm 90 now 100. I'm 90 now 100 in that little deer. I'm 90 now 100, 90 now 100 at only $90 and selling it at $90 and 100. Original price was $295. Maybe we have $100 and set it in. Any more? Sold for $90 then. Live auctioneers. Next, we have a bird's eye maple folding table, a 19th century round parlor table, and when you cross the stretchers, it folds up 29 inches by 29 by 29. And what's your pleasure in that cool little bird's eye maple table? 90, I have it now 100. I have 90 now 100. It tucks right away. When you tuck it away, it's only like this deep. 100, I have it now quarter. In bird's eye maple, I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter anymore. All in, all done at $100. That nice bird's eye maple folding little table, called a tuck-away table, they're called. I have $100 once, twice, anymore. It's $100 then. Next, we have a Leroy Neiman, an original Leroy Neiman Chef La Cuisine François, 1995, serigraph signed and pencil signed. And what's your pleasure on this? 100, I have it now a quarter. I have 100, I won a quarter on the floor, now 1.5. I won a quarter, 1.5. No money for Leroy Neiman. I won a quarter, 1.5 anymore. And 1 1/4, 1.5, and 1 1/4 is on the floor, 1 1/4 and selling. And 1 1/4 once, twice, I went for 150. Great piece for the kitchen by Leroy Neiman. Anyone for 150? 150 in time, and 175. 175 is on the floor, and 200. Way under the money for him. And 175 on the floor, and 200 if you want it. Going to sell. And 175 once, 175 twice, went for 200. 175 to 78. 175 to 78. Next we have another John Stobart, another great John Stobart right here. Oh, and they're getting bigger and bigger. Gary's got this one right here, beautifully framed. This one to frame, I bet you to frame this would be probably almost $1,000 on that John Stobart from that same family that had all the John Stobarts. What's your pleasure on that one? What's your pleasure on this one? Maybe I have a couple of dollars and set it in. At 200, I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 2.5. At 2 1/4, I need 2.5. At 2 1/4, I need 2.5. At 2 1/4, I have 2.5 is on the floor and 275. I have 250 on the floor. No money for this at all. I have 250 and 275. At 250 is on the floor and selling that beautiful John Stobart nautical picture. It's called the Celebrated Clipper Ship Lighting Towning Out of Maiden Voyage in 1854. I have 2.5 and now 275. I have 250 once, twice. It's on the floor at 250. Any more? 250, number 4. Nice buy. 250, number 4. And we're on to 1137 now. 1137 is a set of 12 George Jones and Sons crescent patterned dinner plates from England. And on those right there, with your pleasure, I have 100 1/4, now 1.5. 150 I had with Carol, now 175. I 150, now 175, and a complete set of 12. 175 and 200, and 175 and 2, and 175 and 2. Beautiful set of plates right there. I have on service plates, I have 175 and now 2. And with Carol all the way at 175 and 200. 175 once, twice, in for 200. Carol 175 then. Online bidder. Next we have 12 French Charles Arenfald Limoges porcelain rims soup bowls. Look at these beautiful soup bowls right there. Boy, if you want to eat soup in style, these are for you. All gold trimmed. And what's your pleasure in this? I have 100 1/4, now 1.5. I have 100 1/4, now 1.5. At 1 1/4, 1.5. At 1 1/4, 1.5 with Carol now. And the floor is out. And 175 and now 200. I have 175 and now 2. 175 and 2. From the same family, I have 175 and 2. They're beautifully marked on the back. At 175 and 2 anymore. 175 once, twice, and for 200. Carol 175. Next we have 2 cast iron doorstops right here. 2 cast iron doorstops right here, and they are painted Spanish flamenco dancer and a basket of flowers. What's your pleasure on these? 50. I have them 60 now. I have 50 and 60 on those 2 figural doorstops. No money. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60 if you like them. At $50 only and 60 if you like. I have 50 once, 50 twice, and for $60. Any more? Hey, John. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60 and now 70. I have 60 now 70. These are period ones. I have 60 now $70. I have 60 and 70. Boy, if you want to keep the doors from closing, these are fun. I haven't seen this flamenco dancer in a long time. I have 60 now 70. Any more? 60 it is then. Live auctioneers. And now we have a wonderful painting right here, a sportsman's duck hunting painting circa 1900, and it's in a French maple leaf frame. Lovely detailing on that. What's your pleasure on this? Couple hundred wear. 150 and 175 on the floor and 200 now. At 200, I have in 2 1/4. The floor is out. It's with Carol now. It's online at 200 and 2 1/4. Floor is out. It's 200 and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4 anymore. And that lovely little sporting painting at 200, 2 1/4, and a French maple leaf frame in walnut at 200 once, twice anymore. It's $200 then. Online bidder. Next we have, there's no end to this shell jewelry and stuff. And on this right here, 8 Victorian seashell pin cushions this time. All the pin cushions and wonderful shell pieces right here. What's your pleasure on that? 50, having 60 now. I have 50, 60 on the floor and 70. I have 70, 80 on the floor now, 90. And 90 now 100. I have 90 with Carol now 100. And 90 now 100, 90 now 100. And 90 now 100 anymore. And 90 once, 90 twice. And for 100, 100 I have with Carol now 1/4 on all the pin cushions in shell. I have 100 now 1/4, 100 now 1/4, 100 now 1/4 anymore. At 100 once, 100 twice. And for 100 1/4, Carol, $100. Yep, 100. 5 mother of pearl and metal snuff bottles, 19th century, from the same family again. Look at these cool snuff bottles. This one's in the form of a ewer. Somebody carefully crafted all these. These are actually not snuff bottles. These are perfumes. And on those right there, what's your pleasure on all those? 200, of course, and 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4. These are rare to find. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. At 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4 anymore. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I love this one in the form of a ewer, 2 1/2 and 275. At 250 and 275, they appear to have gilded brass fittings. I have 2 1/4 with Carol and 275 and 300. At 270, 300 to have and 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4. With Carol at 300 and 3 1/4 anymore. 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 once, twice, and for 3 1/2. We all in all that at 3 1/4, 3 1/2. Any more? Sold, Carol, 3 1/4. And now we have, what do you got there? Oh, look at that. That's an original watercolor in a beautiful bird's eye frame. Wow. From the Lang Estate in Rockport by Catherine Fell. Catherine Fell, Still Life of Vegetables, original watercolor. What's your pleasure on this lovely picture right here? 50 I have and 60. I have 50 and 60. It's a shame. That's an insult to the artist, but we have to take it. 60 and 70. 100 I have and now 1/4. I have 100 now 1/4, 100 now 1/4. Way under the money for this. I have $100 now 100 1/4. At only 100 1/4 with one and a half with Carol now 175 and 150 175 should be bringing $400 $500. I have 150 with Carol now 175. The original watercolor by that artist, beautifully done. That frame alone would be several hundred in solid bird's eye maple. I have 1.5 with 175 and now 200. I have 175 and 2 from the Lang Estate in Rockport, Maine. I have 175 and 2. Shouldn't have to struggle with this. 200 I have and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. Way under the money. At 200, 2 1/4, going to sell it at only $200. That beautiful 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 on the still life. I have 2 1/4 with Carol and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 once, 2 1/4 twice. Don't lose that lovely watercolor. Beautifully executed. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. Any more? Carol, 2 1/4 then. Nice buy. And next we have a circa 1920 Jacobean drop leaf style dining room table by Sheets Manufacturing Company. And on that little dining room table, what's your pleasure? 60 I have, and now 70 on that beautiful little piece of furniture. I have 60. The two center legs swing out to hold up those D-shaped leaves, by the way. And it is 30 inches high, 32 inches wide, and 43 inches and a half when it's open. And what's your pleasure on that? I have 60, now 70. I have 60, now 70, that original piece of furniture right there. I have 60, now 70, 60, now 70. Any more? At only $60.70 if you want it. Way under the money for that little table. Going to sell it at 60 once, twice. Any more? Who has the 60? Carol has 60. 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80. It's way under the money for that nice little table. I have 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80. Any more? Once, twice, any more? 80 in time, and now 90. Quickly. I have 80, now 90. Don't lose it. That's a nice little table for no money. I have 80, now 90, 80, now 90. 80 once, 80 twice, and for $90. We all good? $80. Carol. You want to sell? 5 lots. Next we have 1145. 1145 is a 4 images in one frame, seasoned, 1958. And what's your pleasure in that group right there? On that right there, the artist is from Missouri and Texas. What's your pleasure in this? All framed together. They almost look like Arthur Rackham drawings. What's your pleasure in this? Maybe $100 and set it in. Interested in $100. No interest in that piece? Pass that one away. Next item. Oh, this is a cool picture right here. In a very, very expensive period frame. This is a circa 1880 view of shanty owner enjoying sunrise over Manhattan from his perch. And on that right there, let me see that a second. That's very interesting, yeah. And what's your pleasure in this? 250 I have, and 275 and 300. I have 250 and 275 and now 300. I have 275 and now 300, 275 and 300 I have, and now three and a quarter I have, and 3.5. I have 3 and a quarter and 3.5. At 3 and a quarter, 3.5, and 75 and 400. I have 375 and now 4. 375 and 4, that's a fabulous 400 and 4 and a quarter. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter, 400, 4 and a quarter. I have 400, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a quarter now, 4.5. I have 400 and a quarter now, 4.5. It's 4 and a quarter and 4.5. 4.5 and 75 and 500. At 475 and now 500. I 475 and now 5. I 475 500. 550 I have and 600. I 550 now 6. I 550 now 600. 550 and 600. I 550 and 600. 600, Carol? I have 600, Carol, and now 7 I have, and now 750. I have 700, now 750. I have 700. Cool painting. I have 700, now 750. I have 700 once, 700 twice, and for 750. All in all, that's 700. One more, 750, Carol, and now 800. They're back, still in. 800 I have, and now 8.5. I have 800, now 8.5. At 800, 8.5. At 800, now 8.5, and now 9. 900 I have, and now 950. I'm 900, now 950, and 950. At 900, now 950, and 900, 950 anymore. At 900 once, 900 twice, and for 950. We all in all, then, 900. 900 is 73. 900 is 73. Oh, look at this. From the Lipizzan, a Hoschenroter, Lipizzan, a horse and rider from the Lipizzan school. And what's your pleasure in this lovely porcelain right here? 60 I have, and now 70. It has the original paper label and an enamel label on it. I have 60, now 70. 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80. Look at that. 80, now 90. Look at that great figure. 80, now 90. 80, now 90. Any more? At 80 once, 80 twice, and for $90. That beautiful. 90, now 100. At 90, now 100. On the 100, I have now quarter on the Lipizzan. I have 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter anymore. 100 once, 100 twice, and for 1 1/4. We're all in all done at $100. Any more? $100, Carol. Next, we have 7 Ladro porcelain figures. And what's your pleasure in all of these? A whole collection of Ladro figures, all girls, I guess. Ladies, yeah. What's your pleasure in this? 50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60 from an estate in Camden, Maine. I know when they're in the stores, these are $200-300 a piece. I've shrimp and clams in this one. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. 60, now 70. I have 60, now 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80. Boy, you go in the store to buy these. They're a fortune. Is a little orange picking woman. 80, now 90. 80, now 90. I have 80, now 90. 80, now 90. No money. At 80 once, 80 twice. They're going to go. They're unreserved. Anyone for $90. With Carol at 80, is that correct? Emily at 80, and now 90. 80 once, twice, and for $90. Can you imagine? That's like $10 a piece. $80 it is. Gone. Next, we have a 19th century custom Helpwhite card table. On that card table right there, what's your pleasure on that? In mahogany. How much? 50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 on that nice period card table. At 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. At only $50 and 60 if you like it. At 50 once, twice, it has boxwood string inlay, diamond pattern inlay. 60 and now 70. I have 60 now 70. It's a gift. I have 60 now 70, 60 now 70. At 60 once, twice, and for $70. We all in all, that's $60. I guess we are, $60. Online bidder. Next we have this walnut drop leaf dining room table from a rectangular set. And what's your pleasure is with leaves is 21-inch leaves, 85 inches long. What's your pleasure on this walnut piece from a house in Gardner? 50, I have in 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60 in Walnut. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. No money for this piece anymore. Any more than $50. Way under the money for this furniture. Any more? It's $50 then. Online bidder. Next we have Christopher Smith. Christopher Smith. Alex is putting down here. Two sculptures in bronze of children reading from the Linda Bean estate. And what's your pleasure in these? May we have what? $750 and set them in. $750 and set them in. They cost several thousand. Anyone for $750 on the two. Anyone for $750 on the two bronzes. Anyone for $750. Nobody wants those? Pass them away then. Next we have. There's no end to this mother of pearl shell stuff. There was literally a glass vitrine in this house about this big, like this deep. It was filled with these shell objects. And right here, so we have the 5 mother pearl shell purses with textile interiors. What's your pleasure on these? 60. I have now 70. I have 60 and 70 on these nice little purses. Somebody took a lot of effort. 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80, and 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80. This may be the last of them. 80 I have over here, now 90. 80's on the floor, now 90. At 80 and 90 and 80 and 90. On the floor at $80 only. At 80 once, 80 twice, in for 90 for the 5 shell purses. 90, now 100. 90 and now 100. 90 now 100. 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 on the floor, now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. Any more? All in, all done at $100, 100 a quarter if you like it. Any more? Who has the 100? 1 1/4. 1 1/4 in time. Sorry, 1 1/4, now 1 1/2. I 1 1/4, now 1 1/2, 1 1/2, and now 175. I 150, now 175. At 150, 175. Any more? At 150 once, twice, in for 175. With Carol all the way now. Carol 150. Online bidder. All right, John, you want to do something for a while? Come on up, buddy. Mr. Botero is now going to take over for a while. Turn mine off.
It is right there, and may I have what on that one? Start that off where? 50 bid, 60 now. 50 bid, would you get 60? 50 bid, would you get 60? I have a $50 bid, would you get 60 now? $50 bid, $60 bid, now 70. 60 bid, would you get 70? 60 bid, would you get 70? I have 60 looking for 70. 70 bid, now 80. 70 bid, would you go 80 now? 70 bid, now 80. I have 70 once. 70 twice. Last chance, $70. I'm going to sell. You own it, $70. Online bidder. Okay. And next we have another desk model right here, 1158 aviation desk model of a Lufthansa Lockheed Superstar, a 1957 vintage. And on that one right there, may I have what? Opens 250, now 275. 250 bid 275, 250 bid 275, and now to 300. 300 bid 3 1/4. 300 bid, would you get 3 1/4? 300 bid 3 1/4. The bid is only 300, now 3 1/4. 300 bid 3 1/4. I have 300 bid 3 1/4. 300 bid 3 1/4. 3 1/4. 3 1/2. 3 1/2. 375. 350 bid 375. 375, make it 4. 375, would you get 400 now? 400 now 4 1/4. 400 bid 4 1/4. 400 bid 4 1/4. The bid's 400 now 4 1/4. 400 now 4 1/4. Are we done? 400 once. 400 twice. Selling at 400. Any advance? Sold it for $400. Online bidder. Very good. Now comes 1159, and 1159 is the approximately, wait a minute, I should have, 1159 is the Lufthansa commemorative first flight covers. It's all right. That one's withdrawn? Okay. 1159 is not in the sale? Online okay with that? Everybody's line all set? Okay, moving on to number 1160. 1160. There we go. 3 German porcelain figurines right here. You have the gentleman with the dog and the 2 youth right there. May I have what on the lot of 3? Start that off where? 50 bid, would you get 60? 50 bid, would you get 60? 50 bid, would you get 60? I have a $50 bid on all 3, and now 60 where? 50 bid 60, 50 bid 60. The bid's only $50, looking for 60, 50, and now 60. All in, all done. Gonna sell once, twice, and it is $50 only. $50. Live auctioneer. Thank you. Okay. All right, and next comes, ooh, look at this one right here. Parian porcelain figure, classical seated woman right here. And on this, may I have what? Opens at 250, make it 275. 250 bid, what do you get? 275. 250 bid 275. The bid's 250 now 275. 250 bid 275. 250 bid 275. 250 bid 275. Are we all done? 250 and selling once, twice, and here it goes. Sold it for 250. Online bidder. Now comes 1162. 1162 is the Charles Henry Wright. Okay, it's Massachusetts main artist right here, 1880 to 1974. Single art Stonebridge right there. May I have what on that one? Do I have a bid on that one? Somebody started off at 300, 200. Make it a $200 bid. $200 bid would you get 200. $100. Set it in. $100 anywhere? $50. Any interest? $50 on that painting. Here it is. 50 I have on the floor. Thank you. 60 where? 50 bid 60. 50 bid 60. 60 bid 70. 70. I have 60 against you. Would you go 70 now, sir? Would you go 70? I have 60 online now. 70. 60 now. 70. Once, twice, and selling at $60 only. You got it. $60. Okay. Next comes 1163. And this is a 2 concept drawing lot here for New Yorker magazine. Pastel on paper, unsigned. And on these 2, somebody start that off where? Opens $90. Would you go 100? 100 bid would you go a quarter? Quarter bid the half. 100 1/4 bid would you go the half? 150 bid 175. 175 make it 2. 200 bid 2 1/4. 2 1/4 2 1/2. 2 1/2 275. 275 make it 3. 300 3 1/4. 3 1/4 3 1/2. 3 1/4 bid 3 1/2. 3 1/4 bid 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4. Look at 3 1/2. 3 1/4 3 1/2. All in, all done. 3 1/4 is the bid. Any advance? 325 it is. Live auctioneers. Next comes 1164. Nice piece of furniture here. Take a look at this little tiny corner, pine country corner table with 1 drawer and turned legs right there in pumpkin pine. Great little piece right there. We'll start that off where? Opens 150, make it 175. 150 bid 175, 150 bid 175. I have a 150 bid now 175, 150 now 175. All in, all done. 175, make it 200. 175 bid, what do you get to? 170, 200 bid 2 and a quarter. 200 bid 2 and a quarter, 200 bid 2 and a quarter. On the floor this time at $200 and 2 and a quarter. 200 bid 2 and a quarter, 200 bid 2 and a quarter. Are we done? 2 and a quarter in the nick of time. Make it 2 and a half. 2 and a quarter, but 2 and a half. 2 and a quarter, but 2 and a half. All in. All done at 2 and a quarter. Last chance, and it is sold for 2 and a quarter. Online. Okay. And next we have, take a look at this one here. Profile bust of a woman, a copper and silver relief acrylic background. And on this one right here, may I have what? Opens $50, make it 60. $50 bid, would you go 60 now? 50 bid, would you go 60? 50 bid, 60 bid 70. 60 bid, would you go 70 now? I have 60 looking for 70, 60 looking for 70. 60 once and 60 twice, and are we all done at just $60? 70, I have it now. 70 now 80. I heard Carol, but my head was looking this way. I don't know. Where was it? 80 now, break the tie. 80 bid 90. 80 bid with 90. 90 bid the 100. 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 100 bid now 1 and a quarter. 100 bid would go 1 and a quarter. 100 bid would go 1 and a quarter. I have 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. 1 and a quarter bid 1 and a half. 1 and a quarter bid 1 and a half. I have 1 and a quarter once. 1 and a half if you like. 1 and a quarter twice. Last chance. 1 and a quarter it is. Your way. Online bidder. 1166 comes up. Kisserman, Rudolph Kisserman. This is a vase of sunflowers, oil on linen, signed lower right. Okay, charming, nice, summery type of painting. Just what we need right now. Who'll start that off where? Open, $60 only. Make it 70. 60 bid, 70 bid, 80. 70 bid, would you go 80? 80 bid 90. 90 bid the 100. 100 bid the quarter. 100 bid quarter over here, now 1 and a half. 1 and a half, 175. 175, make it 2. 200 bid 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. 2 and a half, 275. 275, make it 3. 300 bid 3 and a quarter. 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. 3 and a half, 375. 375. 400 I have now, and now 4 and a quarter. 400 bid 4 and a quarter. 400's a bid, would you go 4 and a quarter? 400 bid 4 and a quarter. All in, all done at $400 only. Once, twice, selling to the online bidder. Make no mistake. Your way, 400. Online bidder. Okay, next we have 1167. More porcelain figurines here. Nice large ones right here in the bisque finish. Early 20th century German porcelain standing figurines. May I have what on the pair? Opens $50, make it 60. 50 bid, would you get 60? 50 bid, would you get 60? $50 bid, would you get 60? $50 bid, would you get 60? I have 50 now, 60, 50 now, 60. All in, all done at $50 only. 60 seems like no money for these. Look at, they're all hand painted. There's gilded flowers on them. 60 bid 70, 60 bid 70, 60 bid 70. I have 60 looking for 70 on the pair, not a piece. 70 bid 80. 70 bid, would you go 80? 70 bid, would you go 80? I have 70 once and 70 twice. Last chance at $70. You got it, $70. Online bidder. Next is 1168. Here we go. 3 pair of Staffordshire dogs. 3 pair of miniature. Okay, these are the more rare ones, the small ones like this. 3 pair of them here. All hand painted, period pieces. And may I have what on those? Opens 150, make it 175. 150, 175, make it 2. 175 bid 200 bid 2 and a quarter. 200 bid 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, 275. 275, go 3 now. 300, 3 and a quarter. 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. 3 and a half, 375. Now 400. Now 4 and a quarter. Now 4 and a half. 4 and a quarter is the bid. Now 4 and a half. 4 and a quarter bid 4 and a half. 4 and a quarter bid 4 and a half. You have 3 pairs here. 4 and a quarter bid 4 and a half. I have 4 and a quarter once online. 4 and a half if you like. 4 and a quarter twice. Gonna sell. You got them. 4 and a quarter. Okay. Okay, look at what we got next here. This is great. How about 3-piece Reed and Barton silver-plated serving pieces with the ruby inserts. With the ruby inserts right here. Wonderful table settings. Who'd like to start that off where? Opens $50 only, now 60. 50 bid, what do you get 60? 50 bid, what do you get 60? No money for this. 50 bid 60, 50 bid 60. I have 50 bid, what do you get 60? 50 bid, what do you get 60? All in, all done it. $50 only. Can't believe it. It's going to cost you more than that in M&M's. 60, now 70. 60 bid 70, 60 bid 70. I have a $60 bid, now 70, 60, now 70. Are we done at $60? Once, twice, I'm going to go. You got them, $60. Okay, next comes 1170. This is a wonderful collection of William Hogarth prints right here. On the engravings, I should say, on these Hogarth engravings here. May I have what? Starting right off where? Opens 50 on the entire lot. 50 bid 60. 60 bid 70. 60 bid 70. 60 bid 70. Should be bringing 100 apiece. 60 bid now 70. 70 bid 80. 70 bid would you go 80. 70 bid 80. On the floor this time at 70, looking for $80. 70, 80 bid 90. 80 bid 90. 90 bid the 100. 90 bid would you go the 100. 90 bid would you go the 100. 100 bid the quarter. 100 bid the quarter. 100 bid the quarter. I have a $100 bid now. Would you go on the quarter? 100 once. 100 twice. Are we all done at a $100 bid? You own them, $100. Okay. 1171 comes next. We have a censored folio, medical anatomy of woman. Okay, if you want to go ahead. This is Dr. Minder's anatomical mannequin of the female human body, an illustrated representation with full descriptive text. And on this one right here, may I have what? Opens at $60 only, now 70. 60 bid, would you get 70 now? 70 bid 80. 70 bid, would you go 80? 80 bid, would you go to 90? 90 bid the 100. 90's on the floor, 100, 1 and a quarter, 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. 1 and a quarter bid, would you go 1 and a half? 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. It's on the floor now. 1 and a quarter bid, would you go 1 and a half? 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. Are we done? 1 and a half in the nick of time. Now 175. 175, make it 2. 175 bid, would you get 200? 175 once. 175 twice. Here it goes. You got it. 175 to number 30. Okay. All right. Oh, these were the, yeah. Nicely framed, a set of 8 erotic prints in 3 frames right here. And you can see those. You probably saw them during the preview here. All done. And may I have what on the entire lot? 3 frames, 8 prints. Go where? How about a $100 bid? Quickly. 60 bid 70. 60 bid would you go 70. 70 bid would you go 80. 70 bid go 80 now. 70 bid would you go 80. 70 bid would you go 80. 80 bid 90. 90 bid the 100. 90 bid would you go the 100. 90 bid 100. 90 bid 100. 90 bid 100. 100 bid the quarter. 100 and a quarter. 1 and a half. 1 and a quarter bid would you go 1 and a half. 1 and a half and now 175 and now 200. And now 2 would you get 200. Now 2 would you get 200. 200 now 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter. 2 and a half. 2 and a quarter bid would you get 2 and a half. 2 and a half 275. 2 and a half 275. 2 and a half bid 275. I have 2 and a half once. 250 twice. Any advance over $250. Last chance once, twice, and they are sold for $250 online. Thank you. And now we have number 1173, and we've got a set of 9 1950s pinup girls framed. And on these prints right here, what's your pleasure on the entire lot? 50 bid 60. 60 bid 70. 60 bid would you go 70. 70 bid 80. 70 bid would you go 80 now. 70 bid 80. 70 bid 80. I have a $70 bid looking for 80. Are we all done at just 70? 80 now on 90. 80 bid, 90 bid the 100. 90 bid would you go the 100. 90 bid would you go the 100. 90 bid, 100 bid the quarter. 100 bid would you go 1 and a quarter. 100 bid would you go 1 and a quarter, 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. 1 and a quarter bid, 1 and a half now 175. 150 bid 175. 150 bid 175. The bid is 150 looking for 175. Are we all done? 150 once. 150 twice. Okay, all done? 150 it goes. Online bidder, thank you. Now comes 174. 2 Continental gilt brass inkwells, late 19th century. Nice figural piece, all hand painted on the inside here with the bird inkwells on the side, another porcelain insert, and this one is glass on brass. The 2 of them for 1 money now. Who'll start that off where? Open, $60, make it 70. 60 bid, what do you get 70 now? 60 bid 70. This is for the pair. 60 bid, what do you get 70? 60, 70 bid 80. 70 bid, what do you go 80 now? 70's on the floor. 80 bid 90. 90 bid the 100. 90 bid in the 100. I'm sorry, was that a bid, Carol? 100 bid 1 1/4. 100 bid, what do you go 1 1/4? 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4 bid, what do you go 1 1/2? 1 1/4 bid 1 1/2. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. It's on the floor this time. 1 1/4 bid 1 1/2. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. All in. 1 1/4 your way right there, number 54. 54. All right, now comes 1175, excuse me. Oh, we're back to these mother of pearl sewing cases with silver tools. Look at these. These are exquisite. Again, there's one with the silver thimble on it and the button hook. These have got interior pockets all folded up there for years, never probably been used. It doesn't show anywhere on some of these. These are exquisite. Somebody say what on this lot? Opens, thank you. 550 bid 600. 550 bid, what do you get 600? 550 bid, what do you get 600? I have a $550 bid, what do you get 600 now? On all of them. 550 bid, what do you get 600? I have 550, look at 600, what do you get 600? What do you get 600? I have 550 once. 550 twice, that's no money for all these. 550 in selling, last chance. Sold for $550. Online. Next comes 1176. We have 8 more mother of pearl thimble cases with contents, 19th century as well. These are the really diminutive ones. Take a look at the size of these. Okay, there's a full thimble case right there with suede leather liner on the inside. Okay, more thimble cases, red crushed velvet. We have satin there. A great lot of these right here. And we'll start those off where? Opens 1 1/4 only. 1 1/2. 175, make it 2. 175 is on the phone this time, make it 200. 200, 2 1/4. 200 bid 2 1/4. 200 bid 2 1/4. I have 200 online. What do you get 2 1/4? 200 bid 2 1/4. There are 8 of them. 200 bid 2 1/4. That's what? $25 a piece. Come now. Thimbles are worth more than that. Where am I? 200 bid 2 1/4. I have 200 bid 2 1/4. 200 bid 2 1/4. The bid's 200. Look at 2 1/4. 200 bid 2 1/4. I have 200 now. 2 1/4. Check these out. This. 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 275, 2 1/2, 275, 250 bid 275. The bid's only 250 now, 275 on the entire lot. 250 once, 250 twice. Are we done? 250 in selling, last chance. Sold 250. Live auctioneers. Okay, next we have, look at that. Nice little lectern here, 20th century weighted brass tabletop lectern. And may I have what on that one? Opens, 275, make it 3. 275 bid, what do you get 3? 300 bid 3 1/4. 3 1/4, 3 1/2. 3 1/4 bid, what do you get 3 1/2? 3 1/4 now, 3 1/2. What do you get 3 1/2 on the phone? 3 1/2, 75, make it 4. 375, what do you get 400 now? What do you go 400? 375 is online. I need 400. 375, what do you go 4? 375, what do you go 4? I have 375 straight away. 400 if you like. Last chance. Yes, no. It only hurts for a minute. 375 is the bid, looking for 400. Once, twice, and here we go. Your way, online bidder. I'm sorry, live auctioneers. Thank you. 1178 comes next, and this is an ash can portrait of a young performer right here. 3/4 length right here with his hat on, stage presence or some type of a performance going on there. May I have what on that one? Opens at 275, make it 3. 275, what do you get 300, 300, 3 1/4. 300 bid 3 1/4, 300 bid 3 1/4. I have a $300 bid now, 3 1/4. Wonderful little painting, 300 bid 3 1/4. Nice gilt and black lined frame, 300 bid 3 1/4, 300 bid 3 1/4. I have a $300 bid, what do you get 3 1/4, 300 bid 3 1/4. Are we done? 300 and selling what? 3 1/4 in the nick of time. Thank you. 350 now. 3 1/4 bid 3 1/2. 3 1/4 bid. What do you get 3 1/2? What do you get 3 1/2 now? 3 1/4 bid 3 1/2. All in. All done. 3 1/4 is the bid. Sold for 3 1/4. 325 to the online bidder. Okay, now we have 18th century Continental reverse glass painted icon on that one right there. And on that one, it's got a little bit of flaking, but if we were that old, we'd be a little flaky too. So somebody start that off where? I have 50, bid 60. 50, bid 60, 50, bid 60. I have a $50 bid looking for 60. 60, bid 70. 60 is bid, what do you get 70 now? 60, bid 70, 60, bid 70. The bid is only $60 and now 70, 60, now 70. All in, 18th century and selling $60 once, twice, and 70 in the nick of time. Make it 80. 70 bid, would you go 80 now? 70 bid, would you go 80? 70 bid, would you go 80? 80 bid 90. 80 bid, would you go 90? 80 bid, would you go 90? I have an $80 bid looking for 90 right now. 80 once and 80 twice. And $80 in selling, and it is sold for $80. Online. And look at this one right here. Hand-painted ceramic wall plate dated 1937. And on this one right here, where do you start that one off? May I have what? Opens at $50 only, now 60. 50 bid, what do you get 60 now? 50 bid 60, 60 bid 70. On the floor at 60, 70 now 80, 80 bid 90. 80's bid, what do you get 90 now? 80 bid 90, 80 bid 90. I have an $80 bid right here on the floor, now 90, 80 bid 90. All in, all done, and selling at $80 only. You got it, sir. Number 24, number 24. Yes. Next comes 1181, and on this one here, same artist, wall plaque with 3 musicians, dated 1937, and somebody start that one off where? 60 bid 70, 70 bid 80, 80 bid 90, 90 bid the 100. 90's bid, would you go 100 now? 100 now, 1 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4's bid, would you go 1 1/2? Not 1 1/4 bid now, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I have 1 1/4 on the floor. Make no mistake, 1 1/4 in selling. 1 1/2. And now 175. 175, make it 2. 175 bid, would you get 2? On the floor again. 175 is bid, I need 200. 175 once. 175 twice. All in. Sold 175 to number 24. Thank you. All right, now we have Catherine Fell, contemporary Maine artist here. Floral still life with the conch shell. Watercolors on a watercolor on Archer's paper, signed 94. Signed and dated 94. Excuse me. And on this one right here, charming painting. And let's go with that one. How about what? How about 300? How about $200? Where and set that one in? Gonna get 200. Gonna get 200 from the Lang Estate. 200. $100 on original watercolor. $100. There it is right there. Oh my gosh, there's $300 worth of framing there. $100 where? Anybody got an old ugly stain on the wall they want to cover up? 50 bid 60. 50 bid, would you get 60? No money for this whatsoever. I don't think you can cut the plate glass for that money. 50 bid 60. 50 bid 60. I'm here to sell it. 50 bid 60. 50 bid 60. 50 bid 60. That's a shame. Beautiful piece of art. 60 bid 70. 60 bid, would you get 70? 60 bid 70 bid 80. 70 bid, would you go 80? 70 bid, would you go 80? I have a $70 bid now 80. 70 now 80. Are we all done? 70 once. We've got to clean these estates out. 70 twice and gonna sell. Where's the bid? Who had the 70? Carol? $70 sold. Online bidder. Okay. And now comes 1183, and this is a folk art carved St. Nicholas figural box right here. Take a look at that one right there. He's got his staff in his hand. He's got his pipe behind his back right there, set up on the pedestal, okay, which opens up into a turn-trine box right here. Beautifully done. I think that's going to be 19th century. It just says folk art. Doesn't say when there, but it's late 19th or early 20th, I would say. Somebody start that one off where? Opens 2 1/4, make it 2 1/2. 2 1/4 bid, would you get 2 1/2? 2 1/2, 275. 250 bid, 275. 250 bid, 275. 250 standing on the phone, and 275 where? 275, make it 3. 300 bid, 3 1/4. 300 bid, would you get 3 1/4? Still on the phone. 300 bid, 3 1/4. I have 300 bid, 3 1/4. 300 bid, 3 1/4. All in, all done. $300 once, twice, 3 1/4. Last chance. The phone gets it. 300. Okay. And 1184 comes next. We have, look at this right here, 2 fishing hand-tied flies by Carrie Stevens, Upper Dam, Maine. Okay, beautifully done with the plaques on them, and there they are, with the placard below, all kept in archival sleeves here. And who'll start that off where? $1,100 I have in a Hugo 12. 11 bid would you get 1,200. 1,100 bid would you get 12. 1,100 bid would you get 12. 1,200 bid would you get 13. 1,200 bid would you get 13. Would you get 1,300 now? 1,200 bid would you get 13. 1,200 bid would you get 13. 1,300 bid would you get 14. 1,300 bid would you get 1,400 now? 1,400 bid would you get 15. 1,400 bid would you get 15. Would you get 1,500? 1,400 bid would you get 15. 1,500 bid 16 now. Go 16 now. 16 bid would you get 1,700. 1,600 bid would you get 17. 1,600 bid would you get 17. Would you get 17. Would you get 17. Would you get 17. 1,600 once and selling. 1,600 twice. Make no mistake. Sold $1,600. Live auctioneers. I was going to say, those are good, but I don't think I've ever seen period ones as clean and preserved as that. So those are great. Great for anybody's collection. All right, next we have Lauren Kim Yulin, and this is 3 Mallard Duck watercolors in one frame. And on this right here, may I have what? Opens, $50, make it 60. 50 bid, would you get 60 where? 50 bid, would you get 60? 50 bid, would you get 60? I have 50 now, 60, 50 now, 60, 50 now, 60. All signed, one dated 8760. I'm sorry, it's right there in front of me. Thank you, sir. 60, now 70. 70 bid 80. 80 bid 90. 80 bid, 90 bid the 100. 90 bid, would you go the 100? 90 bid, would you go the 100? I have 90 now, the 100, 90 now, 100, 90 now, 100. Are we done? Are you sure? $90 and selling. Once, twice, here it goes. Your way, $90. Live auctioneers. Next comes a lamp right here, Chinese reticulated Blanc de Chine porcelain vase lamp, right? Porcelain vase lamp. And may I have what? Comes with a silk shade. May I have what? Opens at $100, make it 1 1/4. 100 bid, would you go 1 1/4? 100 bid, would you go 1 1/4? The bid's 100 now, 1 1/4, would you go 1 1/4? Would you go 1 1/4? 100 bid, no 1 1/4. Oh, 1 1/4, thank you. Now 150. 1 1/4 bid, would you go 1 1/2? 1 1/2 and now 175, go 175. 150 bid 175, 150 bid 175. Are we done at 150 only? 75, make it 2. 175 bid, would you get 2? 200 bid 2 1/4. 200 bid 2 1/4, 200 bid 2 1/4. The bid's 200 now, 2 1/4 if you like. 200 bid 2 1/4, 200 bid 2 1/4. All in and all done at 200 only. Your way, Carol, 200. Online bidder. All right, now comes another lamp here in carved alabaster. In carved alabaster with a nice tapered shade. And on that one right there, early 20th century, where do you want to start that one off? May I have what? Opens, $50, make it 60. 50 bid, would you get 60? 50 bid, would you get 60? The bid's only $50, go 60 now. 50 bid 60, 50 bid 60. All in and all done at $50 on the alabaster lamp. 60 down front, would you get 70 now? 60 bid, would you get 70? 60 bid 70, 60 bid 70. I have 60 once, 60 twice. Here it goes. $60 to the floor. Number 54. 1188 comes next, and this is an 18th century pressed horn snuff box. Pressed horn snuff box right here. Okay, a little rectangular box, 1 1/4 by 3 by 2 inches right there. Hinge is in good shape, and this has got all kinds of floral patterns on it, and it looks like some type of metal closure, and then of course the metal hinge right there. And imagine that after 200 years. So on that 18th century snuff box, may I have what? 50 bid, would you get 60 now? 50 bid 60. I have a $50 bid, would you get 60? 50 bid 60. The bid's only 50, looking for 60, 50 and now 60 on that early snuff box, all in pressed horn. 50 bid 60, 50 bid 60. Are we done? At $50 only. Sold it, $50. Online bidder. All right, 1189 comes next, and we have a pair of 19th century academic figure drawings framed. And on the pair of framed drawings right here, there they are over there on my left, your right. And may I have what on the pair? Opens, 550, make it 600. 600 is 650. 750. 750, 800, 800, 850, 850, 900. 850 bid, would you get 9? 850's bid, would you get 900 now? On the pair, 900 now, 950. 900 bid, would you get 950? 900 bid, would you get 950? I have a $900 bid, would you get 950? Would you get 950? 950 and 1,000. 950's bid, would you get 1,000 now? 1,000 would you go 1,100? 1,000 bid, would you go 1,100? 1,000 bid, would you go 1,100? I have a $1,000 bid online, would you go 11. 11 bid, what do you get 12? 1100 is bid, what do you get 1200 now? 1200 bid 13. 1200 bid, what do you get 13? What do you get 13? What do you get 13? I have 1200 bid 13. 1200 bid 13. All in. All done. At $1,200. 13 if you like. Last chance. 13 in the nick of time, make it 14. 1300 bid, what do you get 14? 1300 bid, what do you get 14? What do you get 14? 1400, now 15, back to you. I have 1400 bid, what do you get 15? 1400 bid, what do you get 15? What do you get 15? What do you get 1500? 1400 once. 1400 twice. Selling on Carol's bidder. 1400 once, twice, and it is sold. 1400. Online bidder. Next comes 1190. Take a look at this one. Here's one you can get out in for Halloween time. Okay, British style landscape painting, overpainted with bats looming in the sky. And on that one right there, may I have what? 70. Open 70, make it 80. 80 bid 90. 90 bid the 100. 100 bid the quarter. 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. 1 and a half, 175. 150 is bid. Would you go 175 now? 150 bid 175. 150 bid 175. And now 200. 175 bid, what do you got 200? 175, what do you got 200? 175, what do you got 200? From the private collection of Sally Jesse Raphael. 175 bid, what do you got 200? 200 bid 2 and a quarter. 200 bid 2 and a quarter. 200 bid 2 and a quarter. The bid is 200 bid 2 and a quarter. 200 bid 2 and a quarter. 2 and a half. 2 and a quarter bid 2 and a half. 2 and a quarter bid 2 and a half. The bid's 2 and a quarter, look for 2 and a half. Are we done? 2 and a quarter once. 2 and a quarter twice. Last chance. Sold 2 and a quarter. Online bidder takes that one. Next comes 1191. Eugene Dobos, Kingsman. Kingsman, oil on masonite, unsigned, on face sign that is dated 1965. On this one, may I have what? Opens at 175, make it 200. 175 bid, what do you get 2? 175 bid, what do you get 2? 200 bid 2 and a quarter. 200 bid 2 and a quarter. I have a $200 bid online, go 2 and a quarter now. Go 2 and a quarter, go 2 and a quarter now, 2 and a half. 2 and a quarter is bid, what do you get 2 and a half? 2 and a quarter bid, what do you get 2 and a half? The bid's 2 and a quarter, look for 2 and a half, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. Are we done? 2 and a quarter once, no advance, over 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter twice, 250 if you like. Sold 2 and a quarter. Online bidder takes that one. And now we have, change the tune here, Chinese export, okay, leather-clad camphor wood trunk, 19th century brass-bound chest having leather-covered exterior, okay, and on that one right there with the wonderful brass edges on it, all brass tacks, okay, camphor inside, and saying, may I have what on that one? Should we bring $700? How about what? How about $300 quickly? How about a $300 bid and said ain't gonna get $300? $300 where? On the trunk. $300, $200. $200 where? I'm gonna get $200. $200 where? $100 bid. $100 bid, no less. $100 any interest? Pass that one away. Pass that one away. Okay, now we move on to some bone china here. Okay, 1193 is 73 pieces of English Hammersley bone china porcelain dinner service with armorial crest. And on these right here, you can dine in style with these. Somebody stop that software. May I have what? Opens 150 for the entire lot. Make it 175. 150 bid 175. 150 bid 175. Make it 2. 175 would get 200. 175 would get 2. I have 175 for all 73 pieces. 175 make it 2. I have 175 and now 2. 175 and now 2. Are we done? Once, twice, and it is sold for 175. Okay. Next comes 1194, another porcelain set here. This is 38 pieces of Quimper pottery. Nice dish right here. And this is serving pieces, pitchers here, large serving bowls, small bowls, soup bowls, everything you see here. May I have what? Start this off. Opens at $800, make it 8 and a quarter. Make it 8 and a half, excuse me. 800 bid 8 and a half. 800 bid would you go 850. 800 bid would you go 850. The bid's online right now. Opens up at 800. I need 850. 800 bid would you go 850. 800 bid would you go 850 for the entire lot of 38 pieces of Quimper. 800 once, twice, all done. Sold for 800. Okay. Next, we have Look at this desk. A lot of desk pieces here. Victorian brass desk accessories here. We've got letter holders. We've got a blotter right there, a nice rolling blotter right there, a rolling style blotter. Another one over here. Those look like silver handles on them. Inkwell and tray. And may I have what on the entire lot? Open, $60 only, make it 70. 60 bid, would you get 70? 60 bid, would you get 70? The bid 60 and now 70. No money for this. 60 bid, would you get 70? 60 bid, 70. I have a $60 bid on the entire lot. 70 where? I have 60 once, 60 twice, so we all done it. $60 only. Sold $60 to the online bidder. Nice trade. Okay. Next, we have, these are more. Take a look at these great shell. Okay, 7 shell sewing pieces and cases right here. We've got, just love opening these up. It's a surprise. Every time you open one up, see what's inside. There's a nice little sterling thimble inside there. Everything you see there, one money buys a lot. May I have what? Opens $350, make it $375. $350 bid $375. $350 bid $375. I have a $350 bid with you, $375. $350 now $375. $350 for the entire lot. $350 once. $375 if you like. $350 twice. Last chance. Sold them. $350 it is. Online bidder takes those. 1197 comes next. These are 2 cased Chinese sculptures. Take a look at these here with the cases. We've got one of a bull and the other one of a reclining, what is a little pig there. Both in custom-made boxes, all lined. Wonderful pieces. May I have what on the pair? Start. 50 only? $50. Wow, $50. And 60 where? 50 bid, would you get 60? 50 bid, would you get 60? The bid's only 50 and now 60, 50 and now 60. I have 50 bid, would you get 60? 50 bid, would you get 60? No money for these. I have 50 once and selling. Can't believe it. 50 twice, 60 in the nick of time. I have 60 bid 70. 60 bid, would you get 70 for the pair, not a piece. I have 60 bid 70, 60 bid 70. All in, all done. Once, twice, and it is sold for $60. Okay. Next comes 1198. This is a Victorian style wood and metal bird cage here. Take a look at this 3-section bird cage. Thank you. All right, on that one right there. Got the steps in the front. Okay, the arches, and on that one right there, may I have what on the bird cage? Opens at $60. Then somebody says 70. 60 bid, would you get 70? 60 bid, would you get 70? All 60 bid, would you get 70? 60 bid, would you get 70? You don't have to use it for birds. Okay, you can put plants in it if you like. You look great. 80 bid 90. 80 bid, would you get 90? 80 bid, would you get 90? 80 bid, would you get 90? I have 80 now, 90. 90 now, the 100. 90 bid, would you go the 100? I don't see anything missing on here. There's no wires or anything missing. This is in perfect shape. 80 bid 90. 100 bid the quarter. 100 bid, would you go the quarter now? 100 bid, would you go the quarter? 100 bid, would you go the quarter? I have 100 looking for 100 a quarter. I wouldn't work so hard, it wouldn't worth so much more. 100 bid, would you go the quarter? I have 100 now a quarter, 100 now a quarter. All in and all done. Great little decorative piece. Quarter, now the half. Quarter bid, would you go the half? 100 and a quarter, would you go the half? 100 and a quarter, go 1 and a half. 1 and a quarter, now go 1 and a half. All done at 1 and a quarter only. Once, twice, and here it goes. Sold at $125. Live auctioneers. Some good deals going out today. Okay, now we have 14 Continental porcelain shoe figures, mid to early 20th century. Boy, I tell you, somebody did a lot of shoe collecting right here. Take a look at all these. All those shoes. And may I have what on those? The entire collection. Who started off where? Who started off where? May I have $100 on the entire shoe collection? $100 where? $100 where? $50 where on the shoe collection? $50 where? I'm going to get 50. $50 where? I'm going to get 50. 50 can I get 50? Any interested all at 50? And pass that away. Pass it away. Save it for another day. Now we're on lot number 1200. 1200 is more pairs of shoes. Okay, on these right here, look at these. We've got, I like these here with the bears on them. See these here, this nice little pair here? They got bears sitting on them right there. Those are great. Down here we've got some ones with laces in them. Okay, And some souvenirs over here. Where do you want to start these off? Who's stuck? 50 bid, 60 now. 50 bid, what do you get 60? 50 bid, what do you get 60? I have a $50 bid, what do you get 60 now? I have 50 now, 60, 50 now, 60 for 16 pair of shoes. 50 once, 50 twice. No money for this. Here they go. $50 sold. Online bidders. All right, the next thing, this is great. 14 little early tin types of children's and one homemade frame here. A nice little primitive homemade frame. May I have what to set this in? Opens 175, make it 200. 175 bid, what do you get 200 now? 175, what do you get 200? 175, 200 bid, 2 and a quarter. 200 bid, what do you get 2 and a quarter? 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. 2 and a quarter bid, what do you get 2 and a half? 2 and a quarter bid, what do you get 2 and a half? 2 and a half, 275. 250 bid, what do you get 275? 250 bid, what do you get 275? 250 bid, 275. Are we done? 250 once. Any advance? 250 twice. Here it goes. Sold 250. Online bidder. 1202. 1202. Look at these right here. 2 pair of English brass candlesticks right here. Is that brass? Okay, and may I have what on this? These have got the diamond block on them here. May I have what on 2 pair of candlesticks? Opens 50, make it 60. 60 bid 70. 70 bid 80. 70 bid, would you go 80? 70 bid, would you go 80? I have 70 online, make it 80 now. 70 bid, would you go 80? 70 bid, would you go 80? The bid is only $70.80 if you like. 80 bid 90. 80 bid, would you go 90? 80 bid, would you go 90? I have $80, $90, 100 now if you like. 100, would you go 100? 90 bid, would you go the 100? 90 bid, would you go the 100? 90 bid, would you go the 100? All in, 100, 1 and a quarter. 100 bid, 1 and a quarter. 100 bid, would you go 1 and a quarter? 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. 1 and a quarter bid, would you go 1 and a half? 1 and a quarter's bid, would you go 1 and a half? 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. All in. Sold 1 and a quarter. Online bidder takes that one there. And now we're up to 1203. 1203 is a pair of bronze table lamps right here. Vintage bronze baluster form, double sockets on that one. May I have what on the set? 50 bid, what do you get 60? 50 bid, what do you get 60? These are early cast. 50 bid 60, 50 bid 60. I have 50 bid, what do you get 60? 50 bid, what do you get 60? The bid is only 50 and now 60, 50 and now 60. I have 50 now 60. These are great. You can take this electric out of here if you want and put, what do you call them, pillar candles on there. These are great. 50 is the bid and 60 where? No money on this. 50 bid 60. 50 bid, what do you get 60? 50 bid, what do you get 60? Are we done? Once, twice, and here they go. $50 only. $50 to live auctioneers. Okay, next comes 4 pieces of Danish porcelain with ship Royal Copenhagen. 4 pieces of Royal Copenhagen, all with sailing boats, ships and small sailing boats. May I have what on the lot of 4? Open, $70, make it 80. 80 bid 90. 80 bid, what do you get 90 now? 80 bid 90, 80 bid 90. The bid's only 80, what do you get 90, 80, what do you get 90. All in 80. And selling once, twice, and it is sold at $80 only. Live Auctioneers takes that one. And now we have a pair of Copeland Parian busts, Lord Byron and Sir Walter Scott. A pair of them, great for the study or the library in your home. And may I have what on the pair? Opens 800, make it 850. 850, make it 9. 850 bid, what do you get 9? 850 bid, what do you get 9? I have an $850 bid on the pair. Go 900 now, 950. 950, make it 1,000. 950 bid, what do you get 1,000? 1,000 bid, you go to 1,100. Go 1,100 now. 11 bid, what do you get 12? 12, what do you get 1,300? 1,300, 1,400. 13 bid, what do you go 14? 1,400 bid, what do you go 15? 1,400 bid, 1,500 bid 16. 1,500 bid, what do you get 16? What do you get 16? 1,500 bid, what do you get 16? I have a $1,500 bid and 16 where? 16, make it 17 now. 1,600 bid, what do you get 17? I have 1,600 bid 17, what do you get 17? What do you get 17? Are we done? 1,600 once. 1,600 twice. Make no mistake. Any advance? 1,600 for the pair. Live Auctioneers. Next comes 1206. Look at this KPM porcelain inkstand right here. Beautiful floral design on it. The little cherub, okay, or pooty if you like. And on that one right there, what's your purchase? What's your pleasure on that one? 50. I cannot believe it. 60. Keep going. 70. 90. 1.25 is bid. Go 1.5. 1.25 bid. Would he go 1.5? No money for this inkwell. 1.25 bid. Would he go 1.5? 1.25, 1.5, 1.25, 1.5. I have 1.25 once. 1.25 twice. Make no mistake. Selling under the money at 1.25 only, and it is sold at 125. Okay. Now comes 1207. And this is Susan Tentelinger right here, Washington, Wyoming, and France. It looks like it's 1950 to 2002. And on this one here with a cat. Take a look at that one big cat in front of the fireplace right there. Where do you want to start that one off? Opens at 50 only, 60, 70. 60 bid, would he get 70 now? 60 bid, would he get 70 on the cat painting? 70, now 80. 70 bid, would he go 80? 70 bid, would he go 80? We've got a pretty good record on cat paintings here. 80 bid, 90. 80 bid, would he go 90? 80 bid, would he go 90? 90 bid, the 100. 90 bid, make it 100. 90 bid, make it 100. Would he go 100 now? Quarter. 100 bid, would he go the quarter? 1.25, 1.5. 1.5, 175. Now 75 and 2. 175, make it 2. 175, 200 bid, 2.25. 200 bid, 2, would it go 2.25? 200 bid, would it go 2.25? 2.25, yes, 250. 250, 275. 250 bid, 275. 250 bid, 275. The bid's 250, look at it, 275, 275, 75, and now 3. 275, make it 3. 300 bid, 3.25. 300 bid, 3.25. 300 bid, 3.25. The bid's 300, look for 3.25. All in. I got 3.25, now 3.5, still going. 3.25, now 3.5. 3.25 bid, 3.5, 3.25, 3.5, 3.5, 375. 350 bid, go 375. 350 bid, 375. 350 bid, 375. Now 400. 375 is the bid. Would you go 400 now? Would you go 400? I have 375, looking for 400. 400 is bid, make it 4.25. 400 bid, 4.25. 400 bid, 4.25. 4.25, 4.5. 4.25, 4.5. I have 4.25, looking for 4.5. The bid's 4.25 once. 4.5, 475. I have 450, looking for 475. The bid's 450. Now 475. Last chance. 450 once. 450 twice. Make it 475. Sold. 450. Online bidder. And next comes 1208. 1208. Richard Parker, late 20th century, London, right here in Scott. Pork butchers right here, 1981. Oil on board. And on this one, where would you like to start that off? 100. Opens 100, make it 1.25, 1.25, 1.5. 1.5, 175. 150 bid, 175. 150 bid, 175. 150's bid, 175. 150 bid, 175. I have 150 once. 150 twice. Selling at 150. Sold it, 150. Online takes that one. And that gets us to 1209. 1209 is a floor lamp right here. Circa 1930. Brass and onyx bracket floor lamp right here. There it is. Light straight up. Beautiful shade on it like that. You've got the bird in the cast brass top on it. Very traditional, wonderful piece. And where do you want to start that one off? Opens 200, make it 2.25, 2.25, 2.5, 2.5, 75, make it 3. 300, 3.25, 3.5, 3.5, 375, make it 4. 400, 4.25, 400 bid, would you go 4.25? 400 bid, 4.25, 400 bid, 4.25. The bid's 400, look for 4.25, 400 now 4.25. Nice trade on that one. 400 it is. Sold your way. 400. Online bidder takes that. Okay, next we have another floor lamp right here. Look at this one right here. Cast iron 1930 adjustable bracket floor lamp. And on that one with a twisted neck on it, where do we start that one off? Open 60, make it 70. 70 bid 80. 80 bid 90. 90 bid the 100. 100 bid the quarter. 100 bid would you go 1.25. 100 bid would you go 1.25. I have 100 looking for 1.25. 100 bid 1.25. Are we all done? $100 only. Sold. $100 your way. Online bidder. Okay, next comes, look at this antique forged iron fireplace stand right here. It stands up, self-standing. Look at that, all hand wrought. All hand wrought. You got it on there okay? Good. All twisted elements here, hooks on the side, mounts up on here for candles or whatever you want, and these also are swing or articulated arms on them. Great piece for your fireplace right there if you got a nice big stone fireplace in the summer cottage. And where do you want to go with that one? Opens $50 only. 50 bid 60, 50 bid 60. Heck, you can put it outside next to the fire pit for that. 50 bid would get 60. That's no money to have that custom made. Probably cost you $1,000 from a blacksmith. 60 bid 70. 60 bid would get 70. That's nothing for that. 70 bid 80. 70 bid would go 80. 70 bid would go 80. I have a $70 bid now. 80. 70 now 80. All in all done at $70. Hate to do it. It's worth much more than that. 80 bid 90. 80 bid would get 90 now. 80 bid would get 90. 80 bid would get 90. 90 bid the 100. 90 bid the 100. 90 bid the 100. I have 90 looking for 100. All in, all done at $90 only. Sold at $90. I won't be able to sleep tonight. I sold it for 90. I'm sorry. Online. I'm sorry. Thank you, Carol. All right. Next, we have Staffordshire Spaniel figures here. Where did you ever see 6 of them like this? We always used to be happy when we go into a house and see a pair on the mantle. This is 3 pair of matched Spaniels right here. And may I have what on the lot? Opens 500, make it 550. 500 bid would get 550. 500 bid would get 550. 550, 600. 550 bid would get 600 now. 550 bid would get 600. Would get 600. Would get 600. 550 bid would get 600. Are we done? 550 once. 550 twice. 600 anywhere? 600 in the nick of time, make it 650. 600 bid would get 650. 600 bid would get 650. Would get 650. Would get 650. 650. Thank you. 700 if you like. 650 bid would get 7. 650 bid would get 7. Would get 7. Would get 7. I have 650 once. 650 twice. Last chance. Any advance over $650. Sold 650. Online bidder takes the lot. Okay, and then comes, we have 6 antique lobster forms, ceramic bowl, and lettuce leaf pottery set right here. There you go for your summer entertaining. And what would you say on that one? Somebody start that off where? Started off where? Can I get $100 quickly? Can I get $100? 50 is bid would get 60. 60 bid 70. 60 bid would get 70 now. 60 bid would get 70. 60 bid would get 70. 70 bid 80. 80 bid 90. 80 bid 90. 80 bid 90. 6 pieces, all one money. 80 bid 90. I have 80 once and 80 twice. 90 bid now the 100. 90 bid would go the 100. 90 bid would go the 100. All in it, all done at 90. 100 on the floor. Thank you, sir. 100 bid 1 1/4. 100 bid would go 1 1/4. 1 1/4 make it 1 1/2. 1 1/4 bid would go 1 1/2. 1 1/4 bid would go 1 1/2. 1 1/4 bid 1 1/2. All in. Sold 1 1/4 your way. Online bidder takes that. And now we have 1214. We have Frederick Cousins. Frederick Cousins, take a look at these. And these are chromolithograph yacht portraits right here. All 3 of them for one money. Okay, he was wonderful at these, and we've sold much of his work here over the years. All 3 one money. Who'll start that off where? Opens 90 for the 3. 90 for the 3. Make it 100 quickly. Make it 100. They're worth twice that a piece. $100 where? 90 bid would go the 100. 100 bid the quarter. 100 bid would go the quarter. 100 bid would go the quarter. 100 bid would go the quarter. I have $100 only on 3 Frederick Cousins prints. 100 once. 100 twice. Selling at $100 only. 1 1/4 in the nick of time. Go 1 1/2. Still worth it. 1 1/2. Can I cut the bid on that one? I don't think they can do that on the... I gotta go 1 1/2. I got 175 here, and I'll go 200. Thank you. 175 bid would get 200. 175 bid would get 200. 175 go 200. All in. 175 your way. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay. Take a look at this punch bowl here. That's a punch bowl. That is a punch bowl right there. Okay, and on that one, boy, you can have quite a gathering on that one. And this is called the Golden Horn pattern by Master Ceramic Adnan Hoke Ergler. There we go. I think I got that right. And on that one right there, may I have what? Set it in. Open $70. 80 bid 90. 90 bid the 100. 100 bid the quarter. Quarter bid the half. Half bid 75. 175 make it 2. 200 bid 2 1/4. 200 bid 2 1/4. 200 bid 2 1/4. The bid's 200. Looking for 2 1/4. Wonderful punch bowl. Haven't seen one that good and that big for a long time. 2 1/4. 2 1/2. 2 1/4 bid would get 2 1/2. 2 1/4 bid would get 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 looking for 2 1/2. 2 1/4. 2 1/2. You got it. 2 1/4. Online bidder. 1215 comes next, and this is a on the jar here, Turkish glazed pottery covered jar, and on that one right there, wonderful cover, and that's brass and porcelain. And may I have what on that one? Opens $50, now 60. 70 bid 80. 70 bid would go 80 now. 70 bid would go 80. 70 bid would go 80. I have 70 bid would go 80. 70 bid would go 80. Wonderful floral on that. 80 bid 90. 90 bid the 100. 90 bid would go the 100. 90 bid would go the 100. I have 90. Another 100, 90, 100. Look at the rich blues and reds. 100 bid the quarter. 100 bid would go the quarter. 100 bid would go the quarter. 100 bid would go the quarter. I have $100 now. Quarter now, anywhere. 100 once, 100 twice. 125 if you like. In the nick of time. Thank you. And now 150. 125's bid would go 150. 150, 175. 150 bid would go 175. 150 bid 175. 150 bid 175. Are we done? 150 once, twice, and it is sold for 150. Okay. More great stuff. Boy, this matches the same pattern as the punch bowl. These are fantastic here. We've got a tall bottle form vase and a matching basin in the golden horn pattern. And on this one right here, may I have what on these? Opens 50, 60 where? 60 bid 70. 60 bid would he go 70, 70 bid 80. 70 bid would he go 80, 70, 80 bid 90. 80 bid would he go 90 now. 80 bid would he go 90, 90 bid the 100. 90 bid would he go the 100, 100 bid the quarter. 100 bid would he go 1 1/4. I have a $100 bid looking for 1 1/4. Both pieces this time, not just one, both pieces. 100 bid 1 1/4. 100 bid would he go 1 1/4. I have a 100 looking for 1 1/4, 100 now 1 1/4. Are we done? It is done. $100. Live auctioneers. And again, from the same house. Look at this one right here, the lidded jar. On the lidded jar right here with the metal base on it. Okay, nicely done. Again, in rich blues and reds. And may I have what on that one? Opens $50, make it 60. 50 bid would get 60. 60 bid would get 70. 60 bid go 70 now. 60 bid would get 70. 60 bid would get 70. 70 bid 80. I have 70 on the floor. I need 80 now. 80 bid 90. 80 bid 90 bid the 100. 90's on the floor. Would he go 100? 90 go 100. 90 go 100. I have 90 looking for 100. 90 and 100. Are we done? 100 in the nick of time. 1 1/4, ma'am. 1 1/4. I have 100 looking for 1 1/4. The bid's 100 now 1 1/4. 100 now 1 1/4. All in. Sold for $100 this time. Online bidder takes that one. A lot of wonderful things here today. Look at this 12-piece cut crystal tray and plate set with a Star of David. With a Star of David in that 6-pointed star on that. Almost, I mean, you could call that an ice cream set almost, couldn't you? Okay, those used to be highly coveted in the day. And on these right here, may I have, who start that off where? Should be at 50. Hate to do it. This is cut glass. Was there a mark on this anywhere, Kaja? Did anybody find a... couldn't find a mark on that. Boy, that's good quality stuff right there. An entire set. Okay, and I have a what, $50 bid? 50, now 60. 50 bid would he go 60, 50 bid would he go 60. That's no money, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing at all for that. 50 bid would he go 60. I'm sure retail these were probably 2 or 3 times that a piece. 70 bid 80. 70 bid would he go 80, 70 bid would 80. I have a $70 bid would he go 80 now. I have 70 bid would he go 80, 70 bid would he go 80. I have a $70 for 80 for all the cut glass right there. 90 bid the 100. 90 bid the 100, 90 bid the 100. It's $90 is the bid. Come now. 90 once, 90 twice. All in all done at $90. Sold it. $90. $90 to the online bidder. Good trade. Okay. And now from the same house, same pattern again, golden horn pattern here, we have the candlestick. And on that one right there, that's a big candle, let me tell you. And on that one right there, that wonderful decorative candlestick in porcelain with the golden horn pattern, may I have what on that one? Opens 50, make it 60. You get a 50 bid, would you get 60, 50, 60 bid 70. 60 bid, go 70 now. 60 bid 70, 60 bid 70. The bid is 60 now 70, all signed inside there. 60 bid 70, 60 bid 70 by the decorator. 60 once, 60 twice, all in all done. It's $60, gonna do it. There it goes, $60. Online. All right, look at these here. Pressed glass eagle form candlestick inserts. So when you've got a pair of beautiful candlesticks on the mantle or on the dinner table and you don't want to put candles in, you have these wonderful finials right here. And then there is a cup in the back so that you can bring the candle up above that. So they're pegs and candle holders at the same time. And on a pair of those right there, what's your pleasure? 50 bid, 60 where? 50 bid, would you get 60? 50 bid, would you get 60? 50 bid, would you get 60? I have a $50 bid now, 60 where? I have 50 once and 50 twice. Can't believe it. Again, 60 bid, 70. 60 bid, would you get 70? 60 bid, 70. 70 bid, 80. 70 bid, would you go 80 now? 70 bid, would you go 80? 70 bid, would you go 80? I have 70 once and 70 twice. And here they go. 80 bid, 90. Thank you. 80 bid, 90. 80 bid, 90 with the 100. 90's bid, go the 100 now. 90 bid, go the 100. 90 bid, would you go the 100? 90 bid, would you go the 100? All in. 100 in the nick of time. Thank you. And now 1 1/4. 1 1/4. Yes. Now 150. And now 150. She has 125. Go 150. 1 1/4 bid. Would you go 1 1/2? 1 1/4 bid. Would you go 1 1/2? 1 1/4. 1 1/2. All in. Sold 125. Online bidder. All right, look at this lot of 4 wrought iron floor lamps right here. 4 period wrought iron floor lamps and varying heights. And may I have what on these? Opens, 200, make it 2 1/4. 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 275, 275, make it 3. 300, 3 1/4, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. 3 1/2, 3 1/4 bid, 3 1/2, 375, 375, make it 4. Make it 4. 400 bid, 4 1/4, 4 1/4, 4 1/2. 4 1/2, 475, 475 and 500. 475 bid, would you get 500? 475 bid, would you get 5? I have 500, now 5 1/2, 5 1/2, now 600. 600 bid, 6 1/2, 6 1/2, 700. 700, 6 1/2 bid, 700, 6 1/2 bid, 700 for 4 lamps. 650 once, 650 twice. Hold on, it's 650. 650 your way. 335 on those. Okay, and now we have, look at this rare Art Deco period Cupid doll automobile hood ornament on that one right there. Just in case you want to replace the Mercedes-Benz on yours, you can put the Cupid on. And on that one right there, may I have what? Opens 175, make it 2. Opens 175, make it a $200 bid. 175, would it get 200? 175, would it get 2? I have 175, would it get 2? 175, would it get 2? Conversation piece. 200 bid, 2 1/4. 200 bid, 2 1/4. 200 bid, 2 1/4. The bid's 200. Look for 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? 200 once, 200 twice. Selling at 200 only. Last chance. And sold at 200. Live auctioneers. All right, what do we have now? Oh, a Canon. Look at that right there. Look at that here. Unmarked 21-inch 19th century bronze signal cannon. Bronze signal cannon, most likely used on a yacht to start a race or anything like that. These were not combatants. Okay, these are signal cannons and so forth. And on this one right here, yes, it has the drilled touch hole. It's active. So on that one right there, black powder. Where do you want to go with that one? Opens 450. 75, make 500, 550. 500 bid, would you go 550? Would you go 5 1/2? 550 I have on the floor. I have 550. I need 600 now. I have 550. Looking for 600 on the gentleman. 550 bid, 600. 600 bid, 650. 650 yes. 650, 700. 650's on the floor. Go 700. 650 bid, would you go 700? 750 yes. 750, 800. 800, 850. 800 bid, would you go 850? 800 bid, would you go 850? It's on the floor now. 850, make it 9. 850 bid, 9 bid, would you go 950? 900 bid, would you go 950? 900 bid, would you go 950? To the floor bidder. 950 and 1,000. 1,000 bid, would you go 1,100 now? 1,000 bid, would you go 1,100? The bid's 1,000 on the floor. 1,100 where? Phone's out. 1,000 bid, 1,100. I have 1,000 once. 1,000 twice. Selling at 1,000. 11 online and 12 to you, sir. And 1,200 and 1,300. 12 bid, would you go 13? 1,200 bid, would you go 13? I have 1,200, look for 13. Would you go 13? Would you go 13? All in, all done. 1,200's up. 13 he has, and now 14. Would you go 14, sir? Would you go 1,400? Yes, he will. 1,400, now 15. 1,400 bid, would you go 15? Come now. 14 once, 14 twice. Gonna sell. Last chance once, and it is yours, sir, right there, number 59, 1,400. Okay. Okay, and now, let's see. We have a Lehman, Pennsylvania rifle. Caliber is 50 caliber on this. Outstanding percussion by Henry E. Lehman of Lancaster, Pennsylvania. And on this one right here, may I have what? Start it right in. Opens. I'm sorry, did I say percussion? It says percussion, but that is definitely a flintlock. Okay, if that's the right button, that's not the right gun. That's not the right gun. Is that 1225? Okay, that's the next one. So we need this guy. There we go. I was going to say, this is a percussion lock. And on this one here, Rampant Tiger Maple all the way up through, signed on the lock plate right there. Nice lightweight stock on it, and a silver inlaid moon on the cheek breast. And on that one right there, may I have what? 800 is bid. Would you go 850? 800 bid. Would you go 850? 800 bid. Would you go 850? The bid's 800 looking for 850. Would you go 850? Would you go 850? I have 800 looking for 850 on a signed musket or a signed Pennsylvania rifle. 800 is the bid and 850 where? 800 once and 800 twice. So we all done at $800? Sold $800. Okay, now we got 1226. Now comes 1226. And this one is the reproduction Pennsylvania rifle by Dixie Gun Works. Dixie Gun Works sold these as kits. Okay, 50 caliber, and on this one right here, percussion. Okay, with a cheek stock, had a patch cover or a patch box right there without a cover on it. Stamped on the barrel, octagonal barrel, 50 caliber. And may I have what on that one? Opens 250, make it 275. 275, make it 3. 275, would you go 300. 275, 300 bid 3 and a quarter. 300 bid, would you go 3 and a quarter. 300 bid 3 and a quarter. The bid's 300 online and 3 and a quarter now. 300 bid 3 and a quarter. 300 bid 3 and a quarter. Are we done? Once, twice, and gonna sell. Sold 300 your way. Okay. All right, now we have a Courtney and Tennant. Okay, Confederate dirk, beautiful double-edged dirk right there, and that has a ivory handle on it. Nice scabbard, silver mounts it looks like, and somebody shot that one off where? Opens 375, make it 4. 375 bid, would you go 400? 375 is bid, would you go 400? 375 bid, would you go 4? 400 bid 4 and a quarter. 400 bid 4 and a quarter. 400 bid 4 and a quarter. 4 and a quarter on the floor. 4 and a half. 4 and a quarter. 4 and a half. Where? I have 4 and a quarter bid 4 and a half. Beautiful little dirk. 4 and a half. 475. 475 make it 5. 475 make it 500. 475 500. 550. 550 600. 550 bid, would you go 6? 550 bid, would you go 6? 550 bid, would you go 6? I have 550 on the floor. 600 where? 600 make it 650. 650 make it 700. 650 bid, would you go 7? 650 7 bid 750. 750 make it 8. 750 bid, would you go 800? 750 bid, would you go 800? 750 bid, would you go 800? Are we all done? 750 once. 750 twice. Make no mistake. 750 is on the floor and selling. 800 in the nick of time. I need 850. 800 bid, would you go 850? 800 bid, would you go 850? 800 bid, would you go 850? I have 800 once. 800 twice. Are you done? Thank you. $800 your way. Live auctioneers. Okay, and now we have Wesson Arms Revolver 44 Magnum here. And on this one right here, this is going to require paperwork to take out of here. Make sure that you don't bid on it if you don't have the paperwork to do that. May I have what on this one? Opens at 475. Make it 500. 475, would you go 500? 475, would you go 500? The bid's 475, would you go 5? 500 bid 550. 500 bid, would you go 550? 500 bid, would you go 550? Would you go 550? Would you go 550? 500 bid, would you go 550? In the nick of time. Now 600. 600, 650. 600 bid, would you get 650? 600 bid, would you get 650? 650, 700. 650 bid, would you get 7 now? Would you get 700? 650 is the bid and 700. 700, 750. 700 bid, would you get 750? 700 bid, would you get 750? All in and all done. 50 and now 800. 750 bid, would you go 8? 750 bid, I need 800 to keep it going. I need 800 now. 750 bid, would you go 800? 750 bid, would you go 800? Sold 750. Online bidder. Next is the Mauser, I believe. Yes, take a look at this one here. P38, 9mm Luger. Okay, and this one is, I don't see any provenance on that. Nice, clean gun. Okay, and what's your pleasure there? Open 700, now 750. 700 bid would go 750, 800. 750 bid would go 800 now. 750 bid would go 800, would go 800. 750 bid would go 800. The bid 750 and selling once. Selling twice, 750, 800 anywhere else? Was that a bid back there? 800 I have now, 850. 800 bid would go 850. 850, make it 9. 850 bid now would go 900. 850 bid would go 9. 850 bid would go 9. I have 850 in selling. Last chance. 850 once, 850 twice. Here it goes. 850 your way. Live auctioneers. 1231 comes next. Okay, we're on 1231, comes in the case right here. This is a Colt government model Gold Cup International 1911 match pistol. A match pistol, 45 caliber on this one. Comes with 4 clips and the carry case. And on that one right there, beautiful little match gun. And may I have what on that one? Opens 800, make it 850. 800 bid would go 850. 800 bid would go 850. 800 bid would go 850. Would go 850 where? 800 bid would go 850. I have 800 look for 850. That's under the money on that one. I have 800 look for 850. The bid is only 800 once, 800 twice. Any advance over $800 once, twice, and it is sold at only $800 online. Next we have 1232. This is the Thor 4 thermal smart scope. This is a 1000 laser rangefinder. And on this one right here, it looks like it's brand new in the box or never used. Okay, brand new in the box right there. Everything that you need. And may I have what on this one? Opens 800, make it 850. 800 bid would go 850. 800 bid would go 850. 850, 900. 850's on the floor on 900, 900, 950. 950, yes. 950, now 1,000. And now 1,000. 950's on the floor. I need $1,000 bid to keep it going. 950 bid would go 1,000. 950 bid would go 1,000. 950 bid would go 1,000. 950 once, 950 twice. Selling to the floor. You got it, sir. 950, 28. And next we have a shotgun. Look at this one here, 12 gauge shotgun right here. And on the 12 gauge shotgun, okay, all toned down, no reflective surfaces on that one. And where would you like to start that one off? Opens 550. 550 bid 600. 550 bid would get 600. Would get 600 where? 550 bid would get 600. 550 bid would get 600. 500 600 on the gentleman. 600 650. 600 bid would get 650. I have a $600 bid would get 650. 650 700. 700 yes. 700 750. I have 700 on the floor. Would get 750. 700 750 800. 800 750's online. Would go 800 now. 750 bid would go 800. 750 bid would go 8. 750 bid would go 8. All in, all done. 750 is the price, and it is sold at 750. Okay. Let's see what's next. Oh, I got to go backwards. There we go. All right, what do we have now? 2 sighting rests for forearms. On those right there, boy, there's some brand new stuff. Nobody ever got to use this right here. Set of 2 brand new in the box sighting rests. Includes Caldwell shooting supplies and so forth. You can read it just as well as I can. How about what? How about $100 quickly? Set that in. Opens 50, make it 60. 50 bid would get 60 now. 60 bid 70. 60 bid would get 70. 60 bid would get 70. I have a $60 bid, $70 bid, $80 if you like. 80 bid 90. Would you go 90? I have 90 on the floor, now 100. 90 bid would you go the 100. 90 bid would you go the 100. I have 90 on the floor, $100 where? 90 once. 100 is bid, now 1 1/4, sir. I have 100, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4 bid would you go 1 1/2. Still on the floor at 1 1/4. 1 1/4 bid 1 1/2. 1 1/4 bid 1 1/2. All in, all done. To the gentleman, 1 1/4, 28. Okay. Next comes, look at these binoculars right here. These range with the range finders here. Binoculars right here up to 16x. And where do you want to start that one off? Opens 250, 275, 275, 300, 3 1/4. I took 300 on the absentee, 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/2, 375, 75, 400, 400, 4 1/4, 4 1/4, 4 1/2, 475. 475, 4 1/2 bid, 475. I have 4 1/2 now, 475, and now 500. 5 bid, 550. 500 bid, what do you got 550 now? 500 bid, what do you got 550? What do you got 550? What do you got 550? 500's on the absentee desk. 550 once, 550 in the nick of time, and now 600. Now 600. I have 550 bid 6. Online right now. 550 bid, what do you get 6? 550 bid, what do you get 6? I have 550 looking for 600. 600, 650. 600 bid, what do you get 650? 600 bid, what do you get 650? 600 bid, what do you get 650? All in, all done. 600's the bid. Online, make no mistake. Any advance? 600 once, twice, and your way. 600. Live Auctioneers takes that one. Okay, now we have look at this, Typhoon X11 semi-automatic 12-gauge shotgun. And on that one right there, may I have what?
300.
Opens, I got 350 over here. Now, oh, I'm sorry, I had 300 over here then. 300, 350. 300 bid, what do you got? 300 about 3 1/4, excuse me. 300 bid, 3 1/4. I have 300 bid, 3 1/4, 300 bid, 3 1/4. I have 300 standing now, 3 1/4, 300 bid, 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. The bid's 3 1/4 now, 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. Are we done? Sold 3 1/4. Online. Next, we have, look at this one right here. Working scale model of a famous Civil War mortar. This is great here. This is a working model, looks like. Okay, it's got the elevation on it right there. About a inch diameter bore on that. And on that one right there, fantastic little piece right there. May I have what on that? Opens 175, make it 2. What do you got? 200 on the phone. 200 I have over here. I now 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2. I'm sorry, I took you at 2. Okay, 2 1/2, 275. 275, make it 3. 300, but 3 1/4 now. 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/2 online. 375. 3 1/2 bid 375. 3 1/2 bid 375. Phones out. 350 bid 375. The bid's 350 online now. 375. 350 bid 375. 75 and now 400. 400 now go back in. 4 1/4. 4 1/4. 4 1/2. 4 1/2. 475. 4 1/2. 475. 4 1/2. 475. I'm sure it has a great report to it. Probably sounds really good here. Where was I? 450 is bid 475. 450 bid 475. 450 bid 475. Last chance. 450 in selling. Your way 450. Live Auctioneers. Okay, now we get to 1238. Change of tune now. Look at this. Inuit made scrimshaw walnut. Walrus tusk cribbage board. Walrus tusk cribbage board. You can show them the front, show them the back as well. It's also scrimshaw on the back as well. All polished, nicely done, hand done. And may I have what on that one? Opens $800, make it $850, $850, $900, $850 bid, what do you got 9, $850 bid, what do you got 9? I have an $850 bid, what do you got 900 now? $850 bid, what do you got 9? $850 bid, what do you got 9? All in, all done. $850 is the bid. Any advance? You got it, $850. Okay. And next comes, look at this, Mark Totan, Inuit Canadian stone sculpture right here, Bear on Rock. And on that one, that's a great one. And may I have what on that? Start right off. May I have what $500 quickly on that one? $500 where? I'm going to get 500. 500. $500 where? $400 where on that one? $400 where? And each at $400. $300. $300 where? Okay, a known sculptor, living sculptor right here. Great work. Inuit stone sculptor. Any interest at 300? Let's pass that one away. Let's pass that away. Next we have, look at this Inuit Parker right here. 20th century Inuit child-size Parker. And on this one right here, long Mother Hubbard style Parker, Alaskan Inuit of different various furs. And who'll start that one off where? Opens 250, make it 275. 250 bid, would he get 275? 250 bid, would he get 275? I need 275. 250 is bid, would he get 275? 250 bid, 275. 250 bid, 275. Are we all done? 250, one bidder only, going to take it home. 250 it is. Sold for 250. Online. Okay. And now we have a walrus tusk ivory cribbage board right here. And on this one, it's engraved Alaska on the side there. Nice slab. And we have all the peg holders up here for start. Peg holes. So somebody start that one off where? Oh my, I have a $50 bid and now 60. 50 bid, would he get 60 where? 50 bid, would he get 60, would he get 60? I have 50 bids, you get 60 here, I have now 70. 60 bid, would he get 70 now? 60 bid, 70, 60 bid, 70. Standing at $60 and 70 if you like. 60 bid, 70, 60 bid, 70. I have 60 once, 60 twice. Here it goes at $60, and if there's not any other bids, it is yours, sir. 3, 2, 1. All right, thank you all. 3, 2, 1. $60 to 3, 2, 1. All right, now we have another Inuit Parker right here. We're on 1242, 20th century, and this is a little larger here. This one's got the fur ties on it, much more spectacular on that one. Nope, I got to go back on this. Where am I? I'm on 42. There it is. There it is. There it is. Good. All right, so on this one right here, various furs, caribou, seal, wolf, wolverine. And on this one right here, may I have what? Opens 250 only, make it 275. 250 bid 275. I've got it here on the floor. 275, make it 3. 3 bid 3 1/4. 3 1/4, 3 1/2. 3 1/2, 375. I got 3 1/2. I need 375. Would you go 375? I got 350 bid 375. 350 bid 375. 350 bid 375. All in and all done. One more time. 350 bid 375 goes to the internet bidder. 350. Okay, now here we go. Okay, now we've got an Inuit little child's doll right here. Caribou bone child's doll right there. And on that one, may I have what? Opens. I hear 50 in a couple places. 50 right here in front. Now 60. 50 bid, what do you get 60 now? 50 bid, what do you get 60? 50 bid, what do you get 60? The bid is $50, now 60 if you like. I have 50 bid 60, 50 bid 60. I have 50 once and 50 twice under the money and selling on a little caribou bone child's doll. 60 bid 70 now. Make it 70. 60 bid, what do you get 70? 60 bid, what do you get 70? I have 60 once and 60 twice. Here it goes. $60 your way. All right. And now we have the women's parka. On this one right here, Inuit parka right here, 20th century, Mother Hubbard style parka, Alaskan Inuit. And on this one here, may I have what? Opens at 250 again, make it 275. 75, make it 3. 275's on the floor. I need 300 now. 275 would you go 3. 275 would you go 3. 300 but 3 1/4. 3 1/4, 3 1/2. Show them back. 3 1/4 on the floor. 3 1/2. 3 1/4, 3 1/2. 3 1/4, 3 1/2. The bid's 3 1/4 on the gentleman. 3 1/2 where? 3 1/2, 375. 350 bid 375. 350 bid 375. 350 bid 375. It's going to the internet bidder now. 350 and 375. Sold 350. Online bidder. All right, now we have 1245, and this is a nice little tinglet walrus tusk carving right here of a standing penguin. And on that one right there, may I have what? Opens 1100, make it 12. 11 bid, would you get 12? 11 bid, 12. I have 11 bid, would you get 12? 11 bid, would you get 12? The bid is 1100, look for 12, would you get 12? Would you get 1200? 1100 bid, would you get 12 now? All in, all done. 1100 and selling. Sold 1100. Online bidder. Okay, look at this one right here. Here's a nice little birch bark. Okay, 19th century, probably Penobscot birch bark over ash canoe. It is 29 inches long and in great condition. Old weathered surface on it, but no breaks that I can see. On that one right there, may I have what? Open 600, 650, 700, 750, 800, 850, 8 bid 850, 800 bid would go 850 now, 800 bid would go 850, would go 850, would go 850, 850 on the phone, 900, 850 bid would go 9, 850 bid would go 900, would go 9, phone bidder has it at 850, look for 900, 850 bid would go 9, 850 bid would go 9. I have 850 once, standing, 850 twice, here it goes, sold 850 to the phone bidder. 425 takes that one. Beautiful example. Okay, some of the way things survive just is beyond me some of the times. Here we go on the Navajo rug here. This is 31 wide, 59 long, red, blue, and with the corner pieces and the stripes. Very bold stripes across the center right here. May I have what on this one? Opens at just 250, make it 275. 250 bid 275. 275, make it 3. 275 bid, would you get 300 now? 275, would you get 3? 275, would you get 3? I have a $275 bid, now 3. That's no money. 300, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a quarter. I have 300 bid, 3 and a quarter. 300 bid, 3 and a quarter, 300 bid, 3 and a quarter. I have 300 bid, 3 and a quarter, 300 bid, 3 and a quarter on that Navajo rug. Nice bold stripes like that. Simple patterns bring money. 300 bid, 3 and a quarter. I have 300 bid, 3 and a quarter, 300 bid, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. Are we all done at 3 and a quarter? Once, twice. Here it goes at 3 and a quarter. Can't believe it. It's worth a lot more than that. Sold your away, Carol. Online bidder takes that one. And now we have the large Navajo blanket right here. And this is red, white, and black with the dazzled diamonds and stepped pattern. And may I have what on this one? Opens at 1100, make it 12. 11 bid, would you get 1200 now? 11 bid, would you get 12? 11 bid, would you get 12? I have an $1,100 bid now, would you get 12? Would you get 12? Would you get 12? 11 is bid, would you get 12? Any advance over $1,100. Once, twice, and selling at 11 only. And it is sold $1,100. Online bidder. All right, take a look at this Navajo rug right now. Red, white, red with black and white roping. On this one, 48 by 35. And on this one, may I start this off where? Opens 350, make it 375. 75, make it 4. 400 bid 4 and a quarter. 400 bid, would you go 4 and a quarter? 400 bid 4 and a quarter. I have a $400 bid, would you go 4 and a quarter? 400 bid 4 and a quarter. All in at $400. Once, twice, here it goes. You got it, 400. Online bidder. All right. Some great stuff here today. As always. Okay, look at this early 20th century Navajo 3x4. And on this one right here with a nice diamond, the Eye Dazzler diamonds. Look at those two in the center. They make your eyes go right out of focus when you look at them. And on that one right there, what do you want to, where do you want to start that one off? Start it off where? May I have what? Should be open. 100, you have a bid? Okay, it's under the money, but we'll open it there. 100 bid, would you go 1 and a quarter, 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. 1 and a quarter bid, would you go 1 and a half, 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, 170, 1 and a half, 175, 1 and a half. I have you at 1 and a half and now 175. 175 and now 200. 175 bid, would you get 200? 175 bid, would you get 200? I have 175 looking for 200. Still under the money at 175 and 200 where? On the gentleman at 175. All in, all done, and it is 175 to number 4. Okay. 1251 Navajo rug with iron hangers. There it is right there. And this one is 44 by 28 in the nice neutral earth colors. And may I have what on that one? Start that one off at 300, 200, $200. We're going to get 200, 200, $100 on that one. $100. We're going to get 100. 50 bid 60, 50 bid 60. The bid is only 50 and now 60, 50 now 60. No money for that one. I have 50 looking for 60, 50 now 60. All in, all done. 60, 70. You can see the die inconsistencies on here. Okay, 70 bid 80. If you take a look at these little half where they wove them in there, different colors from different batches the way they were hand dyed. Where was I? 70 bid 80. 70 bid would go 80. 70 bid would go 80. The bid is only 70 now 80. 70 now 80. All in, all done. And what a bargain it is at only 70. And it's your bargain. Online bidder. Okay. Next is Chillmark, limited edition, McGregory. Okay, Native American sculpture here. Bear Vision, pewter sculpture, numbered series number 412 in a 500 run. And on this one right here is dated as 1993 casting on this one. Original, or based on original artwork by Anne McGrory. And may I have what on this one? Start that one off where? Should be $1,000 quickly. $1,000 where? Going to get 1,000, 1,500, 500. 250 is bid, make it 275. 250 bid 275. The bid's only 250, bid 275, 250, 275. Can't believe it. 250 now 275, 275, 275 and now 300. 275 bid, what do you get 3? 275, what do you get 300 now 3 and a quarter, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. I have 3 and a quarter now, 3 and a half, 375 and now 4. 375 bid, what do you get 4? 375 bid, what do you get 400 now? 375 bid, what do you get 4? 375 bid, what do you get 4? 375 all in, all done at 375 in the advance. Sold at number 73. Sold at number 73. And now we have, all right, we have George Cook. And then this is the hand-colored litho from McKinney & Hall's History of the Indian Tribes of North America, Philadelphia, 1838, excuse me. And on this one right here, wonderful piece, all framed and ready to go. And may I have what on that one? Opens 150, make it 175. Would you go 175? 150 bid 175, make it 2. 175's on the phone. Would you get 200? 175. Would you get 2? 175. Would you get 2? 200 bid 2 and a quarter. 200 bid 2 and a quarter. 200 bid 2 and a quarter. 2 and a half. 2 and a quarter bid. Would you get 2 and a half? 2 and a half. 275. 275, 250 bid 275. Phone is out. 250 bid. Would you get 275? 250 bid 275. 250 once. 250 twice. Are we all done? 75 in the nick of time. Make it 3 now. 275 bid, would you get 3? 275 would you get 3? 275 would you get 3? I have 275 looking for 300. Sold 275. Okay. Next we have Kachina Portrait. Look at this one. Color type print. Signed and numbered 29 of 70. And this is Tony Abaya. And on this one here, and is a living artist right now, born in 1965. And there it is on the easel over there. May I have what to start that off? Open 650, make it 700. 650 bid, would you get 700? 650 bid, would you get 7? 650 bid, would you get 7? It's online. Oh, the bid is online at 650 now 700. 650 bid, would you get 700? 650 bid, would you get 700? All in, all done. 650 and selling. Last chance. Any advance over 650, and it is sold for 650. Live auctioneers. Okay, 1255 comes next. These are 5 Iroquois beaded souvenirs from Niagara Falls. And on these were all trinkets that were late 19th, early 20th century, sold to people who went to the falls. And may I have what for all that beadwork there? How about what, do we have an opening bid? I'm sorry. 50, 5 pieces, that's pretty good. It's about what they cost back in the 60 bid 70. 60 bid, would you go 70? 70 bid 80. 70 bid, would you go 80? 70 bid 80 bid 90. 80 bid, would you go 90? 90 bid the 100. 90 bid, would you go the 100? 100 bid the quarter. 100 bid, would you go the quarter? 100 bid, would you go the quarter? Quarter now the half. 100 and a quarter bid, would you go 150? 1 and a quarter now 1 and a half. 1 and a quarter 1 and a half. Are we all done at 1 and a quarter now? 1 and a half. Sold 1 and a quarter. Live auctioneers. Okay, and then we have more. Okay, look at these right here. Iroquois beaded whimsies. Boot and slipper form. And may I have one on these? Opens 100 now, 1 and a quarter. 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. 1 and a quarter bid, would you go 150? 1 and a quarter bid, would you go 150? 150, 175. 150 bid, 175. 150 bid, 175. The bid's 150, looking for 175. 175, make it 2. 175, would you get 2? 175, 200 bid, 2 and a quarter. 200 bid, would you get 2 and a quarter? 2 and a quarter where? 200 bid, 2 and a quarter. All in, all done. 2 and a quarter we have, and now 275, 2 and a half, excuse me. 2 and a quarter bid, 2 and a half. 2 and a quarter bid, 2 and a half, 275. 2 and a half bid, 275 now. Go 275 if you like. I have 2 and a half once, 2 and a half twice. Here it goes, and it is 75. Make it 300. 275 bid, would you get 3? 275, would you get 300? Would you get 300? 275, 300, 3 and a quarter. 300 bid, 3 and a quarter. 300 bid, would you get 3 and a quarter? 300 bid, 3 and a quarter. All in, all done. 300 is the bid. Make no mistake. Sold 300. Live auctioneers. And now we have some more. We have these 3 Iroquois beaded whimsies right here. A star, an anchor, and a picture frame. And on those right there, may I have what? Opens 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4 bid, would you go 1 1/2? 1 1/4 bid, 1 1/2, 175. 175. 150 bid, 175. 75, make it 2. 175, would you get 200 now? 175, would you get 200 bid, 2 1/4. 200 bid, would you get 2 1/4? 200 bid, 2 1/4. The bid's 200 bid, 2 1/4. All in, all done at 200 bid, 2 1/4, and it is sold to. I didn't get. I'll take you 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/4 bid, 2 1/2. 2 1/4 bid, 2 1/2. 2 1/4 bid, 2 1/2. 2 1/2, 275. 250 bid, 275. 250 is the bid. Would you get 275? 250 bid, 275. All in. You got it, 250. Live auctioneers. Okay, good stuff. Keeps on coming. Look at this right here. This is lot number 1258, early stone bead assemblage, 19 stones, various sizes. Where do you want to go with this one? Opens 175, make it 200. 175, what do you get 200 now? 175 bid, what do you get 200? 175, what do you get 200? What do you get 200? 175 now 200. Sold 175. Live auctioneers. And next we have, ooh, look at this right here. Okay, rare Yupik dance mask, Alaskan, early 20th century right there. And this is in great condition. May I have what? Opens 2,500, make it 2,750. 25 would get 2,750. 2,500 bid would get 2,750. I have a $2,500 bid would get 2,750. I have 2,500 bid would get 2,750. Worth much more than that. 2,500 bid would get 2,750. 25 would get 2,750. Any advance over 2,500. Okay, I have 2,500 and selling 2,500 once. 2,500 twice. Sold it 2,500. Online. All right, next we have, this is Southern Islands Culture wooden bowl right here. Papua New Guinea, softwood, shallow elongated oval canoe with crocodile head on it, with crocodile heads, used for ceremonial serving. And on this one here, may I have what? Open that up, please. How about a $500 bid and set it in? How about a $500 bid where? With a 5, would it go 5, would it go 5, would it go 4, would it go $300 where? $300 where on a ceremonial bowl, Papua New Guinea. $300 where? $250, no less. $250, no less. Any dollar $250? Let's pass that one away. Let's pass that one away. Want to come back in, Kaj? After this one. Okay. So we have... This is 19th century Hawaiian, okay, on this basket right here, on the Hawaiian covered basket. Rectangular, all woven, very intricate with patterns, different size reeds and so forth. May I have one on this one? Open, 60 bid, make it 70. 60 bid, would you get 70? 60 bid, would you get 70? I have 60 bid, would you get 70? 60 bid, would you get 70? 70 bid, 80. 70 bid, would you go 80? 70 bid, would you go 80? I have a $70 bid, would you go 80? 19th century Hawaiian, shouldn't even last this long. A beautiful example of fine basket weaving. And I have, what was it, 70? 70 bid, would you go 80? I have 70 looking for 80, 70 and 80. All in, all done. It's $70 only. 70 it is. Online bidder. You good? Yeah, you got okay. Yeah, it's good. You want me to stick around?
No, I'll go.
You okay? All right. Feeling good? Yeah.
And next, the good old Mickey Mouse. We all remember him, the stiff Mickey Mouse, circa 1930. And what's your pleasure in this? 550 I have in 600, 600, 650. I have 600, 650s on the floor and 700. And 700 Jen and 750. As 700 on good old Mickey and 750 if you want them. I have 700 now, 750. 750 and 800 now. I have 750 and 800. Came in on free appraisal day. I have 750 and 800. I have 750 on Mickey and 800 going to sell. With Carol all the way at 750 and 800 now. Everyone else is out. At 750 and 800 on Mickey. Once, twice, and Mickey 750. You had a +1 on that. Oh, nope. Next we have Let's see. This is the Lewis Mark Charleston Trio wind-up toy. All these toys came out of the house over in Richmond, Maine. What's your pleasure on this one? 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 and 2 1/4, 2 1/2 and 275. I have 2 1/2 and 275 at 250 and 275. I have 250 and 275 at 250 and 275. I have 250. The guy's playing the violin. That guy's jumping. The lion's standing up. I have 250 and 275 at 250. Where? Who has a 250? 275 here, 275 on the floor, and 300. A 275 and 3, 275 and 3. 275 once, twice, and it's over. 275 to 33. 275 to 33. And another great toy right here, Unique Art Tin Litho, Little Abner Dog Patch Band. And this one is, this goes over here. This sets on here like this. I can't see the slide on. Anyway, and then you turn him on and he plays. Oh, you got to put her down like that. There we go. And on the Dog Patch Band, what's your pleasure on that? 80 and now 90. I have 80 now 90 and 80 now 90 on the Dog Patch Band. This is from the same place again. And she sits over, she sits up top there, 90 now 100. 90 now 100, and Grandma goes up and down when this thing's running. There we go. And then this guy goes over here like this. On here, there we go. Now we can make them go, maybe. What are we at? 90. Okay, guys, do your stuff. You got to turn it on. 80 and 90. I have 80 and now 90. 90. I have 100 on the floor. Now 125. I have 100 on the floor. Now 125. From the house in Richmond, 100 once, twice in for 125. All in, all done. $100 on the floor. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2 on the floor, now 175. 175 and 200 on the floor. I 175 with Carol, now 200. I 175 and 2, all in all at 175 and 200. Any more? Carol, 175 then. Thanks. Next we have 6 Gollywog books in clamshell case, and on the Gollywog books, very collectible books. These were done in England usually. And what's your pleasure on those? I have $100 now. 200, even better, Carol. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, and 200, 2 1/4 in those rare books. At 200, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. All from this 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. All these toys were in the same attic in Richmond, Maine. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 anymore. 2 1/4 once, twice, 2 1/2. All in, all down at 2 1/4 with Carol. It's 2 1/4, Carol. Oh, look at this guy. This is fun. This was in the same toy collection again. It's a wonderful painted piece of American folk art. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Dancing minstrel. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/2 is on the floor and 175. 175 and 200. 200 on the floor and 2 1/4. 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 275. 250s on the floor with the lady now at 250 and 275. Any more? 250, 275, 300 there. 300 on the floor and 3 1/4. I have 300 on the floor and 3 1/4. 300 once, twice, and went for 3 1/4. You bought it 300 to 33. 300 to 33. Next we have, this is a fun lot right here. 3 painted novelty figures. 3 painted novelty figures. This one's fun with this little clock. We couldn't find the weights on this, but if it had the weights on, it does have the hand. But when it goes, his eyes move. And then there's the cast iron doorstop and a little figure right here. What's your pleasure on all that? 90 I have, and now 100 I have. 100 I have here, now 1/4. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, 175. I have 150 now, 175, 175, 200, 200 here, and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. At 200 once, twice, and for 2 1/4. You got it all. $200, 33. It's always fun to find all this stuff in the attic like that. This is approximately 250 vintage Black Americana postcards, all sealed in the plastic folder, so they're in great shape. Some very, very rare ones in there, by the way, if you haven't looked at this album. And what's your pleasure on this? 550 I have, and 600. I have 600 on the floor, now 650, and 700. 7 on the floor, and 750, and 800 on the floor, and 850, and 900 on the floor, and 950, and 1,000, ma'am, and 1,100, and 12 on the floor, and 13. I have 1,200 on 4 and 1,300. I have 1,200 and 13 and 12 and 13 anymore. At 1,200 once, twice in for 1,300. Yours, ma'am, 1,200 to 33. It's all from the house in Richmond, Maine. Next, we have 25 pieces of Black Americana sheet music from 1910 to 1930. What's your pleasure on this? And we 50 and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60 and all that black 60 and now 70. I have 60 and now 70. 70 and now 80. I have 70 now 80 and 70 now 80. I have 70 with Carol and 80 if you'd like it. As 70 now 80 anymore. As 70 once, 70 twice. You went for $80 on all that nice sheet music. 80, of course, 25 pieces. 80 now 90. I have 80 now 90. We found these in the same cabinet as the postcards. I have 80 now 90. 80 once, 80 twice, and for $90, it's $80 then. Next we have more Black Americana, 1885 Curionized print of the American Fireman, And what's your pleasure on this? 1 1/4 and 1 1/2, at 1 1/4, 1 1/2, that early print by Courier. I 1 1/2 and 175. The Docktown Fire Brigade, and I have 1 1/2 and 175. I 1 1/2 and 175. At 150 once, twice, and for 175. We all done at 150 and 175. It's 150 then. Live auctioneers. Next we have, these are really rare. Lily Martin Spencer was one of the great women painters of the 19th century, and these are original colored lithographs from 1854 of her original oil paintings, which usually bring around 30 to 50,000 each. And on those right there, these were found in Ellsworth, Maine, in the original lemon gold frames. And what's your pleasure on those? 4 1/4 and 4 1/2, 4 1/2 and 475. These are really rare. I have 4 1/2 and 475. I have 450 and 475 and 475, of course, and 500. I have 475 and 500. They should be bringing 1,000 apiece. I have 475. What's that? Oh, nice original glass, and they're in great condition. I have 475 and now 500. You never find the pair. I have 475 and 500. Going to sell them at only 475. That great pair of Lily Martin Spencer. Look her up. You'll find out she's a valuable painter. Anyway, at 475 and 500. Any more? Once, twice, and they're gone. 475. Online bidder, Carol. Next we can't move it because it's heavy, but we have this large live steam model of a railroad yard engine with caboose. These are all custom handmade by Godfrey Roberts of Belmont, Mass. It has all the blueprints with it and all the oiler, all in original wooden crates that they were stored in. His family was telling us when they were children, they had a track in their yard, and they actually could take rides on the rest of the pieces of this train. That's how big it is. And what's your pleasure on this? We have, $1,000 to set it in. $1,000 wear in this rare piece. If you haven't seen it, it's all handmade in beautiful condition. And he went for $1,000 on the little train engine with, what's that? 1,000 I have, and now 1,100. I have 1,000, now 1,100. Did you get to see it? Yeah, it's incredible. I have 1,000, now 1,100, 1,000, 1,100. Going to sell it. Way under the money. I want to sell it at 1,000. Any more? Great trade. $1,000, 25. $1,000, number 25. You'll have some fun with that. You'll have some fun with that, man. We see you riding around the yard. Next, we have a vintage Corcor toy steel 5-piece train set from a house in Camden. And on that early pressed steel train set from 1930, what's your pleasure on this? What's your pleasure? 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. All 5 pieces. We have the engine, the coal car, 1 1/4 where? 1 1/4 there, now 1 1/2. A 1 1/4 with Emily on Live Auctioneers, now 150 for that whole set. 150, now 175. I have 150 with Emily, now 175. 175 and now 200, way under the money. At 175 and 2, 175 and 2, and 175 and 2 anymore. All in, all done at 175 and 200 I have with Carol and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. It all hooks together. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. 200 once, twice, in for 2 1/4. 2 1/4 with Carol and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 once, 2 1/4 twice, in for 250. Sold 2 1/4, Carol. And 1274 coming up. What happened to 75? Did we skip one? No, we did. We're missing 1274. So next we have 1275 is a vintage Big Eye Sad Clown oil painting from the house in Portland, the Osher estate, by Paul McCann, a French artist. What's your pleasure on that one? 50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. Original oil painting by this artist from France. He was born in 1919. And on that right there, only $50.60 if you like it. 50 once, twice, and for 60 on the clown. It's $50 then. And next we have, here we go with the Stife toys. Some wonderful Stife toys right here. And on that, you have the train car with the little black and white bears. You have this little bear here in the honey color. And what's your pleasure on these? 150, 175, 75, 200, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 75. No, I have 250 now, 275. I have 250 and 275. A great little collection of Stife toys. Seems awfully reasonable for those. I have 250 and 275. These bears are whole, they come all out of here. I have 250 and 275 anymore. At 250, this one has the original label on it. I have 250 and 75. Any more? Sold. 250 then, Carol. Next, we have two major teddy bears right here. Oh, look at that big bear. Isn't he fun? The big bear's holding the little bear. And on that Stife toys right there, what's your pleasure? 200 100 I have now, quarter. 1 a quarter. 1 and a half and 175. I 150 now, 175 for the two. Now I 150 now, 175. No money for these. 175 on the phone. 200 of course. I 175 is on the phone now too. I 175 and 2. 175 and 2. This is a major Roosevelt bear. This is the Roosevelt bear with the hump on the back. I 175 and now 200. I 175 and 200. 175 and 2. Gonna go at 175 once. 175 twice. And for 200. Any more? 175 phone. 349. Nice buy on those. Next we have this Stife Black Poodle toy on wheels. These were sold at that great toy store in New York City, which was F.A.O. Schwartz. I wanted to see if you guys are paying attention. His little tail needs to be sewn back on, and he has a growler, but he's not growling anymore. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 275 and now 300. Oh, there you go. Gary got him to bark. 275 and 300 and 3 and a quarter. Thanks, Gary. 300 now, 3 and a quarter. I 300 now, 3 and a quarter, 3 and 3 and a quarter. With Carol at 300, 3 and a quarter. Any more? 375. I like that better. And now 400. I 375 and now 4. I 375 from a very fine estate in Camden, Maine. I 375 and 400. I 375. Think of the children that had fun with this poodle. I 375 and 4. The one thing great about him is you don't have to feed him twice a day, and you don't have to pick up after him twice a day. I 375 and now 400. Any more? Sold. 375. Live auctioneers buys. Next we have two more clown pictures. These are by Francis Polito, Connecticut. And on the clown paintings, right, Toby and Tippy. And what's your pleasure on those? 50, having 60 now. From the Osher estate, I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. Any more? At 50 once, 50 twice, you went for $60. 50 it is. Next we have, look at this group here. We're selling all those at once. We should have sold those a smaller group. Anyway, these are all nice Stife toys. I never saw this one. Little mouse. More bears. Here's somebody's hat. One of these guys had a hat, or two of them have hats. Anyway, on all the Stife toys right there in beautiful condition. These are from the house in Richmond again. What's your pleasure on those, Matt? 300 I have. 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. 3 and a half, 75 and 400. I have 375 and need 4. I 375 need 400. I 400 with Carol now and 4 and a quarter. The floor is out. I have 400 with Carol and 4 and a quarter. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter, 4 and 4 and a quarter. I have 400 once, 400 twice, and for 4 and a quarter. And all those original mint condition Stife toys at 400 selling. Once, twice, any more. 400 Carol. Next we have Stife. This was a store display piece. This was a store display piece right here. It's called the Stife Button Ear Display Ladder. And on that right there, I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter, and 3 and a half, 3 and a half, and 75, 375 and 4. 400. I 375 with Carol and 4, and they're perfect condition. I 375 and 400. I 375. Look at the frog. I have 375 and only 400 now. Not even $100 a piece for those animals. I have 370, 400 I have in 4.25. It's like these are all like brand new condition and out of this house. I have 400 now, 4.25. I have 400 once, twice, and for 4.25 from the house in Richmond, Maine. Any more? 400 then. Live auctioneers gets that one. 400. Next, we have a carpenter portrait of a clown in a top hat from the Osher estate, which is pleasure in this large oil on canvas in a great expensive frame. Which is pleasure in this one. 50 I have and 60 now. I have 50 and 60. Where's all the clown buyers? I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. This is an original oil painting now, done with a palette knife and a brush. I have 50 and 60. Any more? Once, twice, and $50 it is then. Live auctioneers. Some wonderful toys. Now we have a collection of British colonial Indian clay figures. And what's your pleasure in these? Which 100 I have and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. And $100, 100 a quarter on all these early clay figures. I have 100 once, 100 twice, and for 100 a quarter. Any more? All in, all done at $100, 100 a quarter, any more? It's $100 then. Next, we have 8 early medium format children's picture books. And what's your pleasure on these? What's your pleasure on all the kids' books? Maybe have what? $100 where and set it in. $100 where instead of it $100 and go on all those children's books. And it's $100, $50. They got to be sold. Anyone to $50. Nobody wants those? Moving on. Next item. Oh, this is fun. Look at this. Gary's got this great piece of American folk art. Standing on the wing. And what's your pleasure in this one here? 80 and now 90. I have 80 now 90, 80 now 90. Wow, that's no money for that. I have 80 now 90, 80 now 90. And this great piece of American folk art. 90, of course, now 100. I have 90 now 100 and 90 now 100. And 90 now 100, 90 now 100. It's all carved and painted wood and got some age to it. I have 90 now 100, 90 now 100. Any more? All in, all done. And 90 now 100. It's numbered B 1987, so that's probably when it was done. I have $90 only and selling. Any more? Once, twice, and are we good? At only $90, that great piece of folk art. Any more? It's $90 then. And here we go, a whole bunch of tin lithograph toys right here from the house in Richmond, Maine. And what's your pleasure on all these toys? 100 I have, and now a quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. They're all like beautiful condition. What's that? There's 2 more. And on these right here, what's your pleasure? I have $100 now, 100 a quarter, 100 a quarter, 100 and a half, 100 a quarter. And on those right there, there's the key for that one. And I have 100 a quarter, 1 1/2 anymore, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. All in, all done. At 1 1/4, who is the 1 1/4? Carol has 1 1/4, anyone for 1 1/2. There's 5 pieces now. 2 of the long ranger, 2 more long rangers. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2. It's 1 1/4 then. Online bidder. Next, we have this wooden rocking horse over here. And on this right here, this is all hand carved out of wood. It was custom made for a grandchild years ago. It's all hand carved wood with a real horsehair tail. On that little pony right there, this rocking pony, what's your pleasure? It's a one-of-a-kind piece, was made by the guy's grandfather. And what's your pleasure on that? 100 I have and now quarter. I have 100, 100 quarter. Can you imagine the work? It's really a piece of folk art sculpture for a child. I have 100, 100 a quarter. What a shame. I have only $100, 100 a quarter. He has leather, custom-made leather ears. I have $100, 100 a quarter. Should be more. Any more than $100, it's got to be sold, sadly. Any more than $100, that lovely little rocking 1 1/4, 1 1/2. It's all hand carved. This is not a machine piece. This is a one-of-a-kind piece made by a grandfather a long time ago. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Going to sell it. Got to move on. Any more? It's 1 1/4 then. Next, we have this other 19th century carved and painted rocking horse. These were also sold by F.A.O. Schwartz at the turn of the century. These gliders. A nice little glider horse, dapple gray. And on that right there still has remnants of the original saddle. What's your pleasure on that one? How much? 50, 60, 60. We usually get $400 or $500 for these. I have 60, now 70. I have 60, now 70, 60, now 70. Of course, now 80, 80, now 90. I have 80, now 90. No money for that. I have 80, now 90. What a great toy. 90, now 100. We bring in 300. I 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. 100 now quarter. 1 a quarter, 1 and a half, 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. They usually bring 400 or 500. I 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. A nice one. Great dappled horse. I 1 and a quarter with you, Carol, and 1 and a half if you'd like the horse. I 1 a quarter once, twice. They went for 150 in that lovely rocking horse. It's 1 a quarter then. Next, do we have? Oh yeah, look at this. Put that right up here. Look at that. Nice original Buddy L. This came out of the house in Richmond, Maine. It's like brand spanking new. What's your pleasure on the little car? 175 and now 200. I 175 and 200. The shifter works. It steers a little pedal car, of course. I 175 and now 2. Beautiful condition. If you've got a grandchild or a child that wants something fun, this is it. I 175 and now 2. And 175 2. Any more than 175 and 200 on the pedal car? Any more? It's 175 then. Next we have a Structo pressed steel toy fire truck with ladders, circa 1920, 1930, from the house in Richmond again, where the toys came from. What's your pleasure on this one? 175 and now 200. One decent condition. 200 I have and 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. Has the original Structo label on the radiator. I have two. What do we have? 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half, 2 and a half. It has a pump tank and everything. 275 and 300. I 275 and 3, 275 and 300. 300 I have with Carol 3 and a quarter. I 300 now 3 and a quarter, 300 3 and a quarter. At 300 once, 300 twice in for 3 and a quarter on that nice fire pumper. Any more than $300. All in, all done. It's 300 Carol. Getting all the good ones. And next we have a cast iron toy vehicle collection. Look at these. Look at this speedster. Look at this speedster right here. And you got a train cars and a coal. This is a gasoline truck and a little doctor's coupe. Anyway, the whole lot. Fire engine. What's your pleasure on those? 60. Somebody wants to rent it for the night. I have 60 now 70. I have 60 now 70. 60 now 70. At 60 and $70 if you want them. I have $60 now 70. This one here is worth that alone. I have $60 now $70 if you want them. All in, all done. At $60 only on that nice train set. At 70 now 80. Look at this racer. I have 70 now 80 and 70 now 80. Going to sell them at only $70. All in, all done at $70. 80 if you want them. These period pieces. Any more? $70 then. Next we have 13 vintage metal vehicles. On those right there, look at these. There's an old-fashioned Woody and some planes and stuff like that. What's your pleasure on this one? 150 I have now 175. There's a tow truck. There's another nice speedster right here. These are all vintage toys and airplanes. I have 150 now 175. I have 150 now 175 on the toys at 150 175. Reasonable at 150 175. Any more? All in all then 150 175. 150. Live auctioneers. Next we have 14 Corgi toys and Dinky toys in original boxes. Original boxes. What's your pleasure on these? 400 I have, and now 4 and a quarter. I have 400 now 4 and a quarter. I have 400 4 and a quarter right in the original boxes, right out of the attic. I have 400 now 4 and a quarter. 400 once, 400 twice. You went for 4 and a quarter. We all in, all done at $400. All in, all done. We are $400. Nine books on dolls, toys, and children's items. What's your pleasure on these? Maybe have what? $100 and set it in on all those toys, vintage books on vintage dolls, toys, and children's life. Maybe we have $100 and set it in all of them. $100 where? $50 where? It's the last of the toys, and he has to $50 on all that reference material, and he has to have $50. Nobody wants that? Pass it away then. And here we go. Now we have an extensive collection of Danish paintings from one house in Belfast, Maine. They're all expensively framed, and they were hanging all through this beautiful estate on the ocean. And starting off with a sailboat on the ocean. And what's your pleasure on this one? 1 and a quarter and 1 and a half. I 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, 1 and a half, and 175. I 1 and a half, now 175. I 150, now 175. And 150 once, twice in for 175. Any more? 175 in time, and 200. 200 I have, and now 2 and a quarter. I have 200 on the floor and 2 and a quarter. I have 200 and 2 and a quarter, 2 and 2 and a quarter. Any more? Any more? 299. 299. It's a fabulous collection of Danish paintings. We've never seen so many original Danish paintings. Look at this old salt in this very expensive gold leaf frame. What's your pleasure on this guy? What's your pleasure on this guy? May we 50, I have in 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. Expensive frame. I have $50 now 60. I have 50 now 60. I have of course in 7. Look at the detail in that man's face. I have 60 now 70. These are nice original paintings. I have 60 now 70. The old seaman. I have 60 now 70. 60 now 70 and more. Look at the quality of that painting. I have 61, 60 twice for $70. Any more? $60. Online bidder. Next we have, this harbor scene's lovely. Look at this one. This is a Danish marine painter. We couldn't figure out the signature, but it's a nice original painting, an expensive frame. Maybe we have a couple $100 set it in. 2 1/4 I have and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 at 2 1/4, 2 1/2 at 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Good painting. 2 1/4 once, twice in for 2 1/2. All in, all done. 2 1/4, 2 1/2. It's 2 1/4. Oh, look at this one. French military portrait. What's your pleasure on this in that beautiful frame? What's your pleasure on this military portrait right here? Any interest in this piece? 50, having 60 now. They want it all sold. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. It's a Napoleonic admiral with flagship behind him. It's signed by the artist Pabik. 60, I have now 70. No money for this. I have 60 now 70. The frame's more than that. I have 60 now 70, 60 now 70. At 61, 60, 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80, 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80. Nice picture. I have 70 now 80 anymore. All in all, it's $70. Once, twice, and Emily, $70. We got to get you some softer shoes. You'll find sneakers in your cubby soon. This is by C. Luros, Denmark, Road to Harbor City. What's your pleasure on this lovely one in a very expensive frame again? 50 and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. Way under the money on this lovely piece right here. I have 60. I have 60 now 70. I have 60 on the floor now 70. No money for these. I have 60 now 70, 60 now 70. Boy, if you want to get an art collection, this is the way to buy them. All these wonderful 19th century Danish painters. I have 60 once, twice, and for 70. $60.53. Next item. Oh, here's another good one right here. Look at this one here. This is by C. Vilhau, I think. It's hard to pronounce these Danish names, but anyway, this is a fishing boats near the castle. And may I have what? 150 have and 75 and 200, 200, 200. I have 200, Carol? 200 Carol, now 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. Again, a nice goldy frame. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4 anymore. Last call at 200 once, twice, and it's 200 Carol. Online. Oh, here's a lovely picture right here. A nice big one. Oh, not nice. This is a Danish impressionist painting right here. You got it? And on, no, hold it by that. Yeah, there you go. And on this right here, what's your pleasure on this one? 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 275. 250 now, 275. Absolutely bid at 250 and 275. At 250 and 275. 275 at Carol, 300 I have with Jen, 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4, 3 1/4, and 3 1/2. No. I have 3 1/4 with Carol now. I have 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. A lovely impressionist painting. I have 3 1/4 and a half anymore. 3 1/4, Carol. Next we have, oh, look at this one here. This is a beauty. Wow. It's a lovely painting. These were hanging all through this fabulous house on the ocean in Belfast, Maine. Lovely collection. I don't know if the folks were Scandinavian or not, but they sure had a great collection. And on this four-masted ship right here, and this is a painting from, hold it up here so you don't touch the canvas. This is probably done around 1920. What's your pleasure on this lovely ship painting right here? 90 and now 100. Come along now. That's much better than that. I have 90 now 100, 90 now 100, and 100 of course now 1 1/4. I have 100 now 1 1/4. That fabulous ship painting, great condition, original frame. 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 175. I have 150 now 175. At only 150 in that lovely marine painting, at only 150 and 175 under the money. I have 150 once, 150 twice, and 175. All in all, then at 150, 175. It's 150 then. Online bidder. Oh, I love this one. I like this one. This is a well-known Danish artist, Poul Hansen. Fish cleaning on that one right there in the original gold frame. These are all the original period frames. What's your pleasure on this one? You have $100 and set it in. It's one of the better ones with the figures in it. $100 where and set it at $100 and go. $100 where and set it. There's no money for this guy. And in for $100. Nobody wants that one? Pass it aside. We'll sell them another day. Next we have Niles Welseth. Niles Welseth. And look at this beautiful one right here. House on the Shore. 100 I have, and 1 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, 175, 200, 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 275, 275, 300, 3 1/4. No, I 300 on the floor, now 3 1/4. I 300 with the gentleman seated right at 300, now 3 1/4. Any more? 300 once, twice, yours, sir. 300, number 4. Nice choice. 300, number 4. That's a lovely picture. Oh, here's another good one right here. Wilhelm Theodor Skorsgaard, Danish. And on that, 2 fishing boats racing to port in glowing sky. What's your pleasure on this? Couple $100 where? 200 waves every 200 and go. 90, now 100, and 90, now 100, and 90, 100, of course, and a 1 1/4. I have 100, now 1 1/4. This is way in the money. 100 1/4 on the phone, of course, and 2, 1, I have 1 1/4 on the phone, 1 1/2, and 75 now, and 75. Look at the quality, 75, look at the quality of that painting, and 200, 200 I have, and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 2 look at that fishing boat, 2 1/4 is on the phone, and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore? It's 2 1/2 and 275. It's online at 2 1/2, need 275. 275 on the phone with Carly, and 300 now. At 275 and 3. At 275 and 300. Come along quickly. At 275 is on the phone once. 275 twice. You're going to lose it. Anyone for 300. 275 phone. 361. 275. Some lovely original paintings for reasonable money. Next look at this one here. No, put it right here. And look at this right here. A lovely painting by Roger Robert. And on that right there, Children on the Shore, lovely oil on canvas, and a very expensive French gilded impressionist frame. What's your pleasure on this one? 375 and 400, 400 and 4 1/4, 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2, 4 1/4, 4 1/2, 4 1/2 and 75. Great little painting. 4 1/2 now 475 at 450 and 475, 75 and 500 with Carol all the way at 475 and 5. The kids are going out looking for shells. I have 475 and 500, 475 once, twice, we went for 500. For 500 in time, almost sold it. 500 now 550, 550 and 600. I 550 and 600. Think what you can't buy for that kind of money. I 550 and 600 anymore. 550, 600 I have with Carol now 650. I have 600 now 650 and 600, 650. 600 once, 600 twice, and for 6 1/2. Carol 600. Online bidder. More good paintings coming up. This is we decided to sell this collection sequentially. Oh, this is a fun one right here too. This is Mondale Gelper, a Belgian artist, man whittling oil on panel. Again, in a very expensive original period frame. What's your pleasure on that one? 90 I have, and now 100. I have 90 now 100, 90 now 100. A known artist. Belgian artist, I have 90 now 100 at only $90. That lovely painting of the original painting of the man whittling oil on panel in original frame. I have $90 only and 100 if you like it. I had 90 once, 100 I have on the floor. Thank you. Now 1 1/4. Nice painting, no money. I have 100 now 1/4. Any more? On the floor at 100 and selling. Once, twice, and $100. Number 4. Next we have another good painting of a marine painting. Alex Haldrup, Danish, fishing boats at dry dock. What's your pleasure on this one? Again, in original gold leaf frame. They have a couple $100 set it in. How much? 60, 70, 80, 80, 90. It should be 200 or 300. I have 80 now 90. I have 80 now 90, 80 now 90. At only $80, 100 I have now 1/4. I have $100 now 100 1/4. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Should be all over the place. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/2. Thank you, Sylvia. Now 175. I 1 1/2 now 175. A lot of painting for no money. 175 with Carol online and now 200. At 175 and 2. These are lovely original paintings. 200 I have and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4 anymore. At 200 once, 200 twice, any for 2 1/4. Lovely original painting at only $200. Carol's that on you, dear? Sylvia. Sylvia has it 200 on Live Auctioneers. Any more? 200. Sylvia. Live auctioneers. Another great Norwegian marine artist. A portrait of the Danish clipper ship Copenhagen. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this? A couple $100, a nice, expensive gold leaf frame again. Maybe we have a couple hundred, 250? 150 I have, and now 175. I have 150 online, and 175 on the phone, and now 200. I have 175 and now 2. At 175 on the phone and 200 if you'd like it. I have 175 and 2, 175 and 2. At only 175 in that lovely big picture in a gold leaf frame. I have 175 and 200 anymore. At 175 and selling to the phone. Any more? Once, twice, and to the phone. 175? Thank you. 175. Great way to build a collection. And here we go. Danish marine painting of two old fishermen seated next to a lifeboat. And on that right there, nice size, well done, in a gold leaf frame again. What's your pleasure on this one? 50, I have 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. It's much better than that. I have 50 and 60. Any more? All in all then, at $50 and 60, now 70. I have 60, now 70, 60, now 70. That's 60, now 70. Look at the quality of these paintings. I have 60, now 70. More? All in all, that's $60. 70, now 80. I have 70. It wouldn't work so hard if they weren't worth so much more. These are original paintings by these famous Danish artists. What do you have? 80 and now 90. I have 80, now 90, 80, now 90. These are not prints. These are original paintings by these Danish artists from the 19th and early 20th century. I have 90, Carol? 80 and now 90. 80 once, 80 twice. Going to sell them anymore. Once, twice, and it's $80, Carol. Online bidder. Another good ship painting by Carl Andres Fredriksson. He's a well-known Danish artist. And what's your pleasure on this one? Maybe we have, 300 set it in. 300, wait a second, 300, 200, 100. How much? 90? 90, I have it now 100. I have 90 now 100. 100, I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. Wonderful picture. I have 100 now quarter anymore. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Look at the quality of that painting. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, at 1 1/2, and 175. At 150, 175. Should be everywhere. I 150 now 175. At 150 once, twice, in for 175. All in all, then at 150 and 175. Nice panning, Jamie. At 150, 175, and now 200. At 175 and now 2. That's what sells it. I have 175 and now 200. 200 I have in 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4 anymore. All in all, then 200, 2 1/4. 2 1/4 with Carol and time, and now 250. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. Last call at 2 1/4 once, 2 1/4 twice, 2 1/2, and 275 now. I have 250 and 275. I have 250 and 275 anymore. 250 and selling once, selling twice. Anyone for 275. We good? We are 250, Carol. Thank you all. Next, we have another old solve. This is by a well-known artist, too, Niels Walseth, Sweden and Denmark. He worked both. He also had he also signed things Carl Soderberg. And on that right there, what's your pleasure in the old salt in an expensive frame again. These are all very expensive gold leaf frames. Maybe we have, $100 worth and set them in, starting. How much? 50 I have in 60. I have 50 and 60 and 50, 60 now 70. I have 60 now 70. 70 now 80. 70 now 80. Look at that frame. 80 now 90. I mean 90 now 100 and 90 now 100. That frame's worth 300. 100 I have, and now 120, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Nobody did their research on these artists. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/2, and 175, 175 and 200. They're just waking up to the value of these. At 175 and now 200. I 175 once, twice, and for 200. All in all, then at 170, 200, I have 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 200 once, 200 twice, and for 2 1/4. That lovely painting with a great expensive gold leaf frame. At 200, 2 1/4 anymore? Carol, 200 then. Online bidder. Well, if anybody wanted to have an art store, this is a great way to get a collection of art. This is by Iller Londell. Iller Londell, again, dry dock fishing boats in impressionist style, signed and dated 1929. What's your pleasure on this one? 50 I have in 60. I have 60 and 70. 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80, 70 now 80. Reasonable for this is 70 now 80. Again, in a nice period frame. I have 70 now 80 on those nice boats. It's 70 and 80 anymore. At only $70. I can't believe it. I have $70 now 80. We shouldn't have to work hard on these at all. I have 70 now 80 and 70 now 80. Any more? $70? Any more? $70. 73. Next we have another Swedish coastal painting. This is by Buchelan, 1956. A lovely little harbor scene with the boats docked by the shed. And what's your pleasure? And this was signed and dated on the back in the original frame. What's your pleasure in this one? 50, having 60, 70, 70, 80, 90, 90, 100. I'm 90 now 100. 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. These are all the original period frames. I have $100, 100 quarter. 100 once, 100 twice, and for 1 to 25, 1 a quarter and 1 1/2. Look at that quality of that painting. Show them the other side. There you go. I have 1 a quarter, 1 1/2. 1 a quarter, 1 1/2. Well, you can't buy prints for this kind of money. I have 1 a quarter, 1 1/2 anymore. All in all, then 1 a quarter, 1 1/2. It's 1 a quarter then. Hold on. Next we have. Oh, this is a good one. A sailing ship, signed portrait, green hull, British brigantine underway. And what's your pleasure on this one? 3 1/4 with Jen, and 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. With Jen at 3 1/4, 3 1/2 anymore. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2. With Jen at 3 1/4 and her absolutely bidder. Once, twice, anymore. Jen, your buyer, 3 1/4. Number 7, 3 1/4. Next, we have another one. This is by Kyle Fenderspiel in original gold leaf frame. House on the Shore, another great Danish artist. What's your pleasure on this one? How much? 50. I don't want to hear 50, but we'll take it. I have 50, now 60. I have 50, now 60, and 50, now 60. Of course, now 70. I have 60, now 70. It's dated right down here, 1944, it looks like. I have 60, now 70. A nice original painting in an expensive frame. I have 60, now 70, and 60, now 70. As 60 and 70 if you like it. At 60 now 70, 60 now 70. At 60 now 70, 60 now 70 and more. All in all done at 60, 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80 and 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80 anymore. All in all done at $70, 80 if you like it, anymore. Once, twice, and $70, 73 again. Next we go to, oh, here's a beauty right here. This is by Tag Rudolf Elm. Swedish, 1920. This was done in 1976. What's your pleasure in that lovely original painting? Here we have $100 and set it in, starting below. $100 where? And instead of $100 that picture, it's $100 that picture. Notice that painting? That's this. I have 50, now 60. I have 50, now 60. I have 50, now 60. Any more? All in all, now $50, 60 if you like them. Any more? 60 and now 70. 70 and now 80. No money for these paintings. I have 70, now 80. Beautifully done. I have 70 now 80 and 70 now 80. 80 now 90. 90 on the floor now 100. I have 90 now 100. At 90 now 100 and selling at only $90. 100 if you want it. Any more? $90 to 53. And we have another Danish harbor scene. Another lovely Danish harbor scene right here. What's your pleasure on this one? Nice size. Maybe have $100 and set it in. 100 where? Instead of $100 and go. Instead of $100 that one. Interested in that one? And any interested in this picture at all? That's a 50 I have and 60 now. I have 60 now 70. I have 60 now 70. 60 now 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80. No money for these. 70 now 80. Expensive frame again. I have 70 now 80. 70 now 80. Any more than $70? 80 I have and now 90. Think about it. You couldn't frame it for that. I have 80 now 90. 90 now 100. I have 90 with Sylvia. Is that correct? 90 now 100. I have 90 now 100. Any more? 90 once, 90 twice, and for 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. I have $100 and $100 only. 100 now quarter if you'd like it. 100 once, 100 twice, and for 125 that lovely painting, it's $100, Sylvia. Next we have another good one. This is a circa 1935, 2 stranded white hull fishing boats. And on that right there, a couple $100 where? 100 and a quarter I have, now 1 1/2. 1 1/2 and 175 and 200. And 175 and now 2. At 175 I need 2, 175, 200 I have with Sylvia, now 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. With Sylvia at 200 and 2 1/4 now. Everyone else is out. I have 200, 2 1/4. Any more? $200. Sylvia. $200 to Sylvia online. Next we have Sten Bill. And on that right there, another nice one in a gold leaf. And these are all lovely. Another original painting. May have $100 and set it in. $100 where I said 50 I have them 60 now. 60 and 70. I have 60 and 70, 70 and 70 and 70. Where'd you go? 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80 and 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80. No money for that. It's 70 now 80 now 90. I have 80 now 90, 80 now 90. At 80 now 90 anymore? All in all, at $80, 90 if you'd like. How much? 90 I have 100. I have 100 now quarter. No money for this at all. I have 100 now quarter. Lovely marine scene. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. I have $100 only. Now 1 and a quarter. Quickly, we got to sell them. 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. At 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. At 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. At 1 and a quarter with Sylvia now online at 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. It's 1 and a quarter. Sylvia. Online bidder. Next week, oh, look at it. Here's a nice one right here. Carl Jensen Verklund on that one right there. Harbor fishing boats in a nice goalie frame. Great sizes on these. They could fit on any wall. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 90 I have, and now 100. A 90, I had her at 90. I need 100. A 90, 100 should be bringing 300. I have 90 now, 100, 90 now, 100. 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, that large, important painting. At 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. $100 once, twice, and for 100 and a quarter. There's no money for this picture. I have 100 now quarter. 100 now quarter anymore. Let me see that again, Gary. Jeez, that's a nice picture. 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. These are no money for these paintings. You shouldn't have to think about it. 150 now 175. I 150 now 175. I 150 and 175. Boy, if you want an art collection, this is the place to get them today. I 150 now 175. I 150 once, twice, and for 175. 175 with Emily and 200. At 175 and now 2 in that lovely original painting. At 175 and now 2. At 175 once, twice, and for 200. All in all at 175. Emily 175. Live Auctioneer's got one. Next we have Carl Jensen Verklund. A nice one too. Boy, they just keep coming. And on that right there, maybe we have a couple $100 to save time. 200 where, 200 and where to go. 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter and 800 now quarter. 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter anymore. Lovely original paintings for no money. I have only $100, 100 and a quarter. 100 and a quarter, 1 and a half. I won 1 and a half and now 175. I 150, 175. That's a lot. 175 and now 200. I 175 and now 2. I 175 and 2, 175 and 2. Reasonable. At 175, I'm going to sell it. At 175 once, twice, and for 200 with Sylvia at 175 anymore. Sylvia, 175. Online bidder. And the next one is Carl Julian Lund. Carl Julian Lund, Danish shore scene. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this one in a very expensive gold leaf frame? What's your pleasure on this one? May we have, how much? 100 I have, and now 1 and a quarter. I have 100 now, 1 and a quarter. I have 100 1 and a quarter. That's about a $400-500 frame on that. I have $100 only, 100 and a quarter if you'd like it. 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. I 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, and 1 and a quarter. That's a 22 karat gold frame on that. 1 and a half and 175. At 150 now 175. At 150 now 175 anymore. At 150 once, twice, in for 175. We all in all then at only 150 for that lovely picture anymore. It's 150 then. Next we have a Trolla by Julius. And on that right there, I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half and 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. At 2 and a half and 275, 275 and 300. No, at 275 with Sylvia. Now 300 at 275 and 3 and 275 and 3. Another fabulous 22 karat gold frame at 275 and 300. At 275 once, twice, and for 300. Beautiful big pictures at 275 and 300. It's 275 then. Online bidder. Next item is another nice painting. This is a Danish marine painting right here. Canal with sailboats at dawn. Another one in a nice expensive frame again. What's your pleasure on this one? Maybe I have $100 and set it in. 100 I have and now quarter. I have $100 now 100 and a quarter. And lovely original big picture. I have $100 now 100 and a quarter. I have 100 now 100 and a quarter. 1 and a quarter and 1 and a half. At 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. These are no-brainers, these paintings. At 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. At 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. At 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half anymore. All in all then at 125 only. 1 and a half if you'd like it. Any more? 1 and a half and now 175. I have 150 now 175 if you want it. I have 150 now 175, a fraction of their value. I have 150 now 175 anymore. All in all then at 150, 175. I guess we are 150. Next we go on Danish coastal panoramic seascape. And you have a phone on this one? Yeah. Oh, look at this one here. Isn't that lovely? And on this right here, what's your pleasure on this? May have a couple $100 and set it in. I have 100 now. One and a quarter, one and a half, 175, 175, and 200. Oop, and 200. What the hell? I have 175 and now two with Carly at 175, 200, two and a quarter here and two and a half. I have two and a quarter is on the phone and two and a half. I have two and a quarter and two and a half that panoramic view. Two and a half, 75, 75 on the phone and 300. I have 275 and now three. I have 275 and three. It's on the phone. 300 with Carol and three and a quarter. I have three and a quarter and three and a half. I have three and a quarter, three and a half, three and a quarter, three and a half. 3.5, 75, 375, 400. I have 375 on the phone and four. I have 375 and 400. 400 I have, and four and a quarter, four and a quarter, four and a half. Four and a quarter with Carly on the phone and four and a half. I have four and a quarter and four and a half with Carol. 475 and 500 now. I have 475 now 500. 500, 550, 550, 600. I have 550 on the phone and 600 now. I have 550 and 600, 600, 650, 650, 700 on the phone and 650 with Carly and 700, 700 and 750. I have 700 now 750 with Carly and now 750 and now 800. I have 750, 800 and 8.5. At 800 now 8.5, 8.5 and now 900. I have 850 now 9. Wonderful painting. 900 now 950. I have 900 now 950. 950 now 1,000. I have 950 now 1,000. I have 1,000. I have 1,100. I have 1,000 now 1,100. 1,100 on the phone with Carly and 1,200. 11 and 12. 11 and 12. 12 and 13 now. I have 1,200 now 1,300. 13 on the phone and 14. I have 1,300 and 1,400. I have 1,300 and 14. I have with Carol online at 1,500. I have 1,400 now 15. 15 on the phone and 16. I have 1,500 now 1,600. I have 1,500 now 16. 16 now 17. Online at 16 and 17. 17 on the phone now 1,800. I have 1,700 now 1,800. I knew this was a good one. 18 now 19. I have 1,800 now 19. 19 on the phone and 2,000. I have 1,900 now 2,000. And 2,000 with Carol online and now 2,100. 2,100 on the phone with Carly and now 22. 2,100 now 22. 22 and 23. It's online at 22 and 23. 23 on the phone and now 24. At 23 and 24. At 24 with Carol now 2,500. 2,500 and now 2,750 and now 2,750. At 2,750 and now 3,000. At 2,750 with Carol online and now 3,000. That fabulous picture. At 2,750 once. At 2,750 twice. Anyone for 3,000. We all in all done. 2,750 once, twice, and any more? They good, Carly? They're going. Carol, 2,750. Online bidder. Okay, another good one. They just keep getting better and better. And on this one, this is by Sigurd Killen Brandt. And on that right there, dragger, a fishing dragger. What's your pleasure on this? I have 200 now, two and a quarter. I have 2 and a quarter and 2.5. I have 2 and a quarter and 2.5 and 2.5 and 275. I have 250 and 275. These are spectacular pictures. I have 2.5 and now 275. I have 250 and 275 and 250 and 75 anymore. At 250, 275 anymore. All in, all done. With Carol at 250 now and 250 and selling. And sold. 250, Carol. Next, oh, here's another nice one right here. This is by Arthur Nielsen, Denmark, 1883 to 1946, as Tisvilde, 1925, a beautiful house overlooking the beach. And what's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 1 a quarter, of course, 1.5. I 1 a quarter, 1.5, a lovely painting at 1 a quarter in a 22 karat gold leaf frame again. I 1 a quarter, 1.5, and 175. I 150 now 175. At 150, 175, a known artist. I 150 now 175. At 150 only, 175 if you like it. A nice little picture. At only 150, 175. Any more? All in, all done at 150. People on the shore. That's a nice picture. Any more? 150 it is, and they're getting them all. Here's another good one. Axel Berkhammer, Denmark. Dawn over rocky coast. Look at that quality of that one. And that's in a 22 karat gold leaf frame too, with the original name plaque on it. And may I have what? 500 set it in that one. 500 where? 500 where's at 500. I have 200 and 2 and a quarter and 2.5. I have 2 and a quarter and 2.5 and 2 and a quarter, 2.5. 2.5 and 75 at 250 and 275. This should bring a lot like the other one did. I have 2.5 now 275. I have 250 and 275. That's a strong 275 and 300. That's a serious picture. I have 275 and now 3. I have 275 and now 300. 275 and 300. At 275 and 300 only. At 275 once. 275 twice. And for 300 that beautiful painting. Any more than 275? Down it goes. 275. Another good one right here. Christian Tom Peterson, Denmark. And on that right there, which is pleasant, this lovely one here, Cottage by the Sea. And on that right, couple $100 wear. 200 wear instead of 200. $100 wear in that lovely painting. Again, in a very expensive, these are all in expensive gold leaf frames. They were hanging all through this estate. 100 I have an now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. At $100 only, 100 a quarter if you'd like it. I have only $100 that lovely original painting. 1 a quarter and 1 and a half. Should be hands everywhere. These 1 and a half and 175. These are lovely original paintings. I 1 and a half and now 175. I 150 and 175. I 150 once, 150 twice, 175 with Carol and 200. At 175 and now 2. At 175 and now 2, 175 and 2. Any more than 175 and 200 if you'd like it. Any more than 175. All in, all done at 175. We are 175, Carol. Next we have, oh, here's a good one here. This is by Frederick Wilhelm Svensson. And on this right here, maybe I have a couple $100 instead of quickly. How much? 200 I have, and now 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter, 200, 2 and a quarter. That's a lovely picture right there. A 200 now, 2 and a quarter. I have $200 only and 2 and a quarter. Lovely harbor scene with the houses. I have 200, 2 and a quarter. Any more? 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. At only 2 and a quarter in selling. At 2 and a quarter once, twice, in for 250. All in, all in, at 2 and a quarter. Look at the quality of that band. 2 and a half and 75. At 250 and 75. At only 250 in selling. At 250 once, twice, in for 275. That's a nice picture. Any more? Carol, you have it 275 and now 300. Wouldn't work so hard on these if they weren't worth so much more. I have 275 and now 3. 275 once, twice, and went for 300. It's 275. Down it goes. I hope the people in Denmark know we have all these great pictures. We advertise them everywhere. Theodore Fries, Denmark. Busy port with customs house. Another great picture right there. And what's your pleasure on this one? A couple $100 wear instead of 200 now. 200 wear instead of 200. Another important picture by this guy. $100 wear. 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter, 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. 1 and a half and 175. It's on the floor at 150 and 175. That's a lovely picture. At 150 now 175. Beautiful detail. At 150, 175. At 150 once, twice, and for 175. Nice buy. Your buy. Number 53. 150? 53 rather is the buyer. 150 to 53. Here's another one. Askel Frederick Johan Fredriksson. And on this lovely one right here, another 22 karat gold frame, beautifully executed painting. May I have what? $300 wear instead of 300. 300 wear instead of 300. 200. 100 I have, and now quarter. 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. 1 a quarter, 1 and a half, and 75 and 200. And 175, 2 and course, 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. That's a lovely road to the sea. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter, 200, 2 and a quarter. At only $200 in selling. At 200 once, twice, in for 2 and a quarter. And sold for 200. Niels Walseth, Sweden and Denmark. What's your pleasure on this lovely one right here? 100 I have. Look at the girl feeding the chickens. I have $100 and 100 a quarter. These are all in expensive gold leaf frames. I have 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. 100 now quarter anymore. All in, all done. I have only $100. That lovely picture. 1 a quarter with Carol. Now 1 and a half with Emily on live auctioneers. Now 175. Should be everywhere. I have 150 now 175. At 150, 175, 150, 175 anymore. At only 150 in selling. Once, twice, any more? It's 150 then. Danish marine scene. Sign, daughter and father sailing dory, sailing nets. And on that right there, maybe at $300. Instead of 300 I have, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. 3 and a half, 375. 375, 400, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half, 475. 500, no. I have 475 with Carol, now 500. That's a nice one. I have 475, now 500. Look at the detail. At 475, now 500. At 475 with Carol, now 500 if you like it. At 475 once, twice, and for 500. All in all, then at 475. Carol. 475. Another one, the Old Salt by Carl Soderberg. He's a famous guy. Niels Walseth, and on that, Oil and Linen. Again, of the Old Salt with a pipe. What's your pleasure in this one? 100, I have a now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now 1 1/4. Fun picture. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I have only 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 175. And 150, 175. And now 2. I have 175 and 2. Great quality. I have 175 and now 200. I have 175 and 2, 175 and 2. Going to sell at only 175. Any more? Carol, 175. Now, oh, I love this one. This is by Kristen Johnson Verklund. We sold some more of his earlier today. The old guy with the fishing nets. Fisherman mending nets outside his cottage. And what should we have on that? It's 200 where? 250 I have in 275. I have 250 and 275. This guy's a famous artist. I have 250 and 275. I have 250 and 275 and 250 and 75. I'm going to sell it. One bid of 250 and 275. Any more? All in, all done at 250 and 75. 250 it is. 250 live auctioneers. Guess that one. Next, well, this is a fun one too. Ivar and Flock. 10 Fishermen, Oil and Linen. That's a fun painting right there. It has the original name plaque on the front of the gold frame. What's your pleasure on this one? A couple $100 wear. $200 wear in that gold leaf frame, and nice painting right there. 200 wear, except for 200 on the 10 Fishermen. That's a fun painting. Signed and dated 1936. Couple $100 wear. Any for 200. It's to 200. Pass that one away. We'll sell them another day. That's a nice picture. If you haven't bought a Danish painting yet, we're getting low, so pay attention. Next we have Brent Lauritsen again on this one right here. This is a fish bender, oil and linen, in a gold leaf frame again. On the fish bender, what's your pleasure on this one? Maybe we have a couple $100 to set it in. 200 wear, except for 200. Is 200 in that one? No, it's not. Passed away. Next object. We're going to go through these really quickly now. Another harbor scene with dock boats. We can't figure out the artist, but another light original painting. And 200 wear on that one. A couple $100 wear, except for 200. Instead 200 in that one. Instead 200? No, it's that one. Pass that away. Next object. Here we go. This is by Sten Bill. We sold another one of his ship paintings earlier. And on that right there, may we have what? 250 I have and 275. I have 250 and 275 in that lovely painting at 250 and 275. At only 250 and 275, I'm going to sell at 250 and 275. At 250 once, twice, and for 275, it's 250 then. Next, we have another sailing ship. This is by Sven Drews. Christian Mulgard is his other name he uses. And on that right there, maybe we have 250 in that one. 250 I have in 275. I have 250 now, 275. I have 250 and 275 if you want. No money for this at all. 275, of course, and now 300. I have 275 and 3 in that lovely original painting. Look at the size of it. I have 250 and 275. 275 rather than 300. I have 275 with Kali, now 300. I have 275 and selling. No money for that artist. Look at the size of that painting. Once, twice, and Kali, 275. Nice buy. Oh, this is a good one right here, too. This is a German artist. This is by Oscar Detering. He worked in 1872 to 1943 in Dusseldorf. Man plowing. Look at the quality of that painting. Boy, that's a lovely, lovely picture right there. And may I have what? $500 wear instead of been 5. 500 wears if it's 500. 300 then. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Half and 75. 200, 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 75. 300. No. I have 275 now 3. I have 275 in that lovely original German painting. Look at the size of that picture. Beautiful, beautiful painting. I have 275 only in 300. I got 275 and 3 and 275 and 3. Any more? Boy, that's a nice picture. Any more? 275 once, twice, and 300. Missing the boat on this one. Any more? It's 275 then. These are big paintings now. Wow. Axel Olsen Huldrup, Denmark. Dry docked boats in a gold leaf frame again. And 250 wear. 250 wear, Sibba 250 and go. And that lovely painting. 250, I'm going to pass it. That's too good to sell less than that. Anyone for 250? Pass it away. Next we have another harbor scene. This is by Harald Wenzel. On this right here, this should be easy. $400, 400 I have, and 4 and a quarter, and 4 and a half, 475, 500, 500. I have 475, 500. Excuse me, 500 now, 550. Another great painting. I have 500 Carol all the way, now 550. I have 500 now, 550, and 500, 550. That's an original period frame at 500 now, 550, with Carol at 500 and 550 if you'd like it. 500 once, twice, into the 550. Carol, 500. Next we have Wilhelm Theodor Skorgard. And on that right there, on the fishing boats, may we have what? 250 on this lovely big painting. 250, wait a second, 250 and go. And it's at 250. And it's at 250, I'm going to pass it. And it's at 250, once, twice, at 250. Anyone? Pass it away. 1348 is another Scandinavian painting right here. And this one's lovely. This is Mark Osman Curtis. Norway and Scotland. Norway and Scotland. Look at that painting right there. And may we have... Oh, that's a nice one right there. May we have what? 250 instead of in, starting them for nothing. I have 250 instead of waiting 250 now. Instead 250. I need 250. I'm not let these go any less than that. Anyone for 250? 250. Last chance. No money for these. Anyone for 250? Pass it away. Next subject. These are too nice. Harbor scene by Andres Jensen. And on this right here, I have 500 now, 550. 550, 600. I have 550 now, 600, 550 and 600. 600, Carol, now 650. I have 600 now, 650, 600, 650. Another beautiful big painting in a great frame. I have 600 now with Carol and 650. At 600 once, twice, in for 650. Carol, 600. And on this right here, we are done with the Danish pictures. Well, there. So if you didn't get one, you're not going to. And here we go. We're going from Sweden, Sweden and Denmark. We're going to Japan, and on these all these are state pieces right here. You all ready? There we go. So this is an original woodblock by Udegawa Sahandide. And what's your pleasure on this one? How much, Carol? 60. Those mics don't even work. I can't even hear you guys in them. All right, I have what, Carol? 70, now 80. I have 70 now. These are all original wood blocks now from one estate. I have 60 now, 70. I have 70 now, 80. I have 70 now, 80. 80 now, 90. I have 80 now, 90. Panoramic bird's eye view of the Festival of Kyoto in June. 90 now, 100. I have 90 now, 100. These are all original from this one estate. I have 90 now, 100. I have 90 with Carol now, 100, and 90 once, 90 twice, in for 100 on that nice original print. And $90 now, 100? You want to bid on it? Oh, 100 I have now, quarter. I have 100 now, quarter, 100 now, quarter. 100 once, twice, and for one and a quarter, $100. 321? 321 the buyer, $100. Nice choice, Alex. Next we have, here's a beautiful piece right here. A Japanese cast bronze dragon vessel from the Meiji period with a dragon going all the way around it, signed on the bottom. And what's your pleasure on this? 175 and now 200. I have 175 and now 2. And 200 I have not so much noise over there. I want a 200 on the phone and 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter, 200, 2 and a quarter. I have 200, 2 and a quarter anymore. Last call, 2 and a quarter online and 2 and a half. 2 and a half on the phone, 275. I have 2 and a half with Carly and 275. At 250 once, twice in for 275. Any more? 275 in time and 300 and 300 now. 300 on the phone and 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter. I have 300 on the phone and 3 and a quarter if you want it. I have 300 once, twice, and went for 3 and a quarter. Sold. 300 phone. 352. Next we have, there's a lot of great Japanese things from this one family over in Jefferson, Maine. The father and grandfather collected this stuff. Utagawa Kunisada on this one right here. What's your pleasure on this one right here? It's a small view of the bathhouse interior. 50 and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60. This is a nice early print. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60 in the original wood block. 50 once, 50 twice. And for $60. Any more? 60 I have in time and now 70. This is a period block print. This is not a copy. I have 60 now 70. I have 60 now 70, 60 now 70. And more? All in, all done. It's $60 then. Online bidder. There's some wonderful Japanese things here today. Here we go. A Japanese Aikinobo school bronze ikebana vase. And what's your pleasure on this? In bronze. 50 I have and 60 now. I have 50 and 60, and these are great for flower arranging. I have 50 and 60 and 60 now 70. I have 60 now 70. I have 60 now 70. No, you know what it is? This is the owner. I think this is the owner's name and her social security number. Oh, down here? Oh, signed. Oh, signed right there. It is beautifully signed right there. And what's where are we? 70 now 80. Thank you, Sylvia. I have 70 now 80 and 70 now 80. It is signed down on the shaft by the others. I have 70 now 80 and 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80. Any more? 80 now 90. I have 80 now 90, 80 now 90. This is all from the same estate. I have $80 now 90. Any more? All in, all done at $80 now 90. Her mother was into flower arranging. She had all these things. I have 80 now 90. With Carol at 80 anymore. $80, Carol. Next we have Hiroshiki. And on this right here, we have a lot of bidders. Let's say you got a lot of bidders. Maybe we have, what, $400 set in at 400. 650, even better. I have 650 now 700. I have 650 now 700, 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700 on that great wood block. I have 650 and 700. The bridge scene at Tokyo in the age of civilization. I have 650 once, twice, and 700 if you like it. Carol, 650. Next we have, oh, look at this beautiful Amari jar. A large Amari porcelain jar. It has a hairline below the collar on here, but it has an eagle on the top. A beautiful early piece of Amari from that house. And what's your pleasure on that? 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I 3 1/4 and 3 1/2 at 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2 anymore? At 3 1/4 once, twice in for 3 1/2. 3 1/2 and 75. I 350 and 375. I 350 and 375 at 375 and 400. I 375 and 4. I 375 and 4, 375 and 4. I 375 and 400. I 375 and 400 anymore. At 375 and 400. Yeah, that's a nice old one. I 375 and 400. At 375 once, twice, and 400 if you want it. I was looking as to where the hell's the crack. I'm not seeing it. Anyway, I have 375 and now 400. At 375 once, 375 twice, and 400 for this monumental piece of Amari. Sold 375. Uh, 1356 coming right up. 1356, and we are at another good block print from that same family again. This is Ando Hiroshige, and on that right there, what's your pleasure on this one? 600 I have, and now 650. I have 600 now, 650 at 600, 650. 650 on the phone at 700. I have 650 now, 700. I have 650s on the phone at 700. 700 with Carol online at 750. I have 700 now, 750. 750s on the phone with Collie and 750 now, 750. 800, 850 now. I have 800 now, 850 with Carol, and now 900. I have 850 now, 900. Strong piece. Same family again. I have not. I heard Carly first this time. 900 now 950. I have 900 now 950, and 900 now 950, and 900 950 more, and 900 once, 900 twice, in for 950. All in all done. And 900 is on the phone with Carly once, twice, and down it goes. Carly 900. Next we have 3 Japanese patinaed bronze vessels, again from the same house. Again, her mother did flower arranging, and there's all these period bronze flower arranging vessels. And what's your pleasure on these? How much? $225. and 250. I have 2 1/4 for all three bronzes at 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2, at 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore. At 2 1/4 for all three now, and 2 1/2 anymore. Once, twice, and Emily has it at 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 250 I have, and now 275. I have 250 on the phone now, 275. At 250 and 275 anymore. At 250 once, twice, and for 275. It's 250 the phone. 433, 250. Another Andro Hiroshige on this one right here. What's your pleasure on this one? 150 I have now 175. I 150 now 175 on the phone with Carly now 200. I 175 and now 2. At 175 and 2, 175 and 2 seems reasonable for that. I 175 and 2 going to sell it. And 175 is on the phone with Carly. Make no mistake at 175 and 200. Carly 175. Next we have a Japanese Ikenobo School bronze Ikebana vessel again. Look at this one. Look at this one. Oh, this is very heavy. Very heavy. And on the bronze vessel right there, what's your pleasure on this one? 70 I have, now 80. I have 7. That's a period bronze. I have 70 now 80, 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80. A beautiful piece right there. 70 now 80. I'm going to sell it at 70 once, 70 twice, and for $80. It's $70. Next we have Ando Hiroshige on that right there. Twilight Snow at Mount Atago. View of the year-end fair. And what's your pleasure on this one? 500 I have, and now 550. I have 500 now, 550 and 550 and 600. I have 550 on the phone and 600. I have 550 and 600 and 550, 600, 650. I have 600 online now, 650 on the phone, 700. I have 650 now, 7. I have 650 now, 700. Lovely piece at 650 and 700. At 650 once, twice in for 700. On the phone with Carly and going, and gone. 650 Carly. Another Japanese Ikenobo School bronze Ikebana vase, Meiji period. This is from the Meiji period. And on that one right there, what's your pleasure on this one? This is the best. This is the best one of the group. This is very, very heavy. It has this lady put her Social Security number on every piece. They used to do that in the old days, even the insert. And what do we have? 50? 60 and 70. I have 60 now, 70, 60 now, 70 now, 80. I have 70 now, 80. These are nice bronzes. I have 80 now, 90. I have 80 now, 90, 80 now. Oh, it's signed right here all across the front. 90 now, 100, 100 now, quarter. I have 100 now, quarter, 100 now, quarter. At 100 once, 100, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, at 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 150, 175. I have 150 now, 175. At 150 once, twice in for 175. We all in all done at 150, 175. 175 a curl and 200 now. I have 175 and now 2 if you like it. 200 and 2 1/4. I have 200 and 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4. A lovely piece. At 200 now, 2 1/4. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore. At 2 1/4 once, twice in for 250. All in 2 1/4, 2 1/2. We are 2 1/4. Next we have, here's another good. Andro Hiroshige again. Futsu Abe River from the 53 stations of the Toyokado Road. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 150 and 175. I have 150 now, 175, and 150, 175. And 150, 175. And 150 once, twice, 175 and 200. I have 175 and 2 now. And 175 and 2 if you like it. I have 175 and now 2, 175 and 2. And 175 once, twice, and for 200. 200 I have with Carol and 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4. They had all these lovely prints in that house. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 once, 2 1/4 twice, and for 250. All in 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Any more? Carol, 2 1/4 then. All of these vessels were hidden in a closet that we went down in the basement. We found these hidden in the closet. Another solid bronze vase. What do we call these? Ikebana, yeah. Solid bronze with her serial number all over it. And what's your pleasure on this? We don't need that in there. How much? 50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60. Solid bronze, nice design work around 60 and now 70. I have 60 now, 70. Boy, if you're a flower arranger, those are great. I've 60 now 70 and 61 60 twice. Him for $70. Solid bronze, Japanese early period. Any more? 70. 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80. It's 70 now 80. 70 now 80 is worth it. I have 70 now 80. Any more? $70. 53. And next we have, oh, these are nice. Urigawa Kinisada, public bathhouse. And on that right there, an original print again. What's your pleasure on that? 100 I have, and now 1 1/4. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2, a 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Very unusual. A 1 1/4, 1 1/2, a 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/2, and 175. And 175. That's an unusual subject matter. 175 and 200. A 175 and 2 from the same estate. All of these are from the same estate until I tell you further. I 175 and now 2. I 175 with Carol, now 200. I 175 and looking for 2. At 175 once, twice, and for 200. All in all, at 175. Carol, 175. Next, we have a pair of blue and white fishnet porcelain covered bowls. Look at these. A pair of these. Can you imagine? These were hidden in the basement with all that other stuff. Beautiful condition. We don't know who made them, but they've got good age. What's your pleasure on these? 150 here for the pair now. I 150 now 175. They're stunning. I 150 now 175. 175, of course, and 200. I 170, 200 and 2 1/4. I have 200 and 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. They're fabulous pieces. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. Perfect, too. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 with Carol and 2 1/2 on the pair. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. Look at the quality of these pieces. I have 2 1/4 once, twice, and for 250. All in all, on 2 1/2 in time, and now 275. I have 250 now 275. They're lovely. 275 and 300 and 300 now. I have 275 and now 3. I have 275 and 3, 275 and 3. Look at the quality. I have 275 and 300. You won't find another pair like this at 275 and 300. 275. Nice buy on those. Next we have Clifton Carhu on this one right here. What's your pleasure on this one? That's a lovely, bright colored wood block, and that's from the same family again. What's your pleasure on this? 275 and 300. I have 275 in this contemporary wood block, and lovely. 275 and 300. I 275 and 3, 275 and 3. I 275 once, twice, and for 300. All in all, 300 I have in time, and 3 1/4 now. I have 300 now, 3 1/4 would be nice. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. We all in all know 300, 3 1/4. Any more? 300, Carol? 300. Looking for 3 1/4. Any more? Carol, 300 then. Online better. Next we have this vintage Japanese pottery vase. Look at this beautiful vase. Looks like it's probably from the 30s. Has a nice hallmark on the bottom. Nice hallmark on the bottom. Can you get a shot of that? There you go, Jay. I'll put it this way. Yeah. And on this vase right here with a great glaze. What's your pleasure on this? 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80. 70 now 80. Marked with 2-character kanji on the bottom. I have 70 now 80, 70 now 80 at only $70. Again, from that same estate in Jefferson, Maine. Any more than $70. Beautiful piece of pottery. Any more? $70. We go to Clifton Carhu again. Oh, I love this one. Bright colors, wood block print depicting the front entrance of a traditional shop in Kyoto's Gion district. And what's your pleasure on this one? 150 heaven, 175, yes, and 200, 200 and 2 1/4, 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2. That's a nice one. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2, at 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore. At 2 1/4 once, twice, and went for 2 1/2. It's 2 1/4 Carol. Next we have another one. This is by Minigawa Taizo, I think. And what's your pleasure on this one? 60 and now 70. I have 60 now 70. Seems reasonable for that one. 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80. Beautiful print. I have 70 now 80. These contemporary wood blocks are lovely. I have 70 now 80 on the floor, now 90. I have 80 on the floor, now 90. With the lady seated at $80 and 90 if you like it. 90 now 100 would you go? 100 I have and now 1/4. I have 100 on the floor with the lady seated. 100 now 1/4, 100 now 1/4. Any more? All in all then at $100. Yours $100, number 54. $100 to 54. Next we have Katsuyuki Nishijama woodblock print and Japanese rooftops. I like this one. What's your pleasure on this one? There we have what? $50 where and set it in. 50, I have them 60 now. 60 and now 70. 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80. That's a lovely piece and a great frame. I have 70 now 80. I have and now 90 now 100. A 90 now 100. I thought it'd open at 100. I have 100 I have and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. 100 now quarter. Lovely colors. 100 now quarter. Any more? With Carol at $100 only. 100 a quarter if you want it. Any more? Once, twice, and you got it, Carol. $100. Online bidder. Next, we have another one by Clifton Carhu. And on that right there, may we have what? 150, 175, Carol, 175, 200, 200, 2 and a quarter, 2.5, 2.5, 75, no, 250 and 275. At 250 and 275. At 250 and 275. That's a nice piece again. Anyone for 250, 275. With Carol at 250 then. You got it, Carol. Yep, online bidder 250. We're still in that same house in Jefferson. I couldn't believe it. We find this stuff stashed everywhere. And on this right here, this is Minigawa Taizo again. And on this right here, what's your pleasure? 200 I have and 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, and 2.5, 75, 300, 3 and a quarter, 3.5, 375, 400. 4 and a quarter. No, the book is out. I have 400 with Carol now, 4 and a quarter. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a quarter. Any more? 400 once, twice, and for 4 and a quarter. Wait a minute, I lost my place. We're at 400. 400 now, 4 and a quarter. With Carol at 400 once, twice, any more? Carol 400. Your guy that left the bid is going to be unhappy. He didn't go one more. Next we have Maki Haku. And on that right there, on this Japanese, it almost looks like a Moreau. You know it? When you think about it, I thought it was a Moreau. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 100, I have 100 in stereo, 1 and a quarter, 1.5, and 1.5, and 175, 175 and 200, and 175 and 200, 175 and 2, and 175 and 200, 175 and 2, 200, limited edition, a 200 and 2 and a quarter. I have 200, 2 and a quarter, and 2.5. I have 2 and a quarter, 2.5. Boy, it does look like a Moreau. At 2 and a quarter and 2.5. The original print by Maki Haku at 2.5 and 275. At 250 and 275. We're still in that house in Jefferson, Maine. 275 and 300. At 275 and 3 and 275 and 3. Any more than 275? Once, twice, and 300? It's 275. Carol. We're going to a different house now. We're out of that house. We're onto a different house now. And here we go. Oh, lovely. Look at this. This is a Meiji period bronze turtle with a baby turtle on the back. And what's your pleasure? 2 baby turtles on the back. What's your pleasure on this? 3 and a quarter and 3.5 and 375 and 400 and 400 and 4 and a quarter and 4 and a quarter, 4.5, 450, 75, 75, 500, 550. I have 500 now, 550. I have 500 now, 550, 550, 600, 650, 650. I have 600 650. I have 600 now, 650, 600, 650. Any more? That's 600, 650. Any more? All in all, that's 600, 650. That's a wonderful thing. Any more? 673. 673. Love that Meiji period sculpture. Oh, look at this guy. 19th century Japanese Meiji period ivory okimono. And what's your pleasure? On 3 and a quarter, he's got a little boy wanting to have some pomegranates, and it's signed on the bottom with this interesting mark on the bottom with that leaf. Whoop, this way. 375 and now 400. I 375 and 4. I 375 and 400. 400 I have in 4 and a quarter. Beautiful condition. 4 and a quarter and 4.5. I have 4 and a quarter and 4.5. I have 4 and a quarter, 4.5, and 4 and a quarter, 4.5. The little boy's begging for pomegranate or persimmon, whatever it is. 4.5 and 475. Beautiful patina on this too. I have 4.5 and 475. A nice 19th century carving. I have 4.5 once, twice, and for 475. Who's got the 450? It's with Emily at 450 and selling once, selling twice, and sold. Emily 450. 450. Next we have, this is by Shoha Ito, Silk Hanging Scroll, painting 1952. What's your pleasure in this piece? What's your pleasure on this lovely hanging scroll? Any interest in this piece? May we have what? $600 instead of 600. 600 where? Instead of 600. Interested 600. 500. Interested 500. Interested 500. No interest in that piece? Then we shall pass it away. Next item we have, oh, this is a great piece right here. This is a 19th century Japanese netsuki or netsuki of a European figure. Very, very rare to have these like this. And what's your pleasure in this? 600 I have, and now 650. I have 600 in this rare 19th century piece, 700 and 750. I have 700, now 750, 750, 800, 800, 850. I have 850, 900, at 850, now 950, 1,000. I have 950 now, 1,000, of course, 1,100. I have 1,100 now, 12 and 13. I have 1,200 now, 1,300, 12 and 13. I have 1,200 and 1,300, 12 and 13, 1,300, 11 and 14. The patina on this is fabulous. I have 13 and now, what do we have? 13, now 14, now 15. I have 13, now 14, sorry. I have 13, now 1,400. I have 1,300, now 1,400. I have 1,300 once, 1,300 twice, and in for 1,400. All in, all done at 1,300. Is the phone out?
Hi, Sonia. This is Jen calling you from Thomaston Place Auction Galleries. We've been trying to reach you about this Netsky. We are at
We need 1,400. We have 1,300 online and need 1,400. Yeah, we have 13 online, need 1,400. 1,400 I have, and now 1,500. I have 1,400, this rare Natsuki. 15 I have, and now 1,600. I have 1,500 online, now 1,600. I have 1,500, that rare piece at 1,500, 1,600. Thank you very much. I have 1,500 with Carol now. The phone is out. I have 1,500 online. And 1,600? Once, twice, and you won't find another one of these. Carol, 1,500. 1,500 online. We have 3 18th century Japanese kakimon porcelain plates on these 3 porcelain plates. And what's your pleasure on these? 18th century beautiful ribbed plates. What's your pleasure? 250 I have and 275. I have 250 and 275 in those rare 18th century Japanese bowls from the Edo period. And 275 and 300 and 275 and 300 I have in their beautiful condition. I have 300 now, 3.25 from a house in Portland, Maine. I have 300 now, 3.25. I have 300 now, 3.25. $100 a piece. Those 18th century bowls. I have only 300 and 3.25. I'm going to sell at 300 once, 300 twice. In for 3.25 is $300 then. Oh, look at this one here. This is a beauty right here. 19th century Japanese okimono mother and child. The mother and child. Look at the quality of this. It has actually almost scrimshaw designs on the things. The little girl is holding her cat in her hand, and the umbrella is removable. It's signed on the underside. And what's your pleasure in that lovely piece right there? 650 I have, and now 700. I have 650 and 700. I have 700 and 750. I have 750, 800, 850, and 900, and 950, and 1,000. No, I have 950 now, 1,000. I have 950 now, 1,000, 950 now, 1,000. A fabulous okimono of a mother with her little girl and her cat. I have 950 once, twice. You're in for a $1,000 bill. Any more? Once, twice. 1,000 I have. A Carol, new player. 1,000 now, 1,100. I have 1,000 now, 1,100. I have 1,000 now, 1,100. 1,000, 1,100. At 1,000 once, 1,000 twice. In for $1,100. Any more? 1,100 with Carol, now 12. I have 1,100 with Carol and 12. 12 and now 1,300. I have 1,200 now, 13. I have 1,200 now, 13 and 12 and 13. At 1,200 once, 1,200 twice. In for 1,300. We're all good at 1,200. All in, all done. Carol, 1,200. That cat will do it every time. Next we go to a Japanese mixed metal bronze incense burner. A beautiful piece right here. And on that right there, where's that one? Where's the incense burner? Okay, now we have Japanese mixed metal bronze incense burner from the Meiji period. Look at the quality of this. It has a foo dog on the top, dragons on the handles. It's all inlaid with gold and silver. Beautiful quality. And what's your pleasure on that? Should be several $100s, I would think. What's your pleasure on that? 350 and 375 and 400. I 375 and now 4. At 400 and 4.25. I 400 now 4.25, 4 and 4.25. This is absolutely stunning. I 400 and 4.25. It's all inlaid. It's all inlaid with silver and gold inlays throughout on floral design. Has birds raised up in silver, faces on the feet. I mean, this is incredible. I have $400 only in 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4, 4 and 4 1/4. I have 4 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2, 4 1/4, 4 1/2. No money. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2 anymore. Last call at 4 1/4, 4 1/2. 4 1/4 to 73. Next we have, look at these, a pair of floor vases. These were on either side of a sea captain's estate in Searsport, Maine. And on those right there, 30.5 inches high. What's your pleasure on those? What's your pleasure on those nice pair of vases right here in porcelain? Any interest in those? Any interest in those nice floor vases? 500 I have and 550. I have 500 now, 550. I have 500 now, 550 and 500, 550. I have 500 now, 550. Selling, they're unreserved. I have 500 now, 550. Any more? Beautiful pair of floor vases. 500 once, 500 twice, and selling. Any more? 500, there it is. Next we have 3 Japanese wood blocks right here, including a Hiroshige too. And on that right, oh, this is a good one right there. This is the children playing with the rooster. Oh no, this is a cockfighting scene. Cockfighting scene. What's your pleasure on all these? 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 and 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2 and 275. I have 250 and 275, 275 and 300 for all of them now. I have 275 and now 3. I have 275 and 300 if you want. 300 with Carol and 3 1/4. 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. 3 1/4. This is the money one right here. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2, and 3 1/4, 3 1/2 anymore. All in all done at 3 1/4, 3 1/2 if you'd like it. At 3 1/4 once, 3 1/4 twice. And went for 350 anymore. It's Carol, 3 1/4. Next this is a fun one right here. This came in on free appraisal day from a house over in by Belfast. So it looks like a banana with cherries, but when you peel the banana, it's a box. It's a box, and it's polychrome decorated 19th century Japanese ivory okimono of a banana with cherries. Beautiful patina. Could use a little wash. And what's your pleasure on that? 550, having 600 now. 600, 650. I have 600 now, 650, 600, 650, 700. I have 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700 in that little box. I have 650 and 700 on the banana. I have 650 and 700, 650 and 700. Never seen another one. 700 I have, and now 750. This fits right in just perfectly. 750, now 800. I have 750, now 800. Makes you hungry looking at it. I have 750, now 800. I have 750, 800 I have, and now 8.5. At 800, 8.5. Beautiful patina. I have 800, now 8.5. At 800, 8.5 anymore. 800 once, twice, anyone for 850. With Carol all the way at 800. Any more? Carol, 800 then. Next we have an oxblood glazed porcelain jar for the Japanese market. Chinese Qing Dynasty copper red glazed baluster. And what's your pleasure on this? 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Oh, that is lovely. Very early. Look at the base of this. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. One signed right here. Signed along the side. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. At 1 1/4 once, twice, and went for 150 on that early rare vase. Any more? It's 1 1/4 then. Live Auctioneers gets that one. Next we have a Japanese art book signed in a presentation case, The Japanese, A History of Art by Bradley Smith, 1964. What's your pleasure on that? 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4 and 3 1/2 at 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 with Carol, 3 1/2 and 75 now. I have 350 now, 375. I have 350 and 75. Any more at 350 and 75? It's 350 once, twice, and for 375. It's sold for 350, Carol. Next we have, here's a fun one right here. Look at this. This is from the people in Connecticut. Some people in Connecticut, from a state in Connecticut. And on that one right there, what's your pleasure? 1,000 I have, and 1,100, and 1,200, 1,200, and 1,300, and 1,400. I have 1,300, now 14. I have 1,300, absentee bid, now 1,400. 14 with Carol, and 1,500. No, the book is out. I have 1,400, now 1,500. I have 1,400 and 1,500 anymore. At 1,400 once, twice, and with 1,500. Carol, 1,400. It was you and the absentee bidder all the way. Next, we have a rare pair of Chinese cloisonne plates. Look at these. Look at these with the flying geese in beautiful condition. Early cloisonne. What's your pleasure on the pair of those chargers? What? 100. 100. I have 100 open, now 1 1/4. I have 100 now, 1 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2. They're about 500 each in the store. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, and 175. I have 150, 175. No money for those. I have 150, 175. Those period charges. Those are 19th century cloisonne chargers. I have 150 now, 175. At only 150 and 175, I'm going to sell. At 150 once, twice. I hate to do it, but I got 175 and 200. No money for these at all. At 175 and now 2. These are 19th century cloisonne chargers, not 20th century. And you can tell they're 19th century by the back, by the looping in the back. I have, what do we have? 175 and now 200. At 175 once, twice, and for 200. Down they go, 175. They got to get sold. 13, we are now on 1388. A lovely piece right here. A Japanese Amari longevity covered bowl, Meiji period. What's your pleasure in this? 175 and now 200. I 175 and 2 in that beautiful covered bowl. Longevity stands for beautiful condition. I 175 and now 200. I 175 and 2. I 175 and 2. Going to sell it at only 175 anymore. 175 once, twice, anywhere for 200. I have in 2 1/4. I have 200 and 2 1/4. At 200 once, 200 twice, and for 2 1/4. Any more? It's $200 then. Online better. Next we have a Japanese Satsuma porcelain floor vase. Look at this one that Liz has. Lovely piece right there. Look at this quality. Look at the quality of the faces on this piece of Satsuma right here. See the bottom looks like. Bottom looks good. Oh, it has an original price tag on the bottom when they bought it, $1,295. Original price tag on it, $1,295. What's your pleasure on this? $250 I have in 275 and 300. The 275 and now 3 and 3 1/4. I have 300 now 3 1/4, 3 and 3 1/4. Seems awfully cheap for that great piece of Satsuma. I have 300 now 3 1/4 at $300 only and 3 1/4 if you like it. At 300 once, 300 twice, and for 3 1/4. All in, all done at 300. We are 300, Carol. Next, we have a large Japanese Amari octagonal bowl with mark, Meiji period. Oh, look at that beautiful bowl. Look at the color of this with a phoenix bird in the center and that dark cobalt blue sign on the back. And what's your pleasure in this? 375 and 400. I 370, 400. I have now 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. 4 1/4 on the phone and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2, and 475. I have 450 online and 475 with Carly on the phone and 500. I have 475 and 5 in that beautiful bowl. I have 475 and now 5. I have 475 and 5 anymore. With 500 I have on Live Auctioneers now, and now 550 if you want it. 550 is on the phone with Carly, and now 600. 600 I have, and now 650. It's Live Auctioneers at 600, now 650. I have 600 and 650 anymore with Emily on Live Auctioneers at only $600 and selling. Once, twice, anymore. It's $600. Emily. Live Auctioneers buys. Next we have a Japanese Totei Shippo cloisonne decorated pottery spice jar from the Meiji period. Beautiful piece right here. Could have used a little bath, but it's just the way it came out of the estate. You can still smell the spices in it. Cloisonne on porcelain. What's your pleasure in this? 200 I have in 2 1/4. Boy, this will clean up beautifully. I have 200 and 2 1/4. A nice early piece. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. Any more than $200. Once, twice, and 2 1/4 if you want it. It's 200 then. The Live Auctioneers. Next we have a Japanese Satsuma incense burner with pierced cover. Meiji period again. Oh, look at this. Little in the original box that it came in. Look at the quality of this piece right here. You wouldn't uncover the signature. Hey, Jamie, see if you can zoom in on the signature of this. Beautifully signed. This is Imperial quality Satsuma. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? In the original shipping box from Japan from years ago. What's your pleasure on this? Maybe we have what? A couple $100 set it in. $200, where's how much? 50 and 60, 70. 80, 90, 100. I have 90 now, 100. And 90 now, 100, 90 now, 100. I have now quarter. I have 100 now, quarter, 100 now, quarter. No money for that. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. This is high quality. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I 1 1/4 with Carol, 1 1/2 in beautiful condition. Signed, fully signed on the bottom. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2. And 1 1/4 only. I had to let it go for that, but they want it sold. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. At 125 once, twice, and for 150. That beautiful piece right there. Incense burner. Any more? What do we have, Carol? 1 1/4. Down it goes. Next we have a large Japanese Amari jar with shishi finial covered Meiji period. Look at that one there. Look at that one there. Beautiful piece right there. May we have what? $500-$600 where? $550. I have in $600 now. I have $550 and $600. These people had great Amari. I have $550 and $600. I have $550 and $600. $550 and $600 if you want it. Beautiful ribbed pattern to the porcelain and very heavy quality. I have $550 and $600. At $550 once, twice, and for $600. All in all, then at $550. Looks like we are, Carol. $550. You're getting all the good stuff. Next we have a Japanese Satsuma gilt decorated covered bottle form vase, Meiji period again. Another rare piece. Never see this stuff with a lid like that. And it's almost like coralline raised decoration in gold leaf. And what's your pleasure in this? How much? 50 and now 60. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. At only 60 now 70. I have 60 now 70. That lovely 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80. 70 now 80. At 70 once, twice, and for $80. And 80 on the floor. I have 80 with this lady. And 90 now 100. 100 if you'd like it. I'm 90 now 100. Reasonable for that. I'm 90 now 100. 90 now 100. Any more? 100 I have, and now 1 1/4. At 100, 1 1/4. I would think so. I 100 now 1 1/4. 100 once, twice, and for 1 1/4. It's $100 then. And next we have a large Japanese Amari porcelain punch bowl. And on that lovely punch bowl right there. Lovely punch bowl. Look at this. Again, superior quality. Listen to that porcelain. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. 3 1/2 and 75. At 350 and 375. At 350, 375 and 400. At 375 and now 400, please. At 375 and 4. At 375 and 4. 375 and 4 anymore. 400 I have in 4 1/4. I have 400 now 4 1/4. I have 400 now 4 1/4 anymore. At 400 once, twice, and for 4 1/4. We all in all then at 400, 4 1/4. We are $400. Still in Japan right now. And on this piece right here, Japanese porcelain figure of Okami with mushroom Meiji period. What's your pleasure on that? What's your pleasure on this porcelain piece here? May we have what? $50. Set it in. And 50 and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. The last piece of Japanese porcelain. I have 50 and 60. Any more? All in, all done at $50. All in and done. $50. Live auctioneers. And now we're out of Japan and we're going to some 50 British cigarette cards from Cope Brothers of the Shakespeare plays. And what's your pleasure on those? 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 175, and 200, 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 75, 300, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. No, I have 3 1/4, Carol. Now 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2 anymore. Those are rare to find. All nicely organized from an estate in Portland, Maine. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2. It's 3 1/4, Carol. Next we have a large collection of American trade cards, hundreds of them. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on the American trade cards? All in this album, ready to go. I think these are from the house in, no, those are not from, no. And what's your pleasure on these? How much? 60, I have in 70. There's 125 trade cards in there. 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80. There's some great ones in there. It looks like there's some 80, now 90. I have 80, now 90, 80, now 90. Should be way over that. I have 80 by 90, 80, now 90 anymore. All in all, done at $80 for that 90, now 100. 90, now 100. Not even $1 a piece for those period trade cards in the album. I have 90, now 100. Oh, there's also 40 postcards beside the 125 trade cards. 100 now. Instead of $100 and go. Instead of $100, 100 I have an hour quarter. I have 100 now quarter. I wouldn't work so hard if it wouldn't worth so much more. There's a great group of stuff in there. I have $100, 100 quarter, and selling once, twice, anymore. 100 it is. Next, we have a collection of trade cards, postcards, and letters. Over 500 trades cards in that album right there. What's your pleasure in those? 50 I have, and 60 now. 60 now, 70, 70 now, 80, 80 now, 90, 90 now, 100, 100 now, quarter. I have 100 now, quarter, 100 now, quarter. I have only $100, 100 quarter. There's over 500 trade cards in that album. I have 100 now, 100 quarter, 100 once, 100 twice. Boy, sleeping on this stuff. Any more? All in, all done? It's $100 then. Live Auctioneers buys that group. Next we have, this is out of the house in Richmond, Maine. This was in a store display piece, and he got it and put his part of his collection in it. And on that right there, and all the postcards with the original country store revolving cart for postcards. What's your pleasure on that? 175 and now 200. I 175 and 2, 175 and 2, and 175 and 2, 175 and 2 anymore. All in all, then at 170, 200 I have, and 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter. A lot of cards in there besides the thing. At 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. I 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. Just imagine going in a country store and buying postcards for 5 cents, 2 cents back then. I 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. 2 and a quarter once, twice, any more than 2 and a quarter with Emily, correct? 2 and a quarter once, twice, any more. Emily, 2 and a quarter. Live Auctioneers buys. That's a fun thing. Next we have approximately 200 Boy Scout themed postcards and ephemera for the Boy Scouts right there. Again, from that same family in Richmond, Maine, and it looks like a whole bunch of stamps too. What's your pleasure on that one? 200 I have, and now 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter, 200, 2 and a quarter. That's $1 an item. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter on all that Boy Scout related stuff. I have 200 once, twice, in for 2 and a quarter. It's 200 then. Live Auctioneers. Next we have 37 real photo postcards of freighters, tugs, fishing boats, and ferries. What's your pleasure in that? 80 I have, and 100 I have. I have 100 now, quarter. You got 1 a quarter. I have absolute bid on that, right? 150, 175, 170, 200, 2 and a quarter, and 2 and a half, and 275, and 300, 300, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, 375. 4, no. I 375 with Carol, now 4. I 375 and 400. Carol, 375. Online bidder. Next we have 2 small albums containing a total of 175 postcards, 1910 to 1930, mostly Massachusetts buildings, landscapes, and generally good condition. What's your pleasure on that? 50 I have, and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. Quickly, I have 50 and 60. 60's on the phone with Carly, now 70. 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80. Quickly, 70 now 80. 80 now 90. 80 online, need 90. 80 need 90 now. At 90 now 100. 90 now 100. 90 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. 100 now quarter. 1 a quarter, 1 a half, 1 a quarter, 1 a half, 1 a half, and 175. I 150 now 175, and 150 once, twice, and 175. All in all, then 150, 175. It's 150. Live Auctioneers. And here we go to the next item is going to be 1404. 1404. We're almost out of stuff. A large collection of postcards, approximately 350 postcards, approximately 600 cards, and all with a big collection. What's your pleasure on all of it? 50 I have, and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60, 60 and 70. I have 60 now 70, and all those 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80, 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80 anymore. All in all, that's $70 going to sell that incredible collection of postcards. I have $60, 70 now 80 anymore. 70 once, twice, and for $80. Carol, $70. Next we have a binder with 252 harp-themed postcards like we had before earlier today. This is 252 cards. What's your pleasure on this one? 50 having 60 now. I have 50 and 60, some nice early 60 and 70. 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80 at only $70.80 if you like it. Way under the 80 now 90. I have 80 now 90. Should be bringing 2 or 300. I have 80 now 90. 80 now 90. Any more at $80. Once, twice, and for $90. It's $80 then. Online bidder. Next we go to, oh, look at these. Approximately 50 paper lace valentines from 1895 to 1905. These were in the house in Richmond again. What's your pleasure on this? 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. These all vintage Valentines. They're in good shape too. Excellent condition. They were all in a safety box. We have 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half anymore. At 2 and a quarter, once, twice, in for $2.50. It's 2 and a quarter. Online bidder. Next, we have more 250 vintage Valentines from 1920 to 1960 now. And on that theme right there, what's your pleasure on those? 375, 400. I have them 4 and a quarter. Thanks, Carly. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter, 400, 4 and a quarter, and 4 and 7, 4 and a quarter anymore. Last call at 400, 4 and a quarter from the house in Richmond again. Anymore. It's $400 then. Live auctioneers. And then we have 90 early 20th century U.S. travel brochures and maps. What's your pleasure on all the travel brochures? What's your pleasure on this one? Maybe we have $100 on the whole lot. $100 where? $100 where? And the $50 then. $50 on all the travel brochures. 90 of them. 50. I have them 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60 anymore. 50 once, twice, and for $60 for all 90 travel brochures. Nice vintage stuff. Any more? 50 it is. Carol. We have a restrike of the 1618 Bird's Eye View of Paris. And on that lovely piece from the Lang Estate, and that's from their house in Rockport on the ocean. What's your pleasure on this one? 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, and 75, and 200, and 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, a 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, a 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half from the Lang Estate at 2 and a quarter only. Selling once, twice, any more? 2 and a quarter, Carol. Next, we have a rare album photo of the city marshals in 1875. What's your pleasure on this? On that rare photograph of the city marshals, 31 men standing in 2 rows in front of a big building. And what's your pleasure on this? $50 where? And it's at $50. It's here to be sold. And it's at $50. Nobody wants that? It's a rare early photograph. Pass it away. Next, we have World War II letters from home from Signal Corps soldier, mostly France, 1944. What's your pleasure in all those? These are from the Lang Estate again in Rockport, Maine, on all those historical pieces. What's your pleasure in all the letters? Hundreds of them. From Private M. Wise to his mother in Philadelphia. And he's in those. 50 I have and 60 now. It's all unreserved. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. I've had some interesting reading. I have 50 and 60 and 44, right in the middle of, right towards the end of the war. I have 50 once, twice, in for 60. 60, now 70. I have 60 now 70, 60 now 70, 70 now 80, 70 now 80. They're not reserved. 70 now 80, going to sell. 70 once, twice, in for $80. Any more? $70. Online bidder. It's all going away. Next we have an early Stuart State of Maine Atlas, 1902 to 1903, a couple $100 here. 200 I have and 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter, 200, 2 and a quarter, and 2 and a half. 2 and a half from the Lang Estate again in Rockport. 2 and a half and 275. I have 250, 275. At 250 and 75 anymore? At 250 once, twice, and 275 and 300. At 275 and 3. At 275 and 300 anymore? At 275 once, twice, and for 300. It's 275. Next, we have a Danish royal appointment signed by the King and Queen in 1976. And what's your pleasure on that royal Danish appointment from 1976, signed by the King and Queen? And here's this piece. And here's this piece. Maybe we have 100 and set it in. We should have had this with all the Danish paintings. And he went for $100. Nobody wants that? Passed away. Next object. Next, we have a Lincoln, Nebraska land certificate with secretarial signature of President Grant to a woman framed. And what's your pleasure on this? How much? 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. Signature of President Grant to a woman, all framed and ready to go. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. Seems awfully low for that. I have 50 and 60. Any more? Any more? 60. To homesteader Eliza King of Lancaster County, Nebraska, for 80 acres of lands in Lincoln, granted to Elizabeth King, 1870. 70, I have now 80. I have 70 now 80, 70 now 80. As 70 once, twice, in for $80. All in all, that's $70. Any more? It's $70 then. Next, we have autograph of James Fenimore Cooper. And on that right there, on that check, author of The Last of the Mohegans, Deerslayer, The Pioneers, The Pathfinder, Prairie, The Spy, and so on and so forth. It's on an Oswego County bank. What's your pleasure on that? 70, I have now 80. I have 70 now, 80, and 70 now, 80 now, 90. I have 80 now, 90, 80 now, 90. 90 now, 100. I have 90 now, 100. I have 90 now, 100 anymore. At 91s, 90 twice, in for $100. And 100 I have now quarter. I have $100, 100 and a quarter. Original signature by James Fenimore Cooper. 1 a quarter, 1 a half. I 1 a quarter, 1 a half, and 1 a quarter, 1 a half anymore. 1 a quarter once, twice, in for 150 anymore. It's 125. Down it goes. Online bidder. Next, we have a large collection of automobile mechanics and ephemera from 1920 to 1970s. What's your pleasure on all that? What's your pleasure on all that? Maybe we have $100 to set it in. $100 on all that ephemera. And he said $100 on 50. I have 60 now. 60 now 70. I have 60 and 70. There's a nice automobilia in there. 70 now 80. I have 80 now 90. I have 80 now 90. 80 now 90. At 80 now 90. 90 now 100. And 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. And 1 a quarter. 1 a half. 1 a half and 175. I have 150 now 175. And 175 and 200. 200 and 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now 2 and a quarter. 2 and 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. 2 and a half and 275. At 250 and 275. 275 and 300 I have in 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter, 300, 3 and a quarter anymore. At 300 once, 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. I have 3 and a quarter with Carol and 3 and a half. I have 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half and 75 now. I have 350 and 375. I have 350 and 375. At 350 once, 350 twice, and 375 if you'd like it. Any more? It's 350 then. Live auctioneers buys all the ephemera. Next, we have a commercial, an 1897 poster showing all the commercial and legal forms by R.O. Evans, Wabash Avenue, Chicago. What's your pleasure in this? May we have what? $500 and set it in. 500 ways to set it in to $500. This is an original period piece from the house in Richmond, Maine. May we have $500 and set it in. 400, 300, 300. This is an original piece. Anyone for $300? Nobody looked at that? These are so rare. Pass it away. We'll sell it another time. Next, we have a Bird's Eye sells photograph circus poster framed with all the dancing bears. And may we have what? 1 a quarter, 1 and a half, 1 all over the place, 150, 175, and 200, 200, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, 275, 300. I 275 on the floor, 300, 3 and a quarter, yes, and 3 and a half. I 3 and a half now, 3 and a half, 75, no. I 350 and 375 with Emily at 350 and 375. I 350 and 75 anymore at 350, 375 and 400. A great poster. I 375 and now 4 with the Palins Bears. 400 roller skating, 400 now, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a quarter, and 4 and a half. I have 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half, 4 and a half, and 75. This came out of Northeast Harbor, 475 and 500. I have 475 and 5, 500 and 550. I have 5 and now 550, 600. I have 550 and 600, 600 and 650. I have 600 now, 650, 700. I have 700 and 7 and a half. I have 700 now, 750, 750, 800 all the way with Emily. I have 800 now, 8 and a half, and 800, 8 and a half, 850 now, 900. I have 850 now, 9. 850s with Emily all the way, 900 with Emily all the way, and now 950. I have 900 now, 950, 1,000, a nice round number. I have 1,000 where? I have 950 now, 1,000. I have 950 once, 950 twice, going to lose it for $50. I have 950 now, $1,000. 1,000 I have, and now 1,100. I have 1,000 now, 1,100, 1,000, 1,100. 1,000 once, 1,000 twice, in for 1,100. That great poster of the dancing bear or the roller skating bears. 1,000 once, twice, anymore with Emily all the way. $1,000 Emily. Live auctioneers gets that great poster. Next we have a Joseph Christian Leyendecker. This is an original World War I war-born poster for the Saturday Evening Post magazine on the Leyendecker. What's your pleasure on that? 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. I 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. Again, Boy Scout theme, 2 and a half and 275, 75 and 300. At 275, 300 and 3 and a quarter. I 300 now, 3 and a quarter, 300, 3 and a quarter. From the house in Richmond, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half and 75. I 350 and 375. Oh, show on the back. It has the original. magazine with it. 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. I have 4.25, 4.5, and 4.75. Now you can show them the other side, Alex. 4.5 and 4.75 and 500. I have 4.75 and 500. I have 4.75 and 4.75, 500 and 550. I have 500 now 550 from the house in Richmond. I have 500 now 550. 500 once, twice in for 550 with Emily all the way at 500. All in all that 500. 500, Emily. Live auctioneers. And now 1420 is next. 1420 is next. This is from the same house. Ernest Fuhrer, World War I era poster. We want you for all our Scoutmasters. Oh, we need 400 Scoutmasters and a $100,000 campaign. And on that, from the Boy Scouts again, they had a lot of Boy Scout stuff. What's your pleasure in this? 500 I have. 550, 600, 600, 650, 700, 700, 750, 800, 800, 850, 900, 950, 1,000, 1,000, 1,100, 1,100, 1,200, 1,200, 1,300, 1,400, 1,500, 1,600, 1,700, 1,800. I have 1,700, Carol, now 1,800. I have 1,700, 1,800, 1,718. Any more? All in all, 1,700 once, twice, and for 1,800. Carol, 1,700. Online bidder. A lot of interest in those Boy Scout things. And here we go. A wonderful 1940 calendar featuring the Dion quintuplets from the Vale Motor Company. On that one, 1940. What's your pleasure in that? 50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. At 50 once, twice, in for $60. A wonderful little calendar with the Dion quintuplets. At 50 once, twice, in for $60. It's $50 then. Emily. Live auctioneers. Next, we have another framed 1931 Maine large advertising calendar with a lion on it from the International Agricultural Corporation. What's your pleasure on that one? All framed and ready to go. Nice decorative piece. Anyone for $100 instead of the in. $100 away instead of $100. And instead of $100. No one in that piece? Pass away. Next object. Next, we have 1930s British pantomime theater poster Goldilocks and the Three Bears by Taylors of Wombwell. What's your pleasure in that? Then we have what? $100 instead of the in. Interested in that framed poster? Interested in Goldilocks? Interested in that poster? Interested all? Once, twice, and no. Next item. The signed Cats poster in the original acrylic frame. It's all signed by the cast, including Susan Powers, and one of the longest-running cast members on Broadway production. It was a great show. I saw it when it first came out. What's your pleasure on that? Maybe $100 and set it in. From the Kinney estate. Maybe you have $100 and set it in. 50 I have and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60 anymore. All in all, on the $50 signed by all the cast members, the original cast members. I have 50 once, twice, and for 60. $50. Number 99. Next we go to, this is a fun piece right here. This is from the another estate. Another local estate, a commercial lithograph showing 15 types of cows for French schools circa 1900. What's your pleasure on this one? 275 I have in 300. I have 275 and 300, 275 and 3. At 275 and 3, great condition, lovely frame. I have 275 and 3 anymore. 275 once, 300 in time, and 3 1/4. I 300 and 3 1/4 of all the bovines. I 300 now 3 1/4. I 300 once, 300 twice, and for 3 1/4 anymore. Sold 300, Carol. Next we have, this is a fun one right here. John Held Jr., Vaudeville Broadway show banner poster, Al's Here, The Old Soak by Don Marquise. And what's your pleasure on that? 150 have now 175. I 150 now 175 in that rare broadside at 150, 175. At 150, 175 anymore? All in, all done at 150 only and 175 in that rare piece. 175 and 200, 200 and 2 1/4. Not many of those would survive. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2, 2 1/2 and 275. I have 250 and 275. At 250 and 275, at 250 and 75 anymore? 250 once, twice, and for 275. It's 250 then. Live auctioneers buys. And now we have an original broadside movie poster, Red River Shore, 1953, starring Rex Allen. And what's your pleasure on that? We have $100 and set it in. $100 where? All shrink wrapped, ready to put on the wall. $100 where? Know what's that piece? Once, twice. What's happened with the movie posters? They used to bring so much money. Nobody wants that? Pass away then. Only a handful of things left to go. And we have 5 early theatrical prints with beaded decoration circa from the famous actors and actresses of the British theater in original English bird's eye maple frames with gold leaf liners. What's your pleasure on that? 375, 400, 4 and a half, 75, 500, new. I have 475, now 500. A nice group. I have 475, 500, 550. I have 500, now 550. Those are lovely. I have 500, now 550, and 500, 550. I have 500, now 550. I'm sure they meant to say circa 1830, not 1930. What do we have? 500, looking for 550. Any more? At 500 to 550, any more? 500 once, twice, any more? 500 it is. Live Auctioneers buys that group. Next we have, a collection of all about Dali, 30 books and memorabilia on Salvador Dali, all of it in great condition, from a house in Searsport, Maine, a sea captain's house. What's your pleasure on that? 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. If you like surrealism, this is the complete study of Salvador Dali. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. All original first edition books. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Any more? It's 1 1/4, Carol. 1 1/2, and now 175. At 1 1/2, now 175. Seems awfully cheap for that. At 1 1/2, now 175 and 200. At 175 and 2. At 175, that 2-volume set on Dali is a very expensive book to buy. At 175 and now 2. At 175 once, twice, and for 200. We good? It's 175 then, Carol. Online bidder. Next we have an 1868 calligraphy of the Lord's Prayer, a great piece of American folk art. Probably Connecticut. What's your pleasure on this? 90 I have, and now 100. I have 90, now 100, 90, now 100. That should have been with the country stuff. I have 90, now 100, 90, now 100. At $90 only, and 100 if you want it. At only $90. This is from the house, again, in Richmond, Maine. And on $90. Any more? $90. And next we have 10 volumes complete German art folios by Allen. What's your pleasure on those? 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80. 80, now 90. 90, now 100. 100, now quarter. 100, now 1 1/4. 1 1/2. 1 1/2 and 175. I have 150, now 175. And 150, 175. Any more? And 150 once, twice, and for 175. Carol, 150 then. And next we have 2 boxes of loose stamp stock. What's your pleasure on this? 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80, 70, now 80. As 70, now 80. These are also from the house in Richmond. They were all stored in a closet. I have 70, now 80. Any more? 70 once, twice, 80, now 90. I have 80, now 90, 80, now 90. 80 once, twice, and 90. Any more? 80 it is. Live Auctioneers. Next we have 5 albums of stamps. Some of these are really good stamps in this, early stamps. What's your pleasure on this one? 150 and 175. 175 on the phone and 200. 200 and 2 1/4. 2 1/4 on the phone, 2 1/2. I 2 1/4 on the phone and 2 1/2. 2 1/2 and 275. From the house in Richmond, 275 and 300. I 275 and 300. 300 and 3 1/4. 3 1/4. 3 1/2. I 3 1/4. 3 1/2. 3 1/2. 375 and 400. These were collected a long time ago. I 400 and 4 1/4. 4 1/4 on the phone and 4 1/2. I 4 1/2 and 75 and 500. I 475 and now 5. I 500 I have and 550. 550 is on the phone, 600. I 550 and 600. I 550 on the phone and 600. Any more? 600 on the online and now 700. 700 and 750. I have 700 now 750. I have 700 with Darren on the phone and 750 now. I have 700 now 750. I have 700 once, 700 twice, and 750 if you want it. With Darren at 700 selling on the phone. Sold. 700 Darren. 398 buys. And next we have a well-gathered album of Greek stamps, World War II Greek stamps. And what's your pleasure on that lot? 70, I have now 80. I have 70 and 80, 70 and 80. I have 70 now 80 and 70 now 80. Any more in that nice album? 80 now 90. I have 80 now 90. That nice collection of Greek stamps collected in perfect order. I have 80 now 90, 80 now 90. Any more? $80, Carol. And the last lot of the sale, 1435's large collection of U.S. and international postage, canceled postmasters, autographs, and revenues. What's your pleasure on that? 50 I have and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60 on all that stuff. There's a lot of material there. 31 pages, 60 and now 70. I have 60 now 70, 60 now 70. At 60 once, 60 twice, going for $70. Any more? All in, all on is $60. Once, twice, and it's $60. Thank you all for your participation. Online bidder. Thank you all for your participation today with us. We'll be back tomorrow with another fabulous group of things for part 2 of the winter sale.